Good morning, first hour! Welcome, you are halfway through Writers Week. How's it been so far? It has been yay. I support that. Oh, should we try again for Elza? How's it been so far? That's better for 7:36 in the morning. I will take it. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to first hour of Wednesday here at Writers Week. I am Mrs. Morano, and I'm so honored that I get to introduce your speakers this morning. First, a huge thank you to the English department. Thank you to your teachers for bringing you. Thank you to the non-English teachers for bringing your students. Oh my God, Billatier, I see you. Hello. Who's that? Oh my God, thank you. Hello. Amazing. Thank you to our boosters watching from home for supporting this amazing activity. And thank you to our two presenters for first hour. I have the honor of introducing you to, if you haven't met them, two amazing teachers here at Fremd High School. They are both award-winning teachers. They have won national awards as educators, as advocates for students and for teachers alike. And they have made a real difference across the nation, nay, the world, actually. You are world travelers. It's true. It's true. They've made a huge difference for kids and for teachers alike, and they are also two incredible human beings with just massive hearts who care about their students, about their work, and we are so lucky to have them here at Fremd. They come to us from the Applied Tech Department. We have Mr. Mike Crash, PLT Dubs. And our autos aficionado, we have Mr. Steve Elza. So I will pass the mic to them so they can talk to you now. This is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wait, mine doesn't work.
That's what you get.
It is now. Hi, everybody. Thank you. We are teachers, obviously, so class participation is important. So this is my pal, Steve Elza. And today we're going to be talking to you about worth. That's going to be what we're talking about today. Kind of we're going to tell a story about us growing up and how we felt worthy. And maybe how we turned it around, we'll see. We're not quite there yet. And we thought we'd talk a little bit about like who is the most worthy. We thought we'd be competitive about it because that's kind of how we are. So
We're not competitive at all.
I'm more competitive. All right.
That's why we were talking this morning. He's over here serious. He calls me at 9:30 last night, and he's like, I made this whole slideshow here. He's always one-upping me.
The true story is I texted him and I said, "Are you awake?" And I got nothing back. So that's really what happened.
I wanted to be ready for you all.
All right, quick show of hands. How many of you have ever felt worthy, like in your family? In your family, you felt like I'm worthy. Okay. How about in your classes? You felt like I'm worthwhile here today. I'm worthy. How about with your friends? Your friend group, you're like, I'm a worthwhile. Okay. Sports? Anybody on the team? The sports ball team? Yeah. If your hand didn't go up most of those times or all those times, don't worry. You are in the majority. If you looked around, you're in the majority. And today's going to be kind of about that feeling, where we were sitting in your spot when we were growing up. So I know I was reflecting back on this. I went to Fremd High School, and I was at not the first Writers Week, because I'm not that old, but I was at the second one. And I saw Gwendolyn Brooks here. Gwendolyn Brooks, who is an amazing poet, and I was sitting out there, and I remember being like, this is stupid. Because that's how I was at the time. So this is our department, our Applied Tech Department. You can see us back there. You will notice that there's somebody missing from that picture. Who is missing from that picture? Yeah, he wasn't there. He was at space camp. That's where he was. So I'm a good friend, so I made sure he was there in the picture. Mr. Elza, why were you at space camp this year?
So as Teacher of the Year, you get to go to space camp.
That's right.
But Let me tell you how space camp leaves you out, though. I was not always as slim as I am now. I was quite overweight at that time. I could not go on part of the thrill of space camp. So they have this machine where you can feel zero gravity, much like things at Great America, things like roller coasters and rides that have weight limits, zip lines that have weight limits. There were things that I could not do at space camp that pulled me away from the other 56 teachers of the year. So there are still things, as we're going through this, there are things in my life that have pulled me away from the rest of the group, that have made me feel different, that have made me feel ostracized me and made me singled me out in the conversations. But this one here, I was not there because I was at space camp with 56 teachers of the year from across the world.
That was one of my favorite things that year. People would be like, "Where's Steve?" And I'd be like, "Space camp," and I would just leave it there to see if they'd ask more questions, right? So this is 2015, began a really long tradition between the two of us of me being like, "Well, excuse me, teacher of the year," which turned into former teacher of the year, ex-teacher of the year, things like that.
I will always be the 2015 Illinois Teacher of the Year.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's only taken me 10 years to own that.
That's right. So we used to have this joke. He'd be like, well, even though I won it, like, you're way more worthy than I am. And I'd be like, no, Steve, you're way more worthy than I am. And we would like argue back and forth about that. That's kind of what today's going to be about. So like I said, a little competition. We'll see who basically had a more rocky journey on the way here. So we're going to start young. You know what I love about this picture? Can you tell which of us it is? This, like, for sure, this looks like a kid who would beat me up in, like, 3rd grade.
Looks like I'd beat you up.
Yeah, look at you.
Like
Look at you. Yeah, you're like the kid from Home Alone, the older brother. You know what I'm talking about?
This is still when I was nice.
All right. So this is this is young Mr. Elza. This is an amazing picture. I just got this yesterday. His wife sent this to me. Isn't this a great picture?
So those of you that, my students that are up there know that sometimes I'm very organized. There is one thing about me, I'm extremely organized with stuff. And so when Crash asked me for pictures from elementary school, high school, and college, I was like, absolutely not. There is not a chance. And every year, as you know, like in graduation, they ask for, the office asked for that stuff. And I'm like, not a chance. And then I got home and my wife's like, oh, I have all those pictures. And I was like, oh, Lord, here we go. And so I sent them. And so I'm being extremely vulnerable with all of you. And I'm sure these are going to surface for years to come. But
Yeah.
For me, my elementary years were a tough time. For where I'm at now, these are tough to go back to. My parents divorced at a young age, and my dad moved away. He took off from us. He started a new family and wanted nothing to do with my sister and I. He literally took off and was never there for us. My mom was an amazing, strong, driven woman that made sure that we had what we needed. But she worked 2 and 3 jobs, so my sister and I did a lot of raising ourselves. And so when we talk about that worthiness of it, it's a tough piece to swallow when you're trying to fight for your daily livelihood. Growing up for us, paper towels were a luxury. I think about now, I was just thinking about this morning as I'm drying my hands. My wife loves these nice paper towels in the bathroom, like these fancy little paper towels to dry your hands, because you can't use a towel. You have to use these paper towels that you throw away when you're done. As I was growing up, we didn't have paper towels because those cost money that we didn't have. Growing up, I had I have this shoe fetish now. Like, I have more shoes than my wife. I have a closet full of shoes. Because I got 1 pair of shoes for a school year, because we didn't have the money for shoes. And as you can tell, I have a size 18. I have never had small feet. I've never been as small. I was overweight. Had glasses starting in middle school. I was definitely an awkward person. So when we talk about worthiness, it was definitely a difficult time for me. And I talked to Crash because this is a sweetheart. This is the sweetheart picture.
That's a great picture.
It's got the glamour shots, the shadow in there.
I love it.
But I really found my failure really started in fifth grade when I got my first F, and it really I leaned into that failure side of things, and you're going to see as we transition through things how I leaned into that failure side of things. So
that's a pretty good story. But I have better ones. Let's see.
But please hold.
Yeah, hold on.
But wait, there's more.
All right. So there's me. Look at, like, his shot was so much better. This is beautiful. That was like a JCPenney catalog. All right, so I often like to say that I peaked in first grade. That was like where it was the best. I took some test going into first grade, and they're like, "You're brilliant." So I went to like this magnet school where they like take a bunch of smart kids and put them together. And then I was the worst kid in that class for the next 8 years. Like, I was just you didn't belong here every single year, every single moment. You know, bad grades and didn't do homework and all that kind of stuff.
At least they thought about you and put you in the bag
Like,
of school to start with.
Yeah, right in first grade, and then it was just downhill from there. So I would space out. I was not doing well, and I would just sort of like cope with, like, try and find things that could make me special, that could make me worthwhile, because all of the systems around me were saying that you are not succeeding at this or anything, really. So you can see there I am on the right side of the left picture. I was dressed as Bill Gates, actually. That's luckily it was written down, so I knew what that was. And really upset in the right picture. I don't know what was going on there. I did grow a rat tail because I thought that would be a good look. This is the only, this is like the fanciest portrait or anything we have of me. My parents have this displayed in our home still. So.
Oh, still?
Still, yeah. This is, I asked them, like, do you guys have that picture? And they're like, do we have it? It's on the wall. Like, it's ready to go.
I found out this is why I have all these pictures, is my mom took all these down, put them in a bag, and gave them to my wife. And
Nice.
they're yours
now. When I was in sixth grade, I was like, I need a catchphrase. Like, that's what I need, right? I'm going to have to develop some sort of catchphrase. So I went with the word bonus. I thought that would be my thing. I'd be like, bonus, right? Like, that would be a really cool thing to say a lot. I like cut out the letters and put them on my desk. Bonus. I was like, that's a cool thing to do. The last story I want to share with you here for 7th and 8th grade is this is a classic tale. You've heard this before, but I had a girlfriend that went to another school, and so my friends at school were like, "Do you have a picture?" This is like pre-internet and everything because I'm old, and I was like, "Well, of course I have a picture." And so this is the picture that I sent. I brought to school. This is my girlfriend, and I didn't know her name. I made up a name, obviously, of this girl, and I want to remind you, I'm like 12, and this is Kate Moss, who is arguably one of the biggest supermodels at the time. She had a really successful ad campaign. And so, while I was not a genius, I was surrounded by them at this school. And so nobody was fooled by this whatsoever. But to their credit, boy, did they play along with it for a while. And they were like, "Mike, I think I saw your girlfriend on the side of a bus." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, like, I think her name is Kate Moss, and I think she's a model." And I was like, "Well, she never told me. And we're going to have a talk about this. I can't believe, what else is she keeping from me?" And as I was thinking about this story, I realized I have no idea how it resolved. Like, I don't remember, there was no conflict or anything. It wasn't like, yeah, we broke up because, business was too difficult for us or something. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how it ended. It just fizzled, as these things do. Sorry, Kate. It didn't work out.
And hence why you have such a drama career.
That's right. Okay. So that's that you can absorb that idea of like we knew kind of what we were worth at that time. Let's move on to high school. We'll go to Steve first. Ready, Steve? Do you know what picture I picked for you?
No. Oh, see? See, I still
That's a great picture.
look like a sweetheart.
Speaking of models, look at this guy.
But again, so much of what we do, it's in our head. It's what we put in our head. I looked back at these, and again, when Crash asked me for these pictures, I was like, "There's not a chance." And then I started going back through them. I'm like, "They're not that bad." I remember like in high school, like the acne and the awkwardness. I grew in between middle school, so in 7th grade to freshman year in high school, I grew a foot and a half. I had a size 13 shoe. Like I was the most awkward, lanky, clunky. I mean, I was tripping over myself. I remember this. I was the giant. Like I was looking at pictures where like I'm this, 6 foot tall giant and all these little people around me. I remember this the small kid in class. Like I was so slow moving and so just uncoordinated, and I remember getting beat up by the small kid in class because it was like the road runner running around me, just picking on me, and it was awkward. It was a totally awkward time. But I look back at these, I'm like, it wasn't that bad. It was not that bad. But truly and honestly, as we lead into our high school, I kind of I left off with. 5th grade was my first F, but it was also my first real friend I had made. And it was kind of my downslide. I chose some really bad, some bad friends that, help solidify those bad choices of let's make bad decisions. Let's ditch class. Let's not go to school a whole lot. Let's sleep in class. I had in math class in high school, I had a teacher who was out on maternity leave. I slept every single day in that class, and I earned an F, and I rightfully so I should. I failed Spanish class. I mean, I had a terrible go at it. And so towards the end of my sophomore year, as I was planning for my classes, I had a school counselor that, although I think in today's world, she probably would have been fired for what she said. I think for me, she attacked it the right way. She had some explicits in there, but she said I needed to find something where I could be a contributing member of society. And she put me on a path where I went to a tech school. So half of my day, I went to Glenbard East in Lombard, and I was quite she called me a loser and some other things, but half the day I went to a vocational school, and I took automotive classes at the Technology Center DuPage. And that is where I met, for me, the first teacher in my educational career that I felt seen by. It was the first teacher for me that I felt understood who I was. He himself was a high school dropout. He himself was the understood ditching class. He understood my passion for cars. He understood my lack of connection to schooling. And it was the first time I really felt that I was seen. For me, that was a real turning point in my life. And so, although I look back and I feel like I look normal in these pictures, I was a broken teenager, and it took one teacher. I think sometimes that a lot, as I'm growing up now, and I see people that have lots of supports, or they'll talk about lots of supports. It was one teacher that really turned me around, and so Jim Crudel truly did turn my life around.
Is this him? I Googled him. Is that him?
Yeah.
Is that him?
Yes, it is.
Nailed it.
Jim unfortunately passed away several years ago, but Jim was a truly, he was a father figure for me, and he was someone that not only changed my life, and he's the reason that I graduated high school, but he is more importantly the reason that I went to college. I literally graduated high school, and I went down to Southern to check out Southern Illinois University, their automotive program in June, which Southern Illinois in June, it was 110 degrees. It was a swamp down there, and I fell in love with it. But I was the first one in my family to go to college, and it was because of this man. It was because of him, and we'll talk a little bit about this later, but it was because of him that I became a teacher. One person in my life, one person that seen me for who I was, seen me that I wasn't a loser, seen me as someone who had worth, and I'll talk about this a couple of times. We're going through this, seen me for something that I didn't see in myself. And I think so often in our lives that people see something in us that we don't see in ourselves. When we were talking about the Teacher of the Year stuff, when I first got that, when I was first nominated for that, Crash played a big part in that, and he doesn't take a lot of credit for that, but Crash is an incredible person that sees things in people that they don't see in themselves. And if it wasn't for Crash supporting me through the process, and I don't think I've had this conversation with you, Crash, but I'm going to do it in front of all these people here. But, you know, I had to write, to become Teacher of the Year, I had to write a 28-page, basically, manifesto of who I am and how, you know, my teaching pedagogy, my life story, all this stuff. And if it wasn't for Mike spending hours and hours going through that with me and reading it or proofreading it and helping me work through the process, I don't know that I would have become Teacher of the Year. Sure. So, I don't know.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
There we go.
It was a secret, too. We had, like, hide in his truck and do it. It was like, yeah, who could tell anybody?
But yeah, so in high school, it up until sophomore year, I was destined to be a high school dropout. I had a DF average, and if it wasn't for this man, if it wasn't for the counselor that told me I was, a few explicits in there and a loser, in meeting this man right here, Jim Crudel, I probably would be in a very different place in my life. So, can you top that one?
I don't think so. No, I don't think I can.
You might have had me in elementary school.
Yeah, but I think. All right. So this is me as well. Again, I would like to specify that this photo is in black and white, not because I'm old, but because it was artsy. We had color photography at the time. Just black and white makes it artsy. So those are my art photos. Steve, what was your GPA in high school? Do you know?
GPA? What is that? You had to show up.
Yeah. I look back. Mine was 1.7. 1.7 was my high school GPA, which is not good. And I missed 28 days of school my sophomore year. And you might be like, sometimes I tell that story and people go like, oh, like, were you really sick? I was not. There was no chronic illness. I just didn't want to go. And it wasn't until like I found my home, and Steve talked about kind of finding that worth, like someone that found that worth, and for me that was actually like kind of where I sit right now. In fact, let me hit that one right there. I'm in this picture. Can you tell where I am? That's right, I'm the Tin Man. It's like almost exactly where I sit right now, like probably right there on this stage in this place. And so that's pretty cool. In fact, I found this one yesterday. For the astute viewers, you might see a W in the background. There's like a part of a W. This is Writers Week. This is me reading at Writers Week 28 years ago. Color photography. Yeah. So it was in these places that I found worth, right? People said, you are good at this thing, and you should come and do this thing. And it was like Mr. Elza said, like some teachers, Mr. Romano, is he here this year? Friday. Well, not today, but Friday. In the future, Mr. Romano. and other folks who were like, you're good at this thing. Like, you may not be good at these things. You may not be doing well at these things. You may not be doing your homework or doing the things you're supposed to be doing, but you have worth, right? You have things that you can do that you're good at, that you enjoy doing, and that was pretty helpful for me throughout, right? And again, as Steve said, I hate to steal his shtick here, but were it not for those things, I don't know where I would have ended up, right? I don't know. Again, my dad went to college, but it was never any kind of stress or anything like that for us. It was just like, just do whatever you want. So I don't know what I would be doing if it weren't for finding a home in this place. Let's talk about college.
Oh. What do you got?
This is the best picture that his wife sent me. Oh, it just falls over the crowd.
Oh,
that was it. That was the best one. I had to pick. That was the best one.
Well, and I'll tell you though, that's actually my sister in the middle. She's the much better looking one in the family. She got the normal genes. She's not super tall. I mean, she's tall, but she's not super tall. She got the good looks. She still has brains. She's a much better one. And then that's my college roommate. And I'll tell you, like, again, no one in my family went to college, so I had no idea what to expect. And if it wasn't, I literally, when I went to Southern, Jim had Krudel had everything set up for me. Like 90% of the paperwork was set up. He had made sure that he went through all the financial aid paperwork with my mom. The guy made stuff easy. But the gentleman on the right, Andy, was my roommate, was my freshman year roommate, and he's the reason I stayed in college. I was awkward. There's no doubt about it. I hadn't found my place, and high school was awkward for me, as I've shared with you. College was a breath of fresh air. College was definitely an accepting place where it was just an easy place where everyone just took you for who you are, but it was uncomfortable for me because I was so used to not being accepted anywhere. And so for me, I turned to alcohol quite a bit. And so what's actually probably cut off this picture is the alcohol. So I'm glad she cut that off there. But I turned to alcohol quite a bit. And so my first year in college was quite a bit of drinking, which if it wasn't for my strength in automotive, I probably wouldn't have made it through my first year. And if it wasn't for this guy here, my college roommate, that really made sure that I got to classes and I wasn't completely consumed by bad choices. He got me through that first year, and then I straightened my stuff out, and I got that trajectory on the right path. Again, when I think about those people that had a part in my life, seen something in me that I didn't see in myself, I look back and I'm like, I'm so dang lucky that those people cared about me and they took the time to actually make sure that I was going in the right direction. And so, I wasn't a stellar college student, but I do remember I graduated college with a 3.8 GPA. And so from a student who was a DF student in high school to a 3.8 in college, that's a stark difference, and it's truly because of people that care about you. But ultimately, when I think about this stuff, this was the turning point where I started. It was the kick in the rear end I needed to start believing in myself. And it was the kick in the rear end that you have that this is my passion, and I have somewhere to go with it. So for me, college was really really an eye-opening experience that I have a little bit of value, and definitely opened some doors for me.
Nice. Okay.
What do you got?
So I went to. There's no picture, right? So I went to Fremd, as I said, and this is a different time. So in order to get into college, you had to take the ACT, and back then you had to pay for it and schedule it, neither of which I was prepared to do. And so it's alarming to me now how easy that could not happen. So at the time, like, oh, you're not going to pay for it? You're not going to schedule it? Well, you won't take the ACT? And I was like, okay. All right, well, then it's great. I'll save some money. It sounds awesome. And then it was like, I don't know, probably around this time, my senior year. People were like, I'm going to college. And I was like, oh, right. And so there was a school called DeVry College. Has anybody ever heard of DeVry? Anybody? Yeah, okay, a couple people.
There's some hands.
Yeah. You may have heard of them recently in terms of scandal that I believe they either are or were shut down of some kind. Anyway, so they are a for-profit college, at some point they were a university. I don't know that they are or were anymore. But anyway, so their representative came to Fremd and was like, would you like to go to college? And I was like, well, the ACT and the whatever. They're like, don't worry about that. No big deal. Do you have money? And I was like, we don't have that either. And they're like, can you take loans? And I was like, I don't know. And they were like, well, here, just sign this thing and you can go. And I was like, great. Look at all these idiots taking the ACT and everything. All you had to do was sign this thing and then you're in. So DeVry took me. And I started like July 15th or something after senior year. Like they were on a trimester system. So I got like 2 weeks off of Fremd and then boom, college. And I made it like 2.5 trimesters. I didn't even make a full year because like once you were in, they were like, you're on your own. Kind of like Mr. Ellis was saying, like there's just do what you want, right? And I just like didn't sign up for the right classes, and then they were like, oh, you didn't take this class, you can't take that class, and like everything kind of fell apart. It was at that time though that I was taking computer information science, I think was my major. And I really didn't enjoy the work that I was doing all that much, but I really enjoyed helping other people. Like people who were struggling in the lab, and they were like, hey, do you know how to do this thing? I'm like, oh, and I'd like sit down and help them. And I was like, well, I like that a lot better than the doing. I like, helping other people do it. And I think that was like my first, like, maybe teaching might be a thing. Maybe. But anyway, dropped out. Like I said, didn't make it. So then my wife's gonna be so mad at me. I was dating this girl, who is not my wife, and she wanted to break things off around this time, and so romantically, I followed her to college, and then about 2 weeks later, she like really broke up with me. So I was like at U of I. Enrolled for no reason, and so I made it a semester there before dropping out. Well, not dropping out so much as just like not registering for any more classes. I just, it was just sort of a mutual agreement that I just wouldn't do that anymore. And so I'm like working at IHOP, which is the International House of Pancakes, Steve. It was very impressive. And
kind of a Denny's guy.
You're a Denny's guy. Anyway, so I was like working there, and people would be like, "Oh, are you a student?" And I would lie because I'd be like, "Aren't we all students?" And it wasn't. There was like a random dude who worked there, and he like noticed that I was lying, and he was like, "It's okay, man. Like I'm not a student either. It's okay. You're still a good dude." And I remember like it was such a minor little throwaway thing, but I was like, yeah, it is okay. It's okay. And I often think about like it's not, people don't always knock on your shoulder and say, hey, you're okay. It's okay to be who you are. And Steve mentioned with Jim, like that's kind of what that was, right? Like you are okay. You have worth, even though these systems are not what you see. You kind of have to look for that sometimes. It's not. I mean, in my case, he said literally, you are okay. But oftentimes, it's not that. You kind of have to look for it. All right, so we're getting a little bit closer to the present here. We've got this one here.
Yeah, this was a bunch of baloney.
2015, Steve invites us all out to Wrigley Field. This is where the Cubs play. And Steve is going to throw out the first pitch. This is after he won Teacher of the Year. He's a huge deal. He invites us all out. There might be people in this room who are invited to that game. And we went out to this game. Steve, did you throw out the first pitch at this game?
No, as you know, I am not overly athletic. I try to be. But I practice. So at the time, our trainer, Russ Shellhace, he played minor league baseball, and I had practiced with him. I had worked through. I was ready for this. I was not going to mess this up. I did not throw out the first pitch.
He did not throw out the first pitch. He did not. He was ready.
Who did throw out the first pitch?
Oh, you guys. This is Daryl McDaniels, DMC from Run DMC. So like an hour before the game, we're like all there. And they're like, Steve, here's the thing. DMC is here, And so DMC is going to throw out the first pitch.
And for years before the Illinois Teacher of the Year. This is Education Day at Wrigley Field.
Education Day.
And don't get me wrong, I love DMC. That's not my Run DMC. I'm all for it, but
Not anymore.
what? I got hosed.
Yeah, so now he's a Sox fan.
I did not see my worth that day, but
Yeah.
I'll tell you where I did see my worth in that picture with my family.
Yeah. Yeah.
This family.
And sometimes, the reason I brought up this story is to poke fun at Steve, but also is like sometimes, even though like objectively everything said Steve is worthy. He won this award. They called him out. The Cubs were like, do this thing. And sometimes even still, worth gets redefined, right? Without your permission, without anything, it gets taken from you. And that happens sometimes.
But I've learned to not. I see, and I look back on it as a very fond memory because I look back on it. I am salty that I didn't get to throw the pitch out. Let's be honest. But when I think about my family, like my in-laws, my mom, those people, but my Fremd family, my work family, like they were all there. Like I got to spend a day with my family, and I use family a lot because they're my family. I love the people that I work with. I love the people that I live with. They were there with me, and I got to spend that time with them. So
here we are. Steve is winning the award. He's being recognized in our gym right there. 16 years ago, 11 years ago, and math. Did you feel worthy at this time, Steve?
I don't know what the heck was going on. I don't know what was going on here. This was like a whirlwind. This was like in the very beginning of it. Mm-hmm. This is a blur.
Do you remember like it messing with your head at all in terms of like people giving all these accolades and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, for me, I love teaching. I love working with my students. It truly is, and there is no higher honor. There is no better job in this world than being a teacher. I truly believe that, and I am lucky that I get to do this job every single day. I'm lucky that I get to work with so many of you bright, young people every single day. And so for me, to get honored in this way, I remember, so just a real quick story, I know we're gonna run out of time here, but when Kurt Teneper, our current principal at the time, walked in and said, he interrupted my class. You don't interrupt my class. He walked in, he goes, I need to talk to you for a minute. And I said, I'm in the middle of class. And he said, I need to talk to you. And I said, I'm in the middle of class. And I went back to teaching, and he goes, I need to talk to you, Elza. And I'm like, am I getting fired? And he's like, I need to talk to you. I'm like, so what do you want? We nominated you for those who excel. I'm like, okay, thanks. And I turned around and went back to teaching. And he walked away. And I literally looked it up during my free period. I was like, oh, crap, what did I get? So, again, you all are my number one. So, this was totally out of left field for me.
Shortly after this, right? When did you get elected to be the president of the union?
That was probably 5 years after this, 6 years after that.
You became the president of the union, of the local 1211 teachers union.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. You can clap. Woo! It's a big deal, believe me. You won't say it, but it is a big deal.
Another something that someone's seen something in me that I didn't see in myself. Thank you, Anita Lee and Rob Higgins.
Last couple things here. I helped Steve with teacher of the the Illinois Teacher of the Year, and he helped me then with national.
Glad you put this in here.
What's that?
Glad you put this in here.
He got me the National Engineering Teacher of the Year. So that's when I won that. Thank you. And after that, I started working with other teachers. I'm like an instructional coach, so I get to help other teachers. And I won another award with our own Mrs. Giggler. Anybody know Miss Giggler? Anybody? Mostly freshmen. And again, Mr. Ells and I don't think we felt worthy before winning these awards. And I really want to say to you guys that if you wait until you feel worthy to do something, the world's gonna miss out on what you could contribute, right? Because we never felt worthy before the thing, and frankly, infrequently after, right? We often question, what are we doing here? Why are we up here speaking? And why did we get these things? And the reality is that you're never going to feel that way. You're never going to feel like you are worthy of it and ready for it until maybe it happens.
Well, and the truth of it is that, and I say this all the time when I'm speaking, these awards, like when I was named Teacher of the Year, I work in this building. We have all kinds of Teachers of the Year here at Fremd High School. I was lucky enough to be recognized and named, but you have Teachers of the Year that you sit in their class every single day. We have teachers that are saving lives every single day. And I truly mean that. I'm extremely lucky to work with the staff that we have here, and you know who they are. And we do it every day for each and every one of you. Like Mr. Crash said, these awards don't make us better. It's nice to be highlighted. It's nice to be recognized. But you have those rock stars in front of you, and you all are rock stars. I mean, you all have a whole lot of potential, and you may not see it, but you need to look inside and own that. Walk inside your story. You truly are worthy right now, as you sit in front of us right now. Own that and live it.
Last two pictures I wanted to show here. This is Mr. Els and I in front of the Berlin Wall. And in terms of things we didn't feel worthy to do, we took kids to Europe to show them engineering and automotive in Europe, which was pretty awesome. And then this is from last summer. This is us in Japan. We took kids to Japan,
They
which was
actually
awesome.
had kimonos that fit us.
They did actually. That's funny because I said, we pushed ourselves to do something like a little bit bigger than ourselves, right? Something that we could do, not literally because everything in Japan was smaller than us. We had to duck under everything to get in. But again, it wasn't something we were like, yes, we are comfortable and ready to do this. But if we hadn't, we would have missed out on that opportunity. Our students would have missed out on that opportunity. So, Steve, to close us out.
Oh, jeez.
Here we go. What would you say to 15-year-old us if you had the chance? You are worthy. Woo!
Yes. Every single one of us. We are absolutely worthy. Step outside. Do it.
Absolutely. Just because the way the world defines worth to you, it doesn't line up for you right now, you'll find it. You'll find that thing. Just keep looking for it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. That is awesome.
Just take my hand, hold it tight. I will protect you from all around you. I will be here, don't you cry. For one so small, you seem so strong. My arms will hold you, keep you safe and warm. This bond between us can't be broken. I will be here, don't you cry. 'Cause you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore, forevermore. You'll be in my heart, no matter what they say. You'll be here in my heart, always. Don't listen to them, 'cause what do they know? We need each other to have to hold. They'll see in time. I know we are family. When destiny calls you, you must be strong. I may not be with you, but you've got to hold on. They'll see in time. I know we'll show them together, 'cause you'll be in my heart. Yes, you'll be in my heart. From this day on, now and forevermore. Oh, you'll be in my heart, no matter what they say. You'll be here in my heart, always, always, always.
Was that from that mic? Oh, it sounded louder. All right, scooch forward. Oh, that was loud. Mark.
It doesn't
Come
have to be
closer.
choir. You only have to be in a music class. Yeah. But he's
Who are we missing?
Chan. Oh, Chan's not going. He's probably not going. Yeah.
All right. Does anybody want a copy? Okay. Just come closer, like Ark in here. Yeah. All right, ready? Christian's doing the solo. You can step forward if you want. You might as well perform. Just said that in mic.
Everyone ready? Here, Let every good fellow now join in the song.
Viva la compagnie! Success to each other and pass it along. Viva la compagnie! Viva l'amor! Viva l'amor! Viva l'amor! Viva l'amor! Viva la compagnie! Come all you good fellows and join in with me. Viva la compagnie! And raise up your voices in close harmony. Viva la compagnie! Viva l'amor! Viva l'amor! Viva l'amor! Viva la compagnie! Should time or occasion compel us to part, viva la compagnie. These days shall forever enlighten the heart. Viva la, 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 viva la compagnie. Viva la, 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 viva la compagnie.
old bachelor fill up his glass.
Viva la compagnie, and drink to the health of his favorite lass. Viva, let every old merry man drink to his wife. Viva la compagnie, the joy of his bosom and comfort of life. Viva la compagnie. Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor, viva la, viva la, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie. Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor, viva la, viva la, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie. Viva la, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie.
Good? Fantastic. All right, second hour Writers Week. Let's hear it. Round of applause. Here we go. You know, we have a Pulitzer Prize winning author coming up next hour, but the most important thing is we have your peers up here speaking in front of you today, willing to share their pieces, which is going to be super exciting, right? This is why we're here, is for you all to share your voices. I do want to give a quick shout out, though. New this year, this is really pretty cool. So as you're listening to your peers present, we have these thank you cards set up here. So if you're ever feeling like you want to say something, acknowledge the awesome words that they have up here, come up and write a nice thank you. We have some cool thank you notes and pens and a mailbox that you can toss it in there. So do that, right? Acknowledge what your peers are saying. Okay? Thank you. Shout out boosters, all the good stuff. Teachers, awesome. Anderson, Ank, you guys rock. Okay? Let's get this started. We have Camilla.
Hi. Shout out to Mrs. Fudal's AP Lit class. So I wrote this poem about like losing the spark in like things that you enjoy, and I kind of compared it to like when you kick someone out of your house. Yeah. They have all overstayed their welcome. It was fun while it lasted, but eventually they just loiter, unbothered, close friends to strangers, unable to pay what is required. All of them have turned out the same way. I used to know my roommate paper mache, inspired by the things I wanted to make. Now the glue and all the paper, creations unfinished, stay tucked in a box in my closet. And as for me, I washed my hands again and again. The feel of the glue still lingers on my hands. I kicked her out and didn't look back. As for my roommate's guitar and clarinet, they sit lifeless in the corners of my room. A layer of dust has coated them. Mold has grown on the old reeds, and the strings are all out of tune. And as for me, I hide under the blanket, trying to shield myself from the echoes of the melodies I used to play. I kicked them out and covered my ears. And as for my roommate Art, they moved in and brought everything with them. Canvases, boards, journals, lined all my shelves and filled my drawers. I'd bring a pencil and a sketchbook to bed with me. We would stay up late whispering secrets, but now there's nothing left to say. Pencils remain unsharpened, papers blank, old finished pieces all piled in a corner, next to my instruments, underneath my old paper creations, yet Art still demands to know more. But as for me, I turn away. I took my hands in my pockets and closed my eyes, unable to escape the ghost of my passion. I kicked her out, but I wish she could stay. Up next is Omar.
Hi, I'm Omar Brito. So this poem I wrote is dedicated to people who have finally went to their country of ethnicity, and I reflect on my few visits to Mexico. And I wrote this poem because I wanted to express where I'm from, where my family's from, during a time where it may seem that having pride in your country of origin may have felt suppressed. As of recently, people like me and my family have been labeled as aliens, savages, animals, but we are human at the end of the day, and the only thing more powerful than the hate is the love. And I wanted to dedicate this poem to my people. As a Mexican American, there is something about the land of Mexico, a version of yourself you never knew existed, a version of yourself that feels rooted in its humid soil. The culture of our parents lives in us many ways, but it's not always taught. You see it every day. But when you arrive, you easily fit in. It's not where you grew up, but it feels familiar. It's a place that reminds us that culture has no borders. You get a glimpse of where your ancestors grew up. Your heritage begins to tug at you. Even though you don't live here, this place knows you. It knows what you've been through, and it will always have a place for you. Mexico, my blood, my soul, my heart. I wanted to honor my father. I wanted to honor each Mexican who had to fight twice as hard to get as far. I stand here carrying their sacrifices forward, like my dad. Thank you. Next, Reda.
Hi everyone. My name's Aradna and I'm a sophomore. Shout out to Miss Marsh's second period English. I dedicate this poem to everyone in my life who has gotten me through some tough times. This poem is titled Dancing Through the Storm. The storm. They tell you that the storm always comes to an end at some point in time. They promise that the clouds will break if you just wait it out. Everything happens for a reason, they say, but they're not the ones standing in the never-ending rain, rain that lasts for months, months that turn into seasons, seasons that bleed into years. Time heals all wounds, they say, but they don't prepare you for the way the air stays heavy or how one day you forget the exact color of a clear blue sky. No one ever tells you about the storm itself because that's the hardest part to get through. And yet, they tell you that there's always a rainbow at the end of every rain. But to make a rainbow, you need sunlight. So what happens after the rain if there was never any sunlight during the storm? Hope. Hope is defined as a dream in the mind of what can come. More simply put, hope is like a white-knuckled reflex, an instinct to reach for every bit of happiness when the rest of the world just seems to be noise and rain. It's what makes you want to hold on and never let go, even when you know it's best if you just let it be. Hope is the feeling that there will be light after the storm and puddles to dance around in. Hope is people. Sometimes I like to look back at the road I've walked so far, gaze at my footprints that stretch through miles of gray, and remember what life has offered me. The experiences, the memories, but most importantly, the people. The people who didn't just wait for that storm to end. My family, my friends, everyone I've ever loved, who grabbed my hand, who built me back up carefully, brick by brick. So thank you to my parents for always giving me grace, to my friends for always showing me love, to my sister, to my teachers, and to those who have stood beside me through it all. In the end, it's the people who give us sunlight, the people who become our hope, who stand with us during that storm, reminding us until we remember how to dance in the puddles again. Thank you. Next up is Mara.
Awesome, okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna come here.
I can extend my tippy toes, it's fine.
All right, hi, I'm Mara, and I'm gonna be doing something a little bit different. So I have a short story prepared today that I also made into a comic. So you'll look at the panels projected here while I narrate it. And also, the flower that I have projected right now is called a blue scilla, and it's like those little blue flowers that you see like bloom like twice a week in a year. So just to preface it. Oh, and shout out to Ms. Marsh's second period. I sit in a plain gray computer lab. My eyes struggle to stay focused on the screen. The only noise is the sound of footsteps and the clicking of keyboards. Already finished with my last project, there isn't anything left for me to do but to mindlessly look through my computer. My endeavors led me to my Google Drive, where I came across a folder for an old project. Whoa, I whispered to myself. I forgot about these videos. Clicking one of the files, I'm presented with a short clip. Me and my friends hanging out near the baseball field during gym. Warmth fills my chest, causing me to grin. I remember this. We were laughing about how I fell earlier that day and bickering about what would be the best camera shot. Everything starts coming back to me. the texture of the grass, the thin air of spring. Those were good days. The painted scene in my mind fades away as I curiously see what other treasures there are to uncover. I click another file. This time, I see the public library bookshelves. It seems I filmed it sitting on the ground. A voice can be heard from off camera, from someone sitting next to me.
So I'll move here on the graph and then.
That voice. Every emotion I felt back then all rushed up from the depths of my mind, all arguing with each other for who gets the spotlight. The love, the hate, the confusion, the days of longing, the teen stupidity of believing it would all last. I snap out of my trance to realize I had logged out of my computer, cutting out the rest of the video. I can't shake off the thick feeling that's left on me. It sticks to me like a spider's web, his voice weaving every strand, stringing back together the forgotten days of our past, sitting in the park field together, consoling our distraught emotions, spending time in the library. Oh my gosh. Okay. Spending time in the library talking about whatever was on our minds. The day I had to say goodbye forever. That voice, I haven't heard that voice in a long time. I'm still getting over the shock that I'm actually sitting next to him again. He still looks the same way as the last time I saw him, if not better. He still wears the same frumpy sweatshirt, still has his rough, calloused hands and cracked lips. It's as if no time has passed at all. Grass rolls and waves as far as my eyes can see. I watch the dandelions and blue scilla flowers sway around our legs, the same flowers we exchanged all the time back then. They seem to take on their own rhythm, dancing and intertwining with each other, flowing in the wind. I can't believe you actually had time to come visit, I smile. He really is sitting in front of me. He decided to come visit when I thought he'd never choose to see me again. All my prior doubt disappears.
What can I say? I miss you.
He replies, his voice echoes in my head. I forget all the pain I experienced before, all the days I doubted if we were meant for each other, fighting against the time bomb, questioning if he really loved me. I guess there was a happy ending waiting for me after all. I miss you too. I fall onto his body, pulling myself in his chest. I close my eyes and feel everything all at once. The roughness of his hoodie on my skin, the scent of his cologne, the ends of his curly hair pricking my cheek. The warmth from his hand spreads from my back, venturing up my shoulders, to my chest, down my arms, and then settling on my hands. I take it all in, savoring every sensation. Every breath, every subtle movement, the fighting of emotions inside me silences. I know exactly what I feel now. I'm so immersed in my bliss that I at first don't notice the warmth slowly fade away from my fingertips. I feel it disappear from my arms, in my chest, and my back. In replacement, I feel a numbing cold rest on my skin. I open my eyes to reveal that he's gone, and in replacement is a sharp knife resting on my body where he once laid. The knife cuts my hand and then clatters into the grass as I sit up, startled at the revelation. All the scilla flowers that had shown a bright blue now are wilted and turned a mushy gray. I'm all alone in a field of lasting dandelions, but I can only see the spots where the blue scillas once filled the world. I wake up surrounded in a blanket of blue darkness. It takes me a couple seconds to realize I'm lying in my bed. The dream slowly fades back into my memory in flashes of color and emotion. His hair, his hands, and his clothes are all projected in my recall, but not once could I see his eyes. It didn't happen. None of it happened. He didn't come visit me. He didn't say he missed me. It was all fake. I feel my throat tighten, my eyes and nose sting. Tears streak down my cheeks, and I pull my face into my knees. I don't want what happened in my dream at all. This is something I wanted a long time ago, before I could understand that what I was feeling wasn't love, but hurt. I thought I was done with all this, so why can't I just forget? Thank you. And next is I can't pronounce. Renaya? I'm so sorry if I butchered that.
Hi, my name is Pranaya Shankar. This is my 4th year presenting at Writers Week. So first, I want to give a shout out to Maneo's second period lit. And today I'm going to be reading a poem for all of my fellow seniors. Time in its concept seems to be eternal, yet in its reality there's nothing more limiting. I try to keep track of it all in my journal, but life moves so fast it doesn't end up fitting. Time fools us with the promise of a new day, yet it caps those same days at a mere 24 hours. Under false pretense, we laugh and we play, not knowing how quickly that ephemeral joy sours. The time for independence is quickly approaching. Responsibilities replace the games we once played. We no longer receive direct help or coaching, since once we turn 18, those needs apparently fade. I long for the comfort of my mother's embrace, but if she held me, she'd just be holding me back. Society forces us to grow up at a rapid pace, not acknowledging all the experience we lack. I used to dread the long minutes of each day, waiting so impatiently for some sort of rush. Now I rush through life waiting for a delay, appreciating any peaceful moment of hush. Taking pauses makes the time go less quick, and my inner child rekindles. The clock's hand continues to tick as our time before graduation dwindles. I'm scared to act as the adult that I've not yet become, but I know hundreds of other seniors feel the same. Together, we're all facing the same outcome, so there's no need for anyone to feel any shame. The time is now here. We join hands and throw green hats into the air, laughing and playing as we cheer, not knowing why we were ever so scared. And next up is Ria Rao.
I'm just gonna hold it. Hi, my name is Ria, and shout out to second period Mrs. Fudala's class. So I have a poem here, and I'm also going to share my experience with new things, but my poem is called I Don't Know How to Dance. I don't know how to dance. I never took any classes, and I usually have 2 left feet. But when that music comes on, you know, the kind that lines up with the beat of your heart and the rhythm of your soul, I shake and twirl and move my body, and I look ridiculous doing it because I don't know how to dance. Yet, there's something beautiful about doing it anyway. Thank you. So I kind of wrote this poem because, especially in this day and age, I feel like since everything is online and we are always seeing the best versions of our other people and always feeling like we need to be the best versions of ourselves, I feel like nobody wants to try new things anymore in fear that they're going to look stupid because they don't know how to. And if you feel like that's you, just dance. You don't have to be good at it to try it, or you don't have to be good at it to just do it if you want to do it, because I think it's just human to dance. And it's not just dancing, obviously. This is a metaphor for all kinds of new things, but you don't have to be perfect and you don't have to be good at it to do it, because the people who really are good at it and the people who you look up to are not going to judge you for trying, because everybody starts somewhere, and it really doesn't matter if you start when you were 4 years old, or you start in high school, or you start after high school. You can start whenever you want. You can literally be whoever you want to be at any time in your life, and the people who really care about you are not going to judge you for it. So I just wanted to share my experience with this in dancing, even though it's something simple, because when everyone knows that type of song that comes on and you just feel like you have to move your body, even if you're alone, just do it, because it makes a difference. Thank you. Next up is Natalie Jester.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and this is my first time speaking at Writers Week, so I'm really excited and hope you enjoy. I remember sitting in my kindergarten classroom, clutching the locket that my mom gave me to hold every time I missed home. As a 6-year-old with anxiety, I struggled talking to anyone, even my friends. The whole day ahead of me would overwhelm me, and I couldn't help but cry and resisting in class. I hated the negative attention on me. I hated having my head down, but still feeling all the other kids' eyes staring at me, not knowing what was wrong with me. I was a very silly and thoughtful kid, but I would worry that my teachers and classmates couldn't see that through my tears. My family, friends, teachers, and even my principal at the time couldn't have been more empathetic. They would teach me deep breathing strategies, positive thinking, and even let me bring my stuffed animals to school for comfort. I knew that they cared so much, but all I wanted them to do was to go inside my head. I wanted them to feel exactly what I was feeling in my body and in my mind. I wanted them to realize that breathing wasn't going to make the long schedule on the whiteboard any shorter. I didn't want recommendations, I wanted a solution. I remember a specific Sunday night when I was in kindergarten, and I was sobbing at the kitchen table, telling my mom about the panic I felt about the 5-day week ahead of me. Take it day by day, she told me. I don't remember the rest of our conversation. I was for sure too worked up to comprehend anything else she said, but that part stuck with me. So, from then on, I decided to make it my goal to take it day by day until I was able to take it week by week and eventually month by month. I kept working at it even when the school day felt impossible to get through. Flash forward to spring of my freshman year, and I was about to perform in my first ever musical here at Fremd, something completely new to me and something I went into knowing no one. I remember as I was getting ready backstage, I thought about all the new people I met through this experience. I thought about one of the closest friends I made, a boy who got bullied every day for expressing himself differently than the other kids at our school. I thought about the girl backstage I recently met who is neurodivergent and got weird stares from the rest of the company. Although I had only known these people for 2 months, I cared about them so much and I would stand up for them whether they realized it or not. I didn't have the same problems as them, I never claimed to, but I did know what it was like to be different. 3 years later, I was back in a kindergarten classroom, but this time it was my first day as a student intern, and I immediately got a hug from a boy, who I soon observed that next to him was his teacher's aide, who stuck with him throughout the day to assist him with his special needs. As I was hugging him, I looked across the room to see a little girl with her head down, tears in her eyes, missing home, holding a locket. Through her tears, I saw a girl who loves to make her family laugh. I saw a girl who loves being on stage. I saw a girl who will grow up to stand up for that boy I was currently hugging on the other side of the classroom. I know that she will forever feel empathy for those around her because she knows what it's like to be different. I don't have all the answers for her, and I don't have one easy solution to make this 6-year-old's worries disappear. However, I do know that she will be okay, as long as she clutches her locket and takes it day by day. Thank you. Next up, we have Gabby Vasquez.
Hi, my name is Gabby. Oh, sorry for my voice. It's a little rough lately. Okay, so I wanted to preface this by, I wrote this piece about a month after my childhood dog died, in the depths of my grief. So I'm gonna give you guys a bit of a warning. It's a heavier topic, so if you need to do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself. And since I wrote this piece, things have gotten better. The grief has gotten easier. I don't cry as much anymore, and I've even gotten a new dog. I love him very much, but obviously he can't replace Poppy, which is the title of this piece. Poppy, there isn't one day that goes by that I don't think of and miss you in some way. Losing you was just like losing a sister. Although you were my dog, I felt closer to you than my actual sister sometimes. You always were there when I needed to cry or talk. You were such a good listener. That being said, you couldn't really respond back to me, but nonetheless, a great dog to be around. Part of me died with you that night. As I cling to the pillow you slept on at night while I try to sleep, I can't help but cry and think of you. What's up with that anyways? Whoever said that there are 5 stages of grief is full of crap, because I just can't stop crying. Every night before bed, as I'm trying to sleep, something reminds me of you, and all of a sudden, I can't breathe and my pillow is soaked with tears. Even just now, I was trying to sleep, but instead, I started crying, and now I'm writing this. Lately, I've been having dreams about you, that I walk in the door and you're laying down, and I'm so happy to see you and hold you again. The hard part is that even when I'm in it, I know it's just a dream. I'm so shocked that you're back because I know you're really gone. That's how I know it's not real. I can't bring you back to me. I guess that's also a good thing sometimes because I know to hold you tighter and to give you more pets. I would do anything just to smell and pet you one last time, to hold you and say goodbye. Saying goodbye was the hardest part. I still can't eat those Aldi Spice cookies without thinking about how that was the last thing you ate before you went to sleep. I can't go downstairs without seeing you in the place you were laid to rest. I can't look in the backyard without seeing you running around, chasing every animal in sight. I miss you so much, it hurts all the time. Every single part of me hurts. I know it's only been a month, but I don't think I can ever get another dog. I don't think I'll ever love any animal like I loved you. You're everything to me, Poppy. You were everything. Thank you.
I have a second poem I'm going to read. So this one's called I'm Nostalgic for the Present. The moment I'm living in right now is the moment my grade school self could only imagine in her wildest dreams, and my grandparent self one day in the far future will fondly recall as the good old times, with a smile on her face. Yet, why does it seem so lackluster while I'm living it? I see the past with rose-tinted glasses, the future with eager eyes, yet I neglect the present. From now on, I'm determined to find joy everywhere, to feel my emotions, to savor the moment, because the moment is fleeting. But the night is still young. I'm nostalgic for the present. Thank you.
Okay, this is a poem I wrote based on this quote from a book in my Lang class last year. So the quote was, "So many people live within unhappy circumstances and yet will not take the initiative to change their situation because they are conditioned to a life of security, which may appear to give one peace of mind, but in reality, nothing is more damaging." So the poem I wrote is called Through the Fog. Foggy confusion crowds all five senses, so thick that when I look down, it's as if my feet have disappeared. I take a walk hoping to clear my muddled mind, but there is no way to tidy the mess without knowing what was spilled. Limb by limb, I meld into the mist, being sucked in by the overwhelming air until I too am nothing. Buzzing bees of thoughts swarm the hive that is my head, but I am not capable of being the queen. I can't control them. Clouded by millions of ideas, my body becomes encompassed by smog, everything gone except the organs that sustain my living. When everything is changing, it's my heart that stays beating, my lungs that keep breathing. Perceiving nothing but panic, I continue to live, though not of my own volition. I roam for years as a haze of white with floating vitals, so close to being ghost, but not yet dead, no, still alive. I have always lived simply because that is what my body kept doing. But living is a privilege, and if I am to live, I should do so completely. If I rely only on my anatomy to survive, there will be no life that I have lived when it comes to an end. The vapor will dissipate, leaving no trace of me behind. Instead, I will let my experiences and emotions push me to be vulnerable, and even when everything is changing and my organs stop functioning, I will at least have a sound mind to keep me stable through the fog. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to read my narrative essay I wrote in Miss Ank's AP Lang class last year. September 16th, 7 a.m. I'm running out the door without my shoes on, my lunch falling out of my bag, my hair in a ratty bun. 7:15 a.m. I sit down at my friend group's declared breakfast table. I'm missing something. What am I forgetting? 1:45 p.m. I feel off. I don't feel like myself. All I want to do is cry, but I don't know why. 1:50 p.m. I forgot to take my meds. I have rehearsal after school. So much for taking them later. I won't be home until 6. Even one day can make my life so much harder than it should. I have been taking Lexapro for a little over a year now. Without consistency, not only does the medication not work as effectively, but my mood can't regulate normally. For me, taking it every day was absolutely necessary. The truth is, the winter of my sophomore year was probably the hardest thing I've ever faced. My classes were getting extremely difficult for me to keep up with, combined with my extracurriculars and home life. I'd never really been good with time management, but especially now it was becoming my downfall. Every time I woke up for school, I felt a pain in my chest, knowing that by the end of the day, I'd have an additional mountain of homework that I'd have to start at 6:30 because I don't get home until 6. I was falling into unhealthy eating and sleeping habits, skipping lunch to do homework, sometimes and never eating breakfast because I'd wake up in just enough time to get ready and run to the bus. I was falling asleep at 11:30 to 12 and waking up at 5:30 so that I could shower in the morning because I was too exhausted to do it the night before. Not to mention, I was falling asleep in class. And of course, because I was getting no sleep, my immune system was shot and I was getting sick every other week. I found myself crying most days because of all the stress in my body and mind. All in all, my mental, physical, and emotional health were all plummeting. My family and friends were growing concerned about me because I wouldn't talk to them about my struggles, but it was obvious that they were there. I got to my lowest point in December, not even thinking I would make it into the new year. It had even gotten to a point where friends were sending frantic messages to my mom, telling her how scared they were for me. The next day, my mom, dad, and aunt all sat me down with me at the table. They talked to me about my life and how this feeling is only temporary, how much more there is ahead of me if I just keep going. One thing they really said stuck with me. You can't keep doing this to yourself because whether you want it or not, eventually it will kill you. That made me really reflect on what I was doing. And slowly but surely, I was killing myself. I broke down. The only thing I felt in that moment was pain. Pain from guilt, from sadness, from fear. I decided it was time to start recovering, or at least trying to. By no means was it easy, but slowly and surely, I did. My friends supported me throughout the process, making sure I never felt alone or discouraged. My parents helped me find the right dosage of medication for me, making recovery much easier. Although all of this helped, I never would have made it out if I had given up or wasn't determined. Nobody really talks about how much determination it takes to recover from something like that. It's the hardest thing I've ever done, by far. Having overcome this, now I'm confident that I can face challenges in my life and come out the other side. Thank you.
All right, this is just a poem I wrote from an essay project last year. The majestic fawn runs through a forest. Its presence is a guide for the lost and hopeless, locked in the dark woods. It leaves a glow in its path for those to follow, to also be rekindled by its message and rise from the trenches of our world. The hunter searches for its prey. It spots the fawn, its target. Arrow loaded, he strikes. The fawn lies dead, its glow dwindling away, milked dry by the hunter's hunger. The hunter returns to its master, the lifeless fawn in his arms. It's perfect, exactly what his master wanted, but it's missing something, the glow. They would never get it, no matter how hard they try, and the lost in the forest will never find their way out. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it again for our presenters this hour. So, selfishly, I've been to, 15 years of these presentations in Writers Week, and my favorite still to this day, I've seen a lot of professional authors, musicians, you name it, even English teachers that want to be musicians that come up here, fanboys, right? It's a great time. It's going to be awesome this week. Can't wait for it. But my favorite by far are the student presentations, right? You guys are awesome. It's incredible. So my question for you, what is your favorite memory or moment for Writers Week? You get to go too.
I get to go too. Yay! I really like the music performances, like Fanboys, and then if you guys know like Mr. T, like he's amazing. He's part of one of my favorite teachers. So
I think my favorite my favorite memory from Writers Week was when I presented last year with you, and just like after all of it happened, like just being like so proud of each other. Yeah.
I think my favorite part of Writers Week is always like the musical performances and Fanboys. It's always really fun to see like the teachers performing.
My favorite memory is when there was this guest presenter and they talked about how they met their fiance at Writers Week.
Mine is probably seeing the students present. I feel like it's probably the best part of it.
I have this memory of seeing Ross Gay last year, and was it last year? I think it was last year. And I actually like ended up writing my college essay on like something based on something he said, and so I just really like that stuck with me.
I like when the teachers speak, and I also like when the students present.
My favorite memory is probably seeing Mrs. Rosala present last year. If any of you guys know her, she's very optimistic and like upbeat, and I just saw a side of her and like her backstory that I would have never expected from her, and she's really strong and cool for that. So shout out Miss Rosala.
My favorite memory from Writers Week is probably freshman year Fanboys, because it was like my first time seeing all these teachers that I had, like being weird.
All right, so if you find me over here, I am sitting behind a nice table of books, right? We have a solid collection of books for sale that all can go towards perhaps signatures if you want to get them signed later on, perhaps by a Pulitzer Prize winning author. But speaking of books, let's talk about favorite books. So our presenters today, what is your favorite piece that you have read perhaps recently, in the past, maybe growing up, whatever that is? What is that book that really shines brightly in your memory?
I don't really particularly like reading, but I would say maybe my favorite book is probably like The Maze Runner in like 5th grade.
I love reading, but I'm really bad at this question because I forget all the books and authors the second I read them. I've started tracking them. I've got 3 down for 2026. But anyway, so probably my favorite book is whatever I'm reading at the moment. I've never read a book I like hate, so that would be my answer.
Yeah, this is a hard question, but I'd probably say Beautiful Boy. It's if anyone's seen the movie, it's what the movie was based off of, and I really liked seeing it in writing, and it was a really good read.
I just recently read this book called Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil, and it's really good, so I recommend that.
I'm not much of a big reader, but like the last book maybe that like stuck out to me was Jose Olivares' Promises of Gold. I got it in Ms. Gerber's class last year, so.
My favorite book is the Six of Crows book series. It's really, really good. Yeah.
I'm not much of a reader, but one of my favorite books, like I'm reading it right now, it's called All My Rage, and I recommend it. It's really good.
This isn't a book, it's a web comic. It's called The Sound of Magic by Ikwon Ha. It's also adapted into a drama on Netflix, and the way that he executes symbolism in his style is just so beautiful. It's genuinely life-changing for me.
I'm not too big of a reader also, but my friend introduced me to like a series called Percy Jackson like a year ago, and my favorite book is Heroes of Olympus: The Lost Hero, because it introduces my favorite character in the entire like fan thing. His name is Leo Valdez. He's the best one in there.
All right, fantastic, great answers, great book recommendations. We have like couple more minutes here. I'm gonna go, actually, I don't know if we have enough time. Actually, I'm gonna take a question from the audience. Does anybody in the audience have a question for any of our presenters here? Yeah, what do we got? Oh, where'd you get your idea for the comic? Right? Here you go.
Oh, yeah, perfect. I was just kind of like playing with the idea of learning to let go. It's something that I personally struggle with a lot, and I felt like having this sort of like relationship being represented through flowers was something that connected with me because blue scilla flowers, they only last 2 weeks, and dandelions are like a whole season. And just like, just kind of like sitting there and like, even if you're done, you've moved on, like your past emotions will like carry through with you.
The assignment was also because our English teacher assigned like a comic thing, so we had to like draw like 5 panels, but she outdid herself, and I'm really proud of her.
All right, one last round of applause for our presenters here. Nice job. All right, great job. You're an awesome audience. Appreciate you. If you're sticking around for next hour and you want the book signed, and you don't have many opportunities to get a book signed by a Pulitzer Prize winner, we have it right over here. Come up and grab a book.
Success to each other and pass it along. Viva la compagnie! Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor! Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor! Viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie! Come all you good fellows and join in with me. Viva la compagnie! And raise up your voices in close harmony. Viva la compagnie! Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor! Viva la, viva la, viva l'amor! Viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie! Should time or occasion compel us to part, viva la compagnie. These days shall forever enlighten the heart. Viva la, 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 viva la compagnie. Viva la, 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 viva la compagnie. Let every old bachelor fill up his glass. Viva la compagnie, and drink to the health of his favorite lass. Viva. Let every old married man drink to his wife. Viva la compagnie. The joy of his bosom and comfort of life. Viva la compagnie. Viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie. Viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie. Viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva l'amor, viva la compagnie. Yes. One, two, three. Bum, 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 bum. When the night has come, and the land is dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should tumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Hello? Good morning, third period. I know of 25 people who are going to do better. Good morning, third period. Yeah. Today is a real treat for the whole school, but I'm fangirling pretty hard up here. Before I get into our introduction of our speaker this morning, I first wanted to make sure that we give a big thank you to the boosters who help pay for and support Writers Week. I would be very disappointed in myself if I didn't highlight Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Ank, who go to great lengths to plan such an incredible week, so please give a round of applause to them. And of course, it would be really important to say thank you to each of you as being great audience members. Writers Week is an important time to come together and share stories as a community. And when we come together and are respectful and engaged, it makes it a much more powerful experience. So thank you for making great choices this period as well. It is my very big pleasure and honor and fangirling moment to introduce our next guest. For those of you who are not familiar with what a Pulitzer Prize is, it's kind of a big deal. Music has the Grammys and stage awards have the Tonys. Television and music, of course, have the Golden Globes and the Emmys, but journalism and literature have the Pulitzer. And our next guest, Jonathan Eig, was the recipient of this prestigious award in 2023 for his best-selling book, King, A Life. This just happened to come from my bookshelf at home because I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm confident that you guys would, and hopefully will, enjoy his talk and his other works, which include Muhammad Ali, biographies of Muhammad Ali, Lou Gehrig, and Jackie Robinson. But today, I would like to have you help me welcome to the stage Jonathan Eig.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here for Writers Week. This is my second time at Writers Week, and you guys are so lucky to have something like this. I can't imagine how geeked I would have been about having something like this when I was in high school. My writing career began at about this age. I was 16 when I started working for my high school newspaper and then talked my way into a job at my hometown newspaper. This was in suburban New York. And I just went into the office and did whatever they wanted me to do, answered phones, typed stuff up, even though I wasn't very good at typing. And I just couldn't get enough of newspaper work. I just wanted to be a newspaper reporter my whole life. And that's what I set out to do. I worked at my high school paper till I became the editor-in-chief, and then I went to school at Northwestern to study journalism, and I just thought that I would be a newspaper reporter forever and ever. And I was very happy doing that for a long time. And I'll tell you a little bit about how I made the transition from being a newspaper reporter to writing books, and then I will tell you about working my way up to the biggest book that I ever wrote and the book that I won the Pulitzer for, the biography of Martin Luther King Jr. I'll take you through all of that in like 30 minutes or so, and then I'll leave some time for questions. I hope you'll have some. Don't be shy. When I started out at this age, I was a shy person, a shy kid. I was afraid to talk to girls, certainly, but really just about anybody. But I found, working for my school paper, when I had a notebook in my hand, I could overcome that shyness, and I could talk to people who I might not have otherwise talked to. And in part because I was shy, I liked the idea of being able to rewrite my thoughts, to find a way to express myself in words that were better than the words that might have just come out of my mouth, and that I had time to compose myself. And I had this opportunity to learn about things that maybe were off limits to me. How did the school budget work? Why did that teacher get fired? Why is there not enough funding for certain clubs when there's plenty of funding for sports, right? I was able to start asking. I could go up to the principal and ask for a meeting to discuss these things. That felt like a kind of power to me. The notebook gave me a feeling as if I had a passport, and I had never been anywhere. I don't think I'd even been on a plane at that point in my life when I was 16. I had certainly never been out of the country, but with this notebook, I felt like I could open doors that had previously been closed to me. I visited the local fire department and asked them how they train, and all of this was just so exciting to me that I could go and do things that were not available to me otherwise. So I did this through high school. I went to Northwestern, determined that I was going to just get a job at a newspaper and work my way up to the New York Times and write for newspapers forever. And I have to tell you that I thought at the time that there was no safer business to be in than newspapers. Because every city had at least 2 newspapers, every big city. They had a morning paper and an afternoon paper, and every person got the newspaper. I don't know, well, probably you know, you're too young. Like, there were jobs even just delivering newspapers. I had one when I was 12 years old. I would stuff, I don't know, I think it was about 80 newspapers on the back of my bike and ride around and throw them on people's porches. So I thought, I'm going to be a newspaper forever. I got my first job in New Orleans at a newspaper there, just looking to get to the biggest newspaper I could possibly get to. And once again, this little reporter's notebook, I should have brought one for a prop, this little reporter's notebook became a passport to me. I had never been outside of New York. Now I'm living in Louisiana, which is the closest I've ever been to a foreign country, and it was pretty foreign. It was very different from anything I'd seen growing up. And I was assigned to this small town. That was my beat, to cover these small towns outside of New Orleans, where there were people who made a living fishing, catching shrimp. How do you catch shrimp? I was so curious. They're so small, how do you catch those things? I could take my little notebook and I could go on a shrimp boat and write a story about it. In fact, one of the things I had to do was cover city council meetings, and at one of the city council meetings, they talked about how the school enrollment in this town, Jean Lafitte, was down to only 30 students in high school because all the kids were quitting when they got to be 16, 17 years old to go work on their parents' shrimp boats. This was a real problem because their high school had no seniors. So I thought maybe I could go and write a story about that, and I spent a week on a shrimp boat and learned how they catch shrimp. So again, this is just, to me, the most marvelous, exciting job I could ever imagine. And I worked in newspapers for the next 12 years or so. I went from New Orleans to Dallas to Chicago, where I ended up working for the Wall Street Journal, which had a bureau in Chicago at the time with about 30 reporters in it. And I knew nothing about business. You might know that the Wall Street Journal is a business newspaper. I knew nothing about business, but I figured I'd learn. And that's, again, the beauty of thinking of yourself. I never thought of myself as a writer. I thought of myself as a journalist. I go out with my notebook, sometimes a tape recorder, but often no tape recorder because you're writing on deadline. You often have to file your story the same day. So if you have to transcribe that recording, and this is before the days before AI, if you have to listen to the tape, type everything on the tape, you're not going to make your deadline. You've got to go out, interview somebody, come back to the office, write the story that same day. It's a great way to learn to be a good writer because you're writing every day, sometimes 5 or 6 stories in one day. But I figured I could learn to be a business reporter. I figured I could learn anything. I tried feature writing. I tried investigative reporting. I tried political reporting. The world was just out there for me to try whatever I could do. And at one point, I began to think, I wonder how hard it would be to write a book. I read a lot of books. And the thing is, when you're doing something a lot, and I'm sure that there's something each of you feel passionate about, that if you could, you'd spend all your time on it, right? Is that if you could just take one class for the whole summer, or if you could just learn about one thing, or even, if you just wanted to work on your soccer game. If you had, imagine, I know how distracting life is at your age. I know how many classes you're juggling and extracurricular activities. Imagine if you could just focus on one thing all summer long or all year long. Well, as a newspaper reporter who's often writing 3 or 4 stories a day, the idea of writing a book felt like the greatest luxury of all. Could I take a couple of years to work on one thing, to learn everything there is to know about it? Well, it's something that kicked around in the back of my mind. And occasionally I'd be working on a story for the newspaper that felt so interesting to me that I wished that I could turn it into a book, that I could stay with it. But it never really happened. So the other thing that I think you do when you're passionate about something is that you try to see how others are doing it and how you can learn from them. And whenever I would read a book, I would imagine what it would be like to write that book. And I would try to discover the tricks. How did the writer do that? Sometimes I would even just type the book. If there's a book or a page or a sentence that really moves you, try writing it. See how it feels. And see if you can maybe learn something from that and adapt it, sometimes copy it. I can remember plenty of stories I wrote for newspapers where I was trying basically to steal the style of another writer. Sometimes I would take the sentence structure from another writer and try to write my own sentence with that same structure. In fact, I still do this to this day. I wrote a book about the invention of the birth control pill. I'll get to the books in a minute, but I wrote a book about the invention of the birth control pill, and the first sentence of that book is basically the exact same rhythm of the first sentence of Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea. So it's the same thing that musicians do. You hear something you like, you try it and make it your own. But I was reading books thinking about whether I could someday be a writer and someday be a book writer. And I was reading Seabiscuit. Anybody know the book or the movie? All right, I got a few hands. It's a book, the book is way better than the movie. It's a book about a famous racehorse in the Great Depression. And I was sitting at the dinner table with my wife, talking about why I love this book so much, why it was probably the best sports book I'd ever read. And I was a massive sports fan. As a kid, your age, that's all I would read for fun was sports books, sports biographies. I read them all. And they're all, to me, they all felt a little bit simplistic, juvenile, too focused on the sports. But this book blew my mind because it was really a book about character, about struggling through the Great Depression. The horse didn't even really matter that much. This was a story about underdogs coming together to do something that seemed impossible. It's just a great underdog story. It's like Rocky, but with horse racing instead of boxing. And as I was describing to my wife why this book was so good, I thought, I wonder if I could do the same thing. Take a book about sports, but tell a story about something that's much bigger than sports. Because if you're writing about sports, again, some of this is just like me figuring out the formula. You've got somebody who was covered a lot during their time. An athlete, every time they perform, there are newspapers reporters documenting it. They're being interviewed all the time. They're famous. So you've got primary source material. But you can take what seemed like a simple story and build it into something bigger. And just over dinner with my wife, talking about Seabiscuit, I said, Lou Gehrig, for example. There's a story that could be about much more than sports. It's Lou Gehrig is baseball's greatest first baseman, played for the Yankees, was the strongest man in baseball, strongest and sturdiest, played 2,130 consecutive games without ever missing a game, without ever taking a day off. And yet, at the age of 35, he found out he was dying of an incurable disease that usually killed people in just a year or two. What was that like? That's much more than a baseball story. That's a human tragedy. That's a classic tragedy. It's a tragedy that all of us face. We've all lost someone close to us. We've all struggled we all will struggle with death at some point. How did this great, strong man at the age of 35 deal with the fact that he was dying? What happened to the people around him, to the people he loved? I knew the baseball part of the story would be easy to tell. But could I tell the human part of the story? And that's the moment, really, where I began to think of myself as a book writer. And to try something that maybe felt beyond my reach. And I want to say to you today, no matter what your dream is, maybe somebody here wants to write a book and win a Pulitzer for it. Maybe somebody here wants to compose a symphony. Maybe somebody here the first place to start is with giving yourself permission. If I had said, well, I'm not a book writer, or I'm not really an expert on baseball, or don't I need permission from the Yankees? I could have easily shut myself down. But instead, and my wife encouraged me, she said, why don't you try it? Why don't you see if you can get away with it? Maybe I could be a biographer. I had never been to school to become a biographer. I'd never taken a class or even like an online workshop. Could I teach myself to be a biographer? Would somebody give me a contract to write a book about Lou Gehrig? Well, as my wife said, why don't you find out? And I began in my spare time. I had a full-time job, had a new baby. I began in my spare time researching Lou Gehrig's life and trying to prove that I was good enough to write a book. It took me about 9 months. I produced a 130-page proposal. Here's my plan for how I'm going to write a book about Lou Gehrig. and I sent it out into the world. Now, I had no qualifications. I was working at the Wall Street Journal, so I had some connections, but nobody in my family had ever written a book. I had never met anybody really, I don't think at that point. Maybe some of my college professors had written books. But I was just a nobody sending this 130-page proposal off into the world. And you know what? It was a good idea. And if you've got a good idea, you've got 90% of what you need to take that leap. It turns out that, and I didn't know this, it was a very marketable idea that publishers thought we could sell that. There's a lot of Yankee fans out there. They don't really know anything about how Lou Gehrig struggled with his disease. And there's a lot of people with this disease, or people whose parents or relatives have suffered through this disease. The disease is now named after Lou Gehrig. So that's a part of the market too. So off I went with a contract in hand from Simon & Schuster to write my first book. And I had to figure out how to write a book by doing it. And I was very determined that I was going to not fail at this, but I was terrified of failing, of course. One of the things about being a book writer is that you fail in public. If you fail, the New York Times and dozens of others are going to write reviews saying, this book stinks. And the fear of having that happen drove me to work so hard. The book took me about 3 years. And the most nerve-wracking part for me, and I'm going to talk about the other books as well, but the most nerve-wracking part for me was what those reviewers might say. And my biggest fear was that they were going to say, well, there's just nothing really new here. We already knew all this from other things that have been written about Lou Gehrig over the years. And I interviewed everyone I could find. I looked for archival material. Eventually I found, and the thing about Lou Gehrig was that he was very shy. He never wrote his own memoir. He never gave interviews, very few. And he had no children, no grandchildren, so I couldn't interview people who knew him very well. No, not even any nieces or nephews. But I found 200 pages of letters that he wrote as he was dying, letters that he wrote to his doctor. And that changed everything. So now I had a really intimate portrait of somebody who we'd only known from a distance. And that made the book a huge success. And it made it to the bestseller list, and now suddenly I had this possibility that I wasn't sure that I could become a book writer and this would be my job, but I thought, I'm going to at least get a shot at writing another book. And to me, the key to making a career of this is choosing the right subject. And I think you'll agree that this is true for your history projects when you have to write a paper, for your English projects. You will end up enjoying these projects, even science investigations. You're going to be happier if you choose a good subject, right? Most of the time when you have regrets about these projects that you take on, these long-term projects, it's that you ended up not liking the subject. So very important for me is choosing the right subject. I need something that's going to keep me interested for 4 or 5 years of research, plus years of talking about it after the book is done. I need something that people are going to find interesting, that feels important and worth spending 5 years of my life on, and something that I think might sell. So if I wanted to write a book about my favorite 1940s jazz tenor saxophonist, well, how big of an audience is there for a book like that? Maybe not so much. If I'm passionate about it, okay, great. I was really passionate about writing a book about how the birth control pill was invented, even though my editor and my agent said there's not a big market for that book. We don't think it's going to sell very well. I decided I wanted to do it anyway, and maybe I proved them wrong. I didn't really prove them wrong. It didn't sell very well. But it's going to be a play in September at the Timeline Theater based on my book. Please come. And I think once people see the play, maybe the book will sell a little better. It's okay. You have to follow your passion as well as, if all you're doing is following your bank account and thinking, what's going to sell the most for me? Well, I'll write another Taylor Swift book, even though there's already 20 of them out there. No, you've got to write about, I'm not doing this for the money. I'm not getting rich by being a writer. It's not going to happen. But I am writing, and I love what I do, and I get paid for it. I got to write about something I'm passionate about. So my second book was about Jackie Robinson's first season in baseball, in part because the first book was a baseball book and it sold well and my editors wanted me to stick with baseball. Then I really wanted to break away from baseball. so I didn't get stuck doing nothing but baseball books. So my third book was about the investigation of Al Capone and why the government, how the government put him away, and how it turned out that they really kind of railroaded Capone, and he was not treated fairly, even though he was obviously a criminal. My fourth book was about the invention of the birth control pill, come to the play in September. And then I wrote a book about, and I began to think like, all right, I'm getting good at this. I know how to write a book. What's the most ambitious, most challenging, most important book that I can possibly write? And really that's the same mentality that I would use as a newspaper reporter. What's the most important story I can write? How am I going to get on the front page? As a newspaper reporter, there's a very objective standard for your success. Now it's how many clicks am I going to get? How many likes am I going to get? But at the time, it was how am I going to get on the front page? Now I'm thinking, what's the biggest and most important book I can write that might have a chance of selling? Because who knows what people are actually going to buy? You can't count on that. And it occurred to me at that point that there had never been a biography of Muhammad Ali, one of my great heroes as a kid. I had his poster on the wall in my room. Probably the most famous and most popular man of the 20th century. Boxing's not as popular now, but Ali's story is really relevant to the world we're living in. He stood up to racism in a way that no athlete, very few black men, period, even civil rights icons, did not stand up to racism the way Muhammad Ali did. He converted to Islam at a time when no one in America had ever heard of such a thing, and he defied his country by refusing to be drafted into the Vietnam War, gave up 3.5 years of his boxing career. This is a story about American protest. This is a story about race and religion, and we are still living with so many of the issues that Ali faced. And it occurred to me that he hadn't received a proper biography yet. So I set out to do that, and I interviewed hundreds of people who knew him. It was the first time that I had a book where hundreds of people were still around who I could talk to. And the Ali story became a 600-page book, the best, most difficult thing I'd ever written. I was super proud of it. I thought it should have won a Pulitzer. But from Ali, I began to think, well, there's nowhere to go from here. There's no way to go up from here. But then it occurred to me that as I was interviewing people for Muhammad Ali, some of the people I was interviewing also knew Martin Luther King. And I was asking them about the occasions in which Ali and King met. They met twice. And as I began talking to people like John Lewis and Harry Belafonte and Jesse Jackson and Andrew Young, these legends of the civil rights movement, it occurred to me that the legends of the civil rights movement are not going to be around much longer. And maybe I should interview everybody who knew Martin Luther King. Could I find his barber? Could I find his tailor? Could I find his next-door neighbor? Could I find the kids he played with in school? Could I find his college roommate? And it turned out there had not been a biography of Martin Luther King since 1982. And that just shook me, because this is such an important figure. And we've turned him into this very comfortable figure. Like, what do we know about Martin Luther King? Those of you who, I'm not sure most of you by now have read my book, but if you haven't, for one or two of you who haven't, what do you know about Martin Luther King? He had a dream, absolutely. What else? That's it. We know he had a dream. We know he got assassinated. We've read the letter from Birmingham jail. Did you know that his name was not Martin Luther King when he was born for the first 7 years of his life? He was Mike King. Did you know that he was exactly my height? Did you know that he suffered from depression and attempted suicide twice as a teenager? Did you know that he was hospitalized for exhaustion and thought he was dreaming because he was taking sleeping pills when he got the call that he won the Nobel Prize? It occurred to me from talking to his friends that we needed a book that reminded people that Martin Luther King was human. That when we turn our heroes like Martin Luther King into monuments and national holidays and streets, and when we remember I Have a Dream, we water down his real power. The I Have a Dream speech, how many people have read it? All right, that's awesome. The first half of that speech is almost completely forgotten. What are the parts we quote? I have a dream. I want my children to be judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. The first half is the part he wrote out and what he really wanted to present. The second half is when he got emotional and he decided to preach a sermon. The first half talks about reparations and police brutality. The first half talks about income inequality. And it says that when America freed its enslaved people, it made a promise. It wrote a check, and that check bounced. And we're coming for what you owe us. It was a radical speech. And King was such a radical that the day after the March on Washington, the most uplifting moment of the 20th century when it comes to race, this moment when it seemed like we could come together as a people, the next day, the FBI produces a memo that says, given King's dream, we must now consider him the most dangerous man in America when it comes to race. And they began wiretapping his home phone, his office phone. They planted listening devices in his hotel rooms because they wanted to destroy him. They literally sent him a note saying that the only way out was suicide. That's our government, our FBI doing that, the same government that honors him with a national holiday today. So how do you make sense of that? How do you introduce readers to a more radical King? To a more human King? Well, one of the things that I ask people to think about in the book is, what would you have done? What would you have done after the March on Washington? You've helped this country see a vision. You've also helped Congress pass the most important law, arguably, of the 20th century, the Civil Rights Act, and then the Voting Rights Act to follow. And you find out that your government is trying to destroy you, that they're tapping your phones, that they're leaking tapes of your conversations with women to the media. What would you do? You're already struggling with anxiety issues, feeling depressed, feeling like you don't know what the world expects. Why are they expecting miracles from me? I'm just a man. Well, I think a lot of us would have quit. I know I would have. But King, from that point on, and this is one of the marvels of the FBI surveillance, they meant to destroy him with it, and here I come along 60 years later, and I have access to those tapes, to the transcripts of the recordings made in King's private moments. And I can see what is going through his mind. I can read his conversations with his friends where he's saying, I feel like no one's listening to me anymore. Why is the media treating me so badly? Even the younger black activists are on his back, saying that he's old, that he's washed up. He's 35 years old now. What does he have to offer us? And what does King do in that moment? He doubles down. He refuses to quit. He begins speaking out more radically. He moves to Chicago in 1966 to point out that Chicago is just as segregated and just as racist as Alabama and Mississippi. We're just disguising it better. He moves into a home in North Lawndale to show what the housing conditions are like there. And Chicago treats him terribly. He's hit in the back of the head with a rock while marching through Marquette Park. Mayor Daley, this is the older Mayor Daley, makes him a bunch of promises, and then once he leaves town, abandons all those promises. King leaves and tells the reporters that the racists of Chicago could teach the racists of Alabama a thing or two. And yet he still doesn't give up. He begins speaking out on income inequality. He begins calling for guaranteed jobs, guaranteed income, childcare. He begins attacking the Vietnam War. And all along the way through this process, he becomes less and less popular. It's really important to remember that this man who we celebrate today, who we venerate, who we idolize, had a 2/3 negative approval rating in Gallup surveys by 1966. And as he was planning his last campaign, the Poor People's Campaign, he was beginning to focus more on human rights and income issues, the problems with capitalism. His popularity began to fall even more, and the FBI considered him an even greater threat and sent out a memo saying that we must do everything in our power, every bureau office, to stop him. And just before his assassination, he was planning the biggest campaign, the most radical campaign, to focus on income, to focus on the economy. And some people think that's what got him killed, that the government couldn't stand the thought of seeing him come after the capitalist system at that point. But he wouldn't give up. And on the last night of his life, he gave this speech, and I'm going to close here with just a couple more comments and then take your questions. But I want to remind you that King, on the last night of his life, was in Memphis, as you know. Why? For the sanitation workers' strike. Why was he there for a local issue that affected just, a couple hundred sanitation workers? It was because he was trying to make the point that all of us are the children of God. And if he's talking about issues of income inequality, if he's talking about human rights, then he has to be there for these sanitation workers. And he says on the last night of his life that if he could have lived at any time in human history, that this is the time he would have chosen. When he saw the struggle, when he saw the people fighting for justice, and that he might not live a long life. Longevity is a blessing, he says. He's 39 years old at this point. Longevity is a blessing, but that doesn't matter for me. I just want to do God's will. And he says that he believes that together the people will reach the promised land. I may not get there with you, he says, but we as a people will reach the promised land. And the next day, he's standing on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel, and he's shot. And his last words to his driver in the parking lot below, his driver said, "It's getting kind of chilly. You might want to go in and put on a jacket." And he says, "Okay, I will." His last words were, "Okay, I will." And if I did my job as a biographer, as a storyteller, as somebody who came along not knowing much about Martin Luther King, when you get to the end of this book, I hope you'll feel the power of those words, that King made a choice. He didn't have to be an activist. He didn't have to give his life for this cause, but he had something he believed in. And when the Montgomery bus boycott began, he volunteered. Not sure he wanted to be involved, but he said, "Okay, I will." And he said it over and over again. And I think that's the inspiration that I want to leave readers with, that I want to leave you with today, that no matter what obstacles you face, no matter how hopeless the world might seem, no matter how difficult the times ahead may be, we can all say, "Okay, I will." And the power for me of writing a biography is that I can help you understand, help all of us understand how one person might have felt in that moment, and maybe we can all take lessons from that. So thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. So I've saved us some time for questions. I can tell from looking at this group that there's going to be a lot of really great, smart questions. Yes?
If I remember correctly, in his autobiography, Malcolm X thought that the March on Washington wasn't effective. What did King's camp think about it?
Yeah, great question. Malcolm X was constantly mocking King. He called it the farce on Washington. He called King Reverend Dr. Chicken Wing. Malcolm X made a point of trying to paint King as the weak, equating pacifism and weakness. And King never really responded to that. And by the end of their careers, they both started to actually come together quite a bit. And James Baldwin wrote that they were almost indistinguishable in their philosophies by the end of their lives. And Malcolm actually went to Selma to try to meet with King at one point, and when he got there, King was in jail. But I want to use this opportunity to tell you a quick story, because one of the things that you can do when you have 6 years, this book took me 6 years, is that you chase down every possible angle. So for Muhammad Ali, I counted how many punches he was hit with over the course of his entire career. It was 200,000. With Martin Luther King, I thought he once said, according to many books that I've read, that Malcolm X's fiery oratory brought nothing but grief to black Americans. It was the most negative thing he ever said about Malcolm X. And it was printed in all of these textbooks. So I wondered where that quote came from. And it turned out it came from a magazine article, Playboy magazine. King did an interview with Alex Haley for Playboy magazine. It was the longest interview King ever gave. So I thought, well, let's see what's on the tapes. Maybe there's some other stuff that didn't make it into the article, because I have 6 years. I can chase down everything. So I found the original copy of that interview that King gave to Alex Haley for Playboy magazine. And it turned out that he never said that. The quote was entirely made up. And when asked about Malcolm X, King said, "We're both fighting for black dignity." The magazine changed the quote. So I feel like one of my important jobs, and all of us have a responsibility not to believe everything we read. In journalism school, they tell you if your mother says she loves you, check it out. And it's very important. So here I come along 60 some odd years later, and I can correct the record in a very important way, and hopefully the next batch of textbooks won't repeat the same lie. Yes, I see a hand back there. How does the research and writing affect my view of what I'm writing about? You have to stay open-minded. You have to be really, like when I write my proposals for these books, I know that they're not going to be good. If I'm not learning new stuff as I go along, if my opinion about my subject isn't changing, then I'm not doing my job. And as a result of that, your feelings are going to change. There were times where I really hated Muhammad Ali because I found out how he was treating his wives. And there were times where I became really angry about how the FBI was treating King, because I was writing this as the George Floyd protests were happening, right? So we're human, we have feelings. You have to stay open to being wrong about what you think is important. You have to stay open to writing critically about subjects that you come in really admiring. You know, when I found those 200 pages of Lou Gehrig letters, I thought, oh no, what if I find something really terrible in these letters? What if I find out he was a Nazi? What if I find out he was a Boston Red Sox fan? You know, that's going to shake my worldview, but I have to be honest, and and it's very important. You know, some people said to me, why did you need to put the details of King's sex life in the book? And I think it's very important to be honest, because why should you trust me when I write about the good things if I'm not going to share the bad things? It doesn't mean I have to sensationalize them, and I don't have to focus on them any more than necessary, but I think one of the things that you're trying to do, if you're asking someone to stay with you for the 600-page journey or to listen to a 23-hour audiobook, is they really better trust you, or they're not going to stick around. It's hard for me to see hands, so you know, feel free to make some noise if I don't see you. Oh yeah, hi.
You said when you were about writing your first book, the fear of bad reviews made you work even harder. I think I could be wrong, but the fear of like doing new things that you've never done is what stops a lot of people from doing those new things. So how did you push through and work even harder with that fear?
Yeah, the question was, you know, how do you push through when you're afraid of trying something you've never tried before? Well, what's the biggest risk that would come to me if I failed? I'd get a bad review, and it might be written in the New York Times that somebody says, this guy's just not a book writer. Like, he should go back to journalism. And there was one review that actually kind of said that, like, that his writing's kind of boring. And I was working at the Wall Street Journal at the time, where they really teach you to write in, like, very gray language, like nothing flowery. And that hurt, you know, that review hurt me, but it was probably true. Like, I think I've become a better writer. But so what? Like, you take your best shot, and if you're good, and you got to believe in yourself, and what's the worst thing that could happen? Like, somebody says, no, you're not good enough? Well, maybe I'll get another chance to try again, maybe not, and it's good, you know, okay, you're right, I'll go do something else for a living. But even with the King book, a lot of people said to me, I'm not sure it's a good idea. Like, you're taking on a national hero, and you're going to talk about his mental health, and you're going to talk about his struggles with his, you know, marital infidelity, and you know, white person writing about these negative things about a black person, that could come off badly. And I just thought, well, so what? What's the upside is that I could be Martin Luther King's biographer. I could write the best book ever written about Martin Luther King, or I could be trashed for writing a mediocre book about Martin Luther King. I'm going to take that chance because I believe that I'm probably going to put everything I've got into it, and I think I'm good enough to do it, and we'll find out. Like, it just didn't seem like that big a risk, so my career gets sunk, big deal. Like, that's how I think about it. Yes?
If you could sit down with King right now, what would be the first question you'd ask?
That's a great question. What would I ask King if I could? I have to tell you, with all of my subjects, I have dreams about them, and I dream that I get to ask them one question, and like usually they turn and walk away and they laugh at me in my dreams, or I see them walking down the street and I try to get their attention and they walk right past me. But I think I would ask King about his religious faith. I would ask him if that's what kept him going, and if so, how? Because even a lot of people who believe in God aren't willing to give up their lives for that belief. And I'd want to talk to him about his faith, I think. And if I can't see you, please make some noise.
Here in the front.
Okay. Oh, hi. What would you write about now if you had the chance? Well, I do have the chance. And in fact, winning the Pulitzer was great because it felt like I could write about whatever I want next, and my editor's not going to say no. And my kids were actually saying, Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift. But I'm writing about somebody, not everybody's going to know this name. I'm writing about George Soros. Raise your hand if you know who he is. Not a lot. Okay, so I'm going to have to do some work in selling this book. He's probably one of the most hated men on earth. So I'm going from one of the most beloved, iconic, idolized men on earth to one of the most hated. He's one of the richest men on earth, and he's given away something like $40 billion to fight what he says is fighting for democracy. Some people think he's fighting just for liberal democratic causes. And he's a Holocaust survivor who was basically the king of the hedge funds in the 80s and 90s and has given away $40 billion to try to fight to create his view of what the world should look like, which is basically trying to stop authoritarianism. And that's the way he describes it. And it's the first time I've written about somebody who's still alive. He's 95 years old, so I've been able to actually spend some time with him. We have time for one or two more questions. Oh, I see fingers pointing. Okay, I see fingers pointing over there. Hi. That's a great question. I always felt like it was better to write about dead people. I think subjects of biography are like snakes. You're better off handling them dead. Because you don't want to get emotionally involved with them. You don't want them to try to persuade you to what to write. And you don't want to if I'm charmed by him, does that mean I'm going to leave out some of the negative stuff? But the upside is that I can ask him questions like I wish I could have asked King about his faith. So it definitely presents challenges, but I'm enjoying the access, and I'm enjoying the fact that, he answers emails, and that I can ask him things about his life, and that even at 95, I'm finding things about him that he didn't know, and that it's triggering new memories for him. So that's been a lot of fun. You bet. All right, thanks everybody.
only light will see.
Bum, 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 bum.
No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me.
Oh, stand.
Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should tumble to the sea, I won't cry.
I won't cry.
I won't cry.
I won't
No,
cry.
I won't
I won't
shed a tear.
shed a tear.
Just as long
as
you stand
stand
by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me.
Oh,
Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Whoa, stand by me.
Oh,
Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me.
No bases. One of those is mine. Backstage doors, like room 50. Just meet us over there.
Hello, fourth period. Hello, fourth period. We are so lucky to have our guest with us today, but before I introduce him, I want to make sure that we give a couple of thanks and appreciation to the people who have helped make Writers Week possible. So I would like to give a special recognition to our Booster Club and all of your parents and community members that helped to support all of the school's events, but especially Writers Week. Writers Week would not happen without Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Ang, so I'd like to give a special recognition to them for just making storytelling possible for so many years. And of course, a part of the storytelling is the audience who is receiving that story and the community that we have together while we share with professional writers or our fellow students. And so I'm going to thank you in advance for being an engaged and respectful audience member today. It is my very, very big pleasure to introduce you our next guest. This, for those of you who are not familiar with what the Pulitzer is, this past week we had the Grammys, which we know are the biggest award in music, and Tonys are for the stage production, and the Golden Globes and Emmys for television and movies. But the Pulitzer is the biggest award for literature and journalism. And we have a recipient here with us today, and so it is a very big deal. Jonathan Eich has written many books, which he's going to tell you about today, but he won the Pulitzer in 2023 for, it's a fast 600 pages. It was very fast, it was very good, on Martin Luther King Jr. called King, A Life. And so he's going to talk to you about many things, but I'm sure he's going to touch on this book. I would like to have you help me in welcoming Jonathan Eich to the stage right now.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here for Writers Week. You guys are so lucky to have Writers Week, and it's my second time participating. So I want to tell you a little bit about my journey as a writer, because it began at around this age that most of you are. I began, and I'll tell you a little bit about my books and about the King book in particular. But my journey as a writer began when I was about 16 years old, working for my high school newspaper and deciding that I loved what I was doing. And I also sort of, at that same age, talked my way into a job at my local newspaper, which was in suburban New York. And I just said I would do anything they wanted me to do. And I sat and answered phones and took calls and typed stuff for them and filed papers and whatever. Eventually, they started letting me cover high school sports and even some city council meetings. But I found, as a newspaper reporter, even for my high school newspaper, that the notebook helped me overcome a lot of my fears and my anxieties and my shyness. You know, your journalism instructor lent me one of these. So I felt like this was my key to overcoming my shyness, my inhibition. I felt like this was a passport that opened up worlds to me, because when I had this notebook in my hand, I wasn't afraid to talk to people. And when I wrote stories, I had time to think about what I wanted to say and to sound smarter than I really was. And I also could ask questions and investigate things that would not have been available to me otherwise. So as a reporter, even for my high school paper, I could make an appointment with the principal and say, why was this club canceled? You know, why doesn't the school have enough money for sport that they used to have? You know, it was just a great way to think about privilege of who gets to ask the questions and who gets to decide what stories get told. And that's such an important story, such an important issue, right? We can all pursue our stories. We can write what we want to write. We can do what we want to write. It begins, though, with giving yourself permission. Because before anybody else can shut you down, you have to give yourself permission to do something. So for me, having that notebook was the key, was the passport. And that's all I wanted to do. I just thought that I was going to be a newspaper reporter for my whole life. And I thought that the newspaper industry was the safest, safest industry I could possibly go into, because newspapers were making tons of money. Every city, every big city had at least 2 newspapers. And when I graduated from Northwestern with a degree in journalism, it was easy to find jobs. The question was just like, which city did you want to go to? And I found a job in New Orleans. At that point, I had not been anywhere. So again, thinking about this notebook as a passport, I had never left the country. I don't think I'd ever been on a plane until I went to college. And moving to Louisiana and being assigned to this small town that I was supposed to cover was just like a really eye-opening experience for me. I was very inexperienced, very naive, and I just found that like I could go anywhere and do anything and learn anything I wanted to. I had an idea one time that the city, if you've ever been in New Orleans, has these streetcars that run throughout the city. But from, I think it's from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., there's only one train, one trolley running throughout the entire city of New Orleans. I thought, I wonder who rides that? And I asked my editor, could I just ride that trolley from 2 to 4 every night for a couple of weeks and see what happens? And they said, sure. Like, they'd let you do anything back then with your notebook, and they'd let you write a story about it. And I just felt this incredible sense of curiosity, this incredible sense of freedom. I remember one of my first jobs, I was covering this little town called Jean Lafitte. It was a very small fishing village, and I would go to the city council meetings, and at one of the city council meetings, they said, well, the high school class only had something like 10 students left in it because everybody had dropped out to work as a shrimp fisherman, to work with their parents on their shrimp boats. And I thought, wow, what does a shrimp boat look like? How do you catch shrimp? They're so small. And I just said to my editor, I'm going to go see if I can find a shrimp boat that I can ride around on, and I'll write a story about why all these high school kids are dropping out to become shrimp fishermen. And that was to me, it was the greatest job in the world. Like, I get to just explore and write about anybody. Somebody's going to let me on their boat and let me help them, help teach me how to fish for shrimp, just because I asked. There's a great lesson there in that if you are curious about something and you decide to pursue it, who's going to stop you? If you don't stop yourself, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get a shot at it. And to me, the key was finding good ideas, finding things that I was excited about. And think about this too. I know that when you write a paper, whether it's a history paper, an English paper, or whether you're beginning a new science project, what do you prefer? Do you prefer for your teacher to assign you something, or do you prefer to be allowed to pick your own ideas? And often your happiness and your success and your interest in this project depends on whether you made a good choice, whether you picked something that you were excited about learning about and sustained your interest and became better and better as you got into it. And that's really how I began to make the transition from writing newspaper stories to writing books. I began to feel like I had this opportunity to write about whatever I wanted. And the newspapers would generally let me do what I wanted as long as I kept coming up with good ideas. And the really good ideas would get on the front page. So what does it take to come up with an idea that's so good that you might even be able to write a book about it? One of the things that happens with newspaper work is that you're writing sometimes 2 or 3 stories a day. And you dream of having a whole week to work on one story. Wouldn't that be luxurious? But imagine having years to work on one story, to tell a book, to write a book that would take you several years. And I began thinking that maybe I could do it. After a while, I'd built up the muscles. I knew that I could write a good newspaper story. I had built up the muscles to the point where I knew I could write a magazine story, which is a lot longer, something like 5,000 to 10,000 words. A book is 100,000 to 200,000 words. Could I do that? Well, I learned how by reading books. And this is the other thing, if you're passionate about something, of course you want to read how others do it. You want to learn how the tricks that they're learning. You want to be able to copy. I found myself copying the writers that I liked a lot. Not plagiarizing them, but trying to imitate their styles. Just like, if there's somebody who you admire as a celebrity, you try to dress like them. Or maybe you have a classmate who you think is really fashionable and you find yourself trying to dress like them, right? Or a big sister, a big brother. I would try to write like the writers that I admired. In fact, my 4th book was a book about how the birth control pill was invented. And the first sentence of that book is absolutely a tribute to Hemingway. It rhymes, it parallels in structure the first sentence of The Old Man and the Sea. And I think that's how you learn to be a better writer. It's how you learn to be better at anything, is by copying and learning from the people you admire. And I began reading books thinking about how they're written and how they're structured and how they're researched. What would it take? And there was one book in particular that really launched my book writing career. It was Seabiscuit by Laura Hillenbrand. Has anybody read it? Seen the movie? Anyway, it's a great book. And what really struck me was that it was so much better than any sports book I'd ever read. Sports books tend to be all about sports, but this book was about the Great Depression. And the horse racing was just a vehicle for helping you, making you root for these underdogs during the Great Depression. And over the course of dinner with my wife one night, I was telling her about why I loved Seabiscuit so much, and I began to think about and to talk about how I could steal Seabiscuit, write my own Seabiscuit. What would that look like? What subject would I need to choose? I need a sports figure, because sports figures are really well documented. There's lots of primary source material. They did lots of interviews. There are reporters covering every game they play, so that helps me build some of the building blocks I need. But I need something that's bigger than sports. I need a story that's about something that everyone should care about. And just over the course of dinner with my wife, I said, Lou Gehrig, for example. I'm a big baseball fan. Lou Gehrig was the greatest first baseman in history, probably still the greatest first baseman to ever play the game. And when he was 35 years old, he was the strongest man in baseball, built like an ox, never missed a game, played 2,130 consecutive games without ever taking a day off. At age 35, he found out he was dying of this neurological disease that we now call Lou Gehrig's disease. How did he handle that? What happens when you're at the prime, in the prime of your life, strong, healthy, young, on top of the world, the handsomest man in the major leagues, the best player in the game, and you find out that you've got a year to live? What do you do? How do you go through with that? I thought, that's a great book. And right there is probably the key moment in my professional life, because I had a couple things that I could have done at that point. I could have said, well, I don't know how to write a book. I don't have Lou Gehrig's family's permission to write a book. I don't know where I'd even begin to get an agent or a publisher. It's probably too much. But in that moment, my wife said, why don't you try? I said, yeah, why not? What's the worst that could happen? I fail. I go back to my newspaper writing career. And I spent a year working on what turned out to be a 130-page proposal. And I sent it out into the world. And I said, I want to write a book about Lou Gehrig. You don't know me, but look, I've written a lot of newspaper stories, so I think I can figure out how to write a book. And I found a publisher who was willing to take a chance on me. Why? Because I'd written thousands of newspaper stories, so they thought I might be able to figure out how to write a book, but also because I had a good idea. It turns out that this was a really smart, marketable idea. I wasn't thinking about a business strategy, but there's a lot of baseball fans out there who like books. There's a lot of Yankee fans in particular. There hadn't been a good biography of Lou Gehrig yet. There are a lot of people who struggle with Lou Gehrig's disease, or people who've lost a family member to Lou Gehrig's disease. So it turns out there's a market for this book. And then I decided, okay, now I've got a book contract. I have to figure out how to do this. And I've never taken a class in writing books. There are no online workshops at this point. I got to figure it out by doing it. And all this time that I'm doing this, I have this fear, and I still have this fear when I write a book, that I'm going to be exposed as a fraud, that I don't really know what I'm doing, and that I'm going to be judged in public. The New York Times is going to print a review of my work, and that's worse than getting a grade from your teacher, because the whole world is going to read about my failure, that I wrote a really lousy biography of Lou Gehrig. So I'm motivated by that fear. I'm still motivated by that fear. And I just had to work as hard as I possibly could, not just to learn how to write a book, but to make this the best book possible. And that means a lot of research. Each book takes me at least 3 or 4 years. The King book took me 6 years. And in the course of my Gehrig research, I found, because I'm insane about research. I want to make sure that when I write this book, nobody's going to come along and write another book for a long time, because I found everything about Lou Gehrig that you could possibly find. Same thing about Muhammad Ali, who was the subject of my 5th book. I spent 5 years on that one. I counted every punch that Ali was hit with. I watched every fight, and I counted every punch. I sponsored a scientist to study how those punches affected Ali's brain by charting his speaking ability. We analyzed the speaking rate month by month, year by year throughout Ali's career to see how much his speech was slowing down as a result of all the punches he was taking to the head. In the case of Lou Gehrig, because I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, in the case of Lou Gehrig, I found 200 pages of letters that he wrote to his doctor as he was dying that nobody had seen before. And that brought Gehrig to life in a way that no one had ever seen him, and it made the book a big bestseller and allowed me to continue writing books. That really is really the turning point in my career, finding those letters. And I want to pause for a second and talk about this idea of finding those letters, because you might ask yourself, what gives a biographer the right to tell someone's story? Like, what gave me the right to pry into Lou Gehrig's life and to read his private letters that he wrote to his doctor? He didn't ask me to be his biographer. Muhammad Ali didn't ask me to be his biographer. In fact, his wife wasn't that excited about the idea. And I think that it carries an enormous responsibility and humility to know that you can never really know your subject, and you have to do your best and work your hardest to try to figure out what made that person special, what made them think that they could do what they did. I remember I interviewed one of Muhammad Ali's friends, Dick Gregory, who's a famous comedian and activist, and he said to me, if you're going to write a book about Ali, first of all, as a white man, you have a special challenge, because you need to understand what made a black kid, same age as Emmett Till, think he could talk back and get away with it. What made him think he could call himself the greatest? What made him think he could call out white racism and not get killed for it? You got to explain what in his personality, in his childhood, in his character, made him think that he could get away with it and not get killed. And that's the challenge with any book, with any biography. I cannot tell you who Martin Luther King really is. I can just give you the best evidence of who he seemed to be and let you as the reader judge whether you feel like you got to know him by the end of this book. And that requires enormous hard work, but also humility, knowing that there is no answer. I couldn't write an honest biography about my brother or my mother or father, because there's always stuff going on in their minds that we don't know, and a biography is destined to be a failure in that way, right? That my job is to fail as little as possible with each of these books. So after taking on Muhammad Ali, which I thought would be by far the biggest book of my life and career, I mean, he was arguably the most famous man of the 20th century. He was my idol as a kid. And I just didn't think there would ever be a subject bigger than Ali that I would dare to attempt. But in the course of working on Ali, I found myself interviewing and meeting and spending time with people like Dick Gregory, John Lewis, Harry Belafonte, Jesse Jackson, Andrew Young, these legends. And I was asking them, what was it like to be around Martin Luther King? One of the things you do as a biographer, it's really kind of annoying, is you just say, tell me what it was like to be in the room with him. Right? It's a great open-ended question. Try asking your mom, what was it like to be in the room with grandma? And don't let her off the hook when she says, oh, I don't know. We just watched TV. No. What was it like to be in the room? Where did she sit? Tell me about her body language. Just keep drilling that question until it drives them crazy. Like, what did they smell like? What did they smell like at the end of the day? Did they smoke? Where did they put the ashtray? I would do this with people who hung out with Martin Luther King. And I learned things that like blew my mind. And this is not even, I'm not even working on the King book yet. But I learned that like he smoked cigarettes, that he would take off his shoes and sit on the floor and sing along with the record player. I learned that he and his best friend Ralph Abernathy wore the same cologne and the same brand of shoes. Like, that tells you something about best friends, doesn't it? I found it so interesting to start thinking about Martin Luther King as a person. That one of the things that we've done, and this is something that his friends said to me, they said the national holiday was the worst thing that ever happened to their friend Martin. Why would they say that the national holiday was the worst thing that ever happened to their friend Martin? Anybody have a thought? Well, they felt like it had dehumanized him. and that it had watered down his message, that we know I have a dream, and that's all we know about the guy. And we've forgotten how radical he was. We've forgotten how religious he was. We've forgotten that he had feelings, that he felt like a failure sometimes. We've forgotten that he wasn't even born Martin Luther King, he was born Mike King. We've forgotten that he was deeply religious. Even we sometimes talk about Dr. King and forget that he was Reverend King. We've forgotten that he attempted suicide twice as a teenager, that he suffered from mental health struggles his whole life, that he was hospitalized more than a dozen times for anxiety. His wife called it depression. So I just thought, here was an opportunity. I don't know if I'm the right guy. I don't know if I'm good enough to write Martin Luther King's biography. Like, this is even bigger than Muhammad Ali. What gives me the right to tell this story? But I had John Lewis and Harry Belafonte and Jesse Jackson saying somebody needs to do a new biography about King. And I might not be the perfect person to do it, but maybe I'm good enough. And if I work really hard at it, and if all these people help me, maybe I could help people relate to Martin Luther King in a way that changes our understanding of this man and makes him more real for us again. And one of the things I was most afraid of was that I'm going to have to talk about his flaws. And this is a man that we venerate, that we treat as a saint, that many people have pictures of Jesus and Martin Luther King on their walls in their living room. Like, I'm going to talk about his flaws, his mental health struggles, his marital infidelity. That's scary. But I decided to pursue it because I felt like this was the most important thing that I could do. And again, these books take me 5 or 6 years. You really have to ask yourself, is this worth the amount of time that I'm going to spend on this? Will people be interested in this? If I write a book and nobody reads it, and I spend 5 years on it, I'm going to feel foolish. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to do it if I feel passionate about it. I wrote a book about the invention of the birth control pill. I mentioned that earlier. And my editors didn't think that it was going to sell. They didn't want me to do it. They offered me a very small amount of money in the contract, but I decided to do it anyway because I thought it was so important. And that book's actually going to be staged as a play this fall in Chicago, so come see my play. I didn't write it, but it's based on my book. But anyway, these are the factors that you think about when you're choosing a subject. And you're trying, and I think this should be true for all of us. If you're going to be passionate about something, if you're going to major at something in college, or if you're going to write a master's thesis, or if you're going to write your senior thesis, it should be something you care about, that you're going to find interesting, and that hopefully is going to become more interesting over time, and that you're going to teach yourself new things as you go along. And I just thought that the King project, if I could do it, would be far and away the most important thing that I could spend my time on. And I began by interviewing hundreds of people who knew him. I mean, what a thrill to meet people who met Martin Luther King. I had one person, she passed away recently, June Dobbs, who became my friend. And I got goosebumps thinking that, like, my friend was Martin Luther King's friend. They grew up together. They lived on the same block in Atlanta on Auburn Avenue. And what a thrill to be able to help tell this person's story. In addition to that, you'd think that, and again, I want to encourage you all to give yourself permission to try things. You'd be surprised what you can get away with. You'd be surprised what you can find where you can make an impact in ways that others haven't made before. You would think that someone like Martin Luther King has been very well documented. There's not going to be anything new to say on him. There's a whole department at Stanford dedicated to the study of Martin Luther King. There are at least a dozen college professors who've been working their whole lives researching King and the Civil Rights Movement. There have been other books, hundreds of books written about Martin Luther King before. And here I come with nothing but my notebook and a journalism degree. And I found things about Martin Luther King that nobody had discovered before. I found thousands of pages of new archival materials. It turns out King had a personal archivist, a man named Lawrence Dunbar Reddick, who was with him all the way from Montgomery to Memphis, his whole career, traveled with King everywhere, it was just Lawrence Dunbar Reddick and Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King on a months-long trip to India. He's taking notes everywhere they went. He's writing down what songs are being sung in church. He's writing down what seat they're sitting on in the airplane and what they eat. His papers were in boxes at a library that had never been opened. Coretta Scott King, when her husband died after the assassination, began working on a book. She worked with a ghostwriter. I found the tapes that she made in the ghostwriter's papers. I'm nobody special. I'm just working hard. I have 6 years. I'm going to knock on every door. I'm going to go through people's basements. I went to Muhammad Ali's second wife's house. Khalila is her name. She lived in Deerfield, Florida. And she said she thought she might have a box of letters in the house. And to me, that's gold, right? Primary source material on one of the most famous men on the earth, letters that nobody had seen before. So I went to her house. It was Christmas Day. She's Muslim, I'm Jewish. We both had nothing to do. And I cleaned her entire apartment for her. I emptied out every closet. I went under her bed. Finally, under the bed, literally, the last box I pulled out under her bed was a pile of letters about this high. And again, this is history being made. I'll give you one more example, and I'm going to leave some time for questions. We all know Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Their relationship is depicted as one of being maybe foes. I think it's safe to say that they were seen as having opposing views on the approach to civil rights. And in fact, Malcolm X was pretty caustic in his attacks on Martin Luther King, called it the farce on Washington, called him Reverend Dr. Chicken Wing. He liked to portray himself as the more dangerous alternative, and he liked to portray King as this white man's hero, nonviolent, equating nonviolence with weakness. But James Baldwin wrote that toward the end of their lives, they were almost indistinguishable in their philosophies. And we only have one, in fact, Malcolm X sought out Dr. King in Selma, and when he got there, King was in jail, so they didn't get to talk. But Malcolm X, we only have one really negative quote about Malcolm X from Martin Luther King. In this article in an interview he did for Playboy magazine, he said that Malcolm X's fiery oratory brought nothing but pain and grief for black Americans. And it was the longest interview King ever gave. So I decided I wanted to read the original interview. I wanted to hear the tapes, if possible, or at least read the transcripts of those tapes to see what else might have been said. And it turns out, I found the transcripts at the Duke University Library, where Alex Haley's papers were. Alex Haley conducted the interview. And it turns out Martin Luther King never said that. When asked about Malcolm X, he said, "I think we're both fighting for black dignity." And the magazine changed the quote. So I would encourage you, for me, the moral of the story is I've got 6 years to write a book. I'm going to check everything. For you, the question is, don't trust everything you read. Ask your own questions. Look for primary sources. In journalism school, they teach us if your mother says she loves you, check it out. So check these things out. I was able to find out things about Martin Luther King that even his own family didn't know. And in doing this story and researching his life, I was really able to, I think, help create a better understanding. My job in taking you along on this journey of this book is to try to help you imagine being in his shoes. This is a guy who begins leading the civil rights movement at age 26. He's 26 years old. The Montgomery bus boycott begins. He's new in town. He's got a new church. He's got a 2-week-old baby at home. So put yourself in his shoes. He gets the call saying, "Would you come to a meeting? We're thinking about protesting the buses. Rosa Parks was just arrested." And his reaction was, "No, I'm too busy." A very human reaction, not the heroic response that we would expect. I want you to think about that guy, because then he thinks about it and he says, "Okay, I'll go to the meeting." And then they ask him if he'll speak at the meeting. "Okay, I'll speak at the meeting." And he speaks at that meeting, and nobody's heard of him. The people of Montgomery don't know who Martin Luther King is. He's just this guy. He's not impressive. He's not a big guy. He's my height, actually. Until he starts to speak. And then suddenly everything changes. The Montgomery bus boycott lasted 381 days. Why? Because Martin Luther King showed people how to overcome their fear. It was fear, for the most part, that kept segregation in place. Black people were afraid to step out. In fact, when the Montgomery bus boycott began, Klan membership doubled overnight. The mayor and the police chief joined the Klan. This is what they were up against, but King showed them how together they could stand up to authority, stand up to racism. And that message of hope, that message of belief in God, belief in the democracy, he said to the people that night, that first night when he spoke, that if we're wrong in demanding justice, then the Supreme Court is wrong. The Bible is wrong. The Constitution is wrong. We're right. And that message resonated with people all over the country, all over the world, and launched him on this journey. Only 12 and a half years, because he would be dead at age 39. But along the way, I wanted to tell the story of somebody who was not this fait accompli. He was not destined to be the man at the March on Washington. It was complicated. He struggled. He failed over and over again. After the March on Washington, I know there's some good history students in here. What's the next big event for King in the Civil Rights Movement? It's not really until Birmingham that he has another big triumph, and that's 6 years later. So in between, what's he doing? He's failing. Let's remember the King who failed. Let's remember the King who had fears, who called his college professor and said, I don't know what to do. They're expecting miracles from me. Let's remember that human King. And let's remember that his own government was trying to destroy him along the way. After the March on Washington, when we seemed to be coming together, we seemed to have this plan to go forth, and even the white newspapers are saying, we can do this. We can put racism behind us. The next day, the FBI sends out a memo saying that given the March on Washington, given King's speech, we must now consider him the most dangerous man in America. And they begin wiretapping his phones, wiretapping his hotel rooms, and trying to find evidence that will ruin him. In fact, at one point, they send a letter to King's home saying that he's going to be exposed for his sexual infidelities if he doesn't commit suicide. That's our government that does that. Imagine the pressure he was under. I wrote this book because I wanted you to feel that pressure. I wanted you to know that by the time he gets to Memphis in 1968, he feels like no one cares about him anymore. He feels like he's a complete failure. And we can listen, and I have thousands of pages of his transcripts of his phone calls. We can read what he's saying to his friends in his private moments when he's saying that no one's listening to me anymore. I don't know what to do next. And yet he goes to Memphis. Why? Because there's a sanitation workers strike? Like, is that really important enough for Martin Luther King? But he says it is important because these are God's children, and this is what he's fighting for. He's beginning to plan his most ambitious rally of all, the Poor People's Campaign. He's going to not going to stop talking about race, but he's going to expand his dream to income inequality, to workers' rights, to guaranteed income, guaranteed jobs. He's going to attack the fundamentals of capitalism and say that we need to do better to create a more just society where everybody, not just the rich, are lifted up. And that's why he's in Memphis. And it's in Memphis, of course, that he's killed. He gives his last speech of his life. He talks about how lucky he feels to have been alive in this time, to have seen the progress, to have seen the struggle, and to have been a part of it. But he says, I may not live a long life. I'd like to. Longevity is a blessing, but that doesn't matter for me anymore. He just wants to do God's will, he says. And the next day, he's standing on the balcony of the Lorraine Motel, and his driver says to him, why don't you go back in and get a jacket? And King says, okay, I will. And those were his last words. Okay, I will. And to be honest, when I wrote that, it never even occurred to me how powerful that was. It was a reader who said to me, I can't believe his last words were, okay, I will. And that's when it hit me, after the book was already out, that was the message that King gave us all his life. He wasn't sure he wanted to get involved, but he did. And that's the message I'll leave you with today. we don't have to be Dr. King to be a hero. We all have to do our part to tell our stories, to find our passion, to work on what interests us the most, and to not let your own doubts, your own fears stop you. For me, this helps. It's my little shield. Gets me over my inhibitions. Find your shield, go out in the world and do what you think is the most important. And whether it's writing or science or anything, if you're passionate about it, give yourself permission to say, okay, I will. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. And I left some time for questions, so please, I can tell from the brilliant faces in the audience there are going to be some good questions. Yeah, I see one right there.
What was your favorite thing you uncovered about him?
Favorite thing I uncovered about King? That's a really good question. The fact that the little things, I think, made me the happiest. That, like, he chewed his fingernails, and then he would shout at game shows on TV. Or his friend June told me that when they came home from school, he had a housekeeper, which tells you something about how he was raised. He had a housekeeper who would make them white bread with butter and sugar on top as their snack when they came home from school. I loved finding those little details that brought him to life. Yes? Good question. Would I ever consider writing a biography of Malcolm X? I absolutely would, except that there were two really good ones recently, and you have to look around the marketplace and see, like, is there room for something new? Is there enough new to say? Can I add something to our understanding of Malcolm X? But there are two really solid recent biographies, and I'm just not sure that I would make enough of a difference with mine. Like, how much better could mine really be? So it'd have to be, if I found some new trove of materials, if I found his private diaries or something like that, maybe, then I would say, okay, there's enough. This changes our understanding of Malcolm X. It's a high bar that you'd have to cross for that one. If I don't see you in these lights, make some noise. Yeah, I see you. What about what? I would have a hard time writing about hip-hop just because I know so little about it. I often think that I can write about anything because I'll just learn as I go. So I wouldn't rule it out, but I think also for hip-hop artists, you have to have enough time go by. Like, I wouldn't want to write about something too contemporary because you need a little bit of history, some time to pass to know how important they are. Like right now, some people might think that, Taylor Swift is really important. We won't really know for 20, 25 years. So I think that's something I keep in mind. I try not to write about anything too contemporary. But I think there's going to be a lot of great hip-hop biographies that are going to need to be written in the in the future. Some of them, if you look at the birth of hip-hop, that's in the 70s and 80s. Enough time has gone by. We could write about that for sure. There's probably some good biographies already coming out about the early hip-hop generation. Yeah. I'm sorry, could you say it a little louder?
I'm saying, like, was there like a specific moment where you felt very accomplished that you followed with your writing career and how well you did it?
Well, I always feel like proud of my accomplishments. Getting a book published and seeing it in the store, and my first book made the New York Times bestseller list. I felt great, but I always still feel like now I got to do it again, and I got to do it even better. And as I take on bigger subjects like Martin Luther King, I feel like I have even more pressure to perform. But winning the Pulitzer was pretty. It was definitely. I think I'll sleep well at night from now on with that for sure.
Up here in the center.
Yes. You don't really get what happens is the publisher sends in. They send in hundreds of books like that, and then a committee reads hundreds of books and picks a winner and picks a bunch of finalists, but you don't know that you're nominated. You don't know you're a finalist. They don't invite you to an award ceremony like the Grammys or like the Oscars where they open the envelope. None of that happens. You just find out one day. There was a live stream on YouTube, and they announced that I was the winner, but I had no idea that it was coming. So it was a really amazing surprise. Any more questions? Yes. Hi. Okay. Well, good question. I was working at the Wall Street Journal, and I wrote my Lou Gehrig book in my spare time, nights and weekends. And then when I had an idea for another book, I asked them if they would give me a year off to work on the book, and they agreed to give me a year off. And then I went back to my job, and I had an idea for another book, and I decided to quit. And I always thought, like, if the book thing doesn't work out, I can try to go back to newspapers. But then the newspaper industry began to die anyway, so I figured I better stick with books. And I've been lucky. Not very many people can write biographies full time and make a living at it. Most of them have to take a teaching job or something on the side. But I'm only able to do it because my wife has a job, and we have one steady source of income, and we have health insurance that way. Because even now, if you think about it, it takes me 5 or 6 years to write a book. So even if they gave you, hundreds of thousands of dollars, you got to make that last over the course of several years, 5 or 6 years, and you pay all your own expenses, all your own travel. You don't have health insurance. It's not an easy way to make a living, but it's a lot of fun. I think I saw another hand up there. Yes. Wow, that's great. Is there anything I found universal about the human condition? I think these great figures, these people like Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, unfortunately so far my books have all been about men, except for some of the people involved in the invention of the birth control pill. But I think these titanic figures who think they can change the world, they're instilled with something that makes them think they're special. And look, we all think we're special, right? We're the only conscious we know. But they have something that makes them think that they could really be special and they could challenge authority, that they could change the world. And sometimes that just comes from like having a parent who believes in you. Sometimes it comes from having a parent who doesn't believe in you. So I don't know that there's any one thing that they all have in common, except that they were willing to fail and willing to suffer because they thought that what they were doing was so important. Yes. Yeah, I see. Do I think the government still is involved in censorship? Is that? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, ask yourself, why did the government go after King? It was because he wasn't threatening violence, obviously, but he was threatening a change in the status quo. He was saying that this power structure needed to be shaken up. And the FBI felt like the power structure was working really well for the people in charge. That, the white Christian nationalism had been very good to J. Edgar Hoover, and he wanted to see it preserved. And I still think that that's the case. I still think that's why a lot of people are afraid of change in this country, because they're in power and they don't want to share power. So that's the struggle, and I think that's always going to be the struggle in any kind of a democracy, is to be more democratic. Thank you. And we have books, if anybody wants a book or a picture.
Okay, come closer though.
You're gonna conduct us this first time? Choir. Maybe. Maybe. Okay.
We're just singing the alto line from this
Sonic or Crown Offer? Yeah, are we trying?
Music has all my notes.
1, 2, 3.
I don't wanna tiptoe, but I don't wanna hide. But I don't wanna feed this monstrous fire. Just wanna let this story die, and I'll be alright. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. Wait for your love. Me and my truth, we sit in silence. Pretty girl, it's just me and you got me misunderstood, but at least I look this good. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. That you made me. I don't like how you paint me, yet I'm still here hanging. Not what you made me. Something like a daydream, but I feel so seen in the night. In the night, it's only me, and maybe that's all I need. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again.
Yeah, we can just like take a step back.
For this one, should I go?
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Bro, speak it. Are we dropping our iPads? Yeah. We're doing Can You Feel the Hurt? Pile. Put it in the pile. Sorry. I love you. What are we doing? Where are you? Yeah, I was like, why is it like in my freaking face? Okay.
twisting kaleidoscope moves us all in turn. There's a rhyme and reason to the wild outdoors. When the heart of the star-crossed Voyager beats in time with yours. With yours. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough of this wide-eyed wonder that we are
All right. Fifth hour. How are we doing this Wednesday of Writers Week? All right. Real quick, shout out to Mr. Anderson's fifth hour English class. Thank you. Is there a boo? I'm right here. Few thank yous before we get started. Thank you to the boosters. If your parent or family member, somebody at home, neighbor is a booster, please tell them thank you and that you're having a good time at Writers Week. We wouldn't be able to put this on without the boosters. Thank you to the tech crew up in the booth who was working their tails off all week to make everything up here look and sound the way that it is supposed to sound. Thank you. You're going to turn and say thank you to your English teacher or your teacher who brought you to this period down the row. Among many reasons, they are one of the reasons why Fremd High School is one of the best places to work, in all of places to work. And thank you to you for being a mindful, thoughtful, creative, inquisitive, respectful audience. We would not have 32 years of Writers Week if it wasn't for the amazing students that you are. So thank you to everybody here. All right, now to the guests behind me. Sudanese by way of Washington, D.C., Safia El-Hilo is the author of the books The January Children, Girls That Never Die, Home Is Not a Country, which was longlisted for the National Book Award, and Bright Red Fruit, which was a finalist for the Kirkus Prize. We have several of those books for sale over here. So at the end of the presentation, if you want to purchase one, I'm sure she would be happy to sign, personalize, take a selfie. That can be done at the end of the period. Safia's work appears in Poetry Magazine, Callaloo, in the Academy of American Poets Poem-A-Day series, among others, and in anthologies including The Breakbeat Poets, New American Poetry in the Age of Hip Hop, and the Penguin Book of Migration Literature. With Fatima Asghar, she is the co-editor of the anthology Halal If You Hear Me, which was a finalist for the Lambda Literary Award. Her fellowships include a Ruth Lilly and Dorothy Sargent Rosenberg Fellowship from the Poetry Foundation, Cave Canem, and a Wallace Stenger Fellowship from Stanford University. She was listed in Forbes Africa's 2018 30 Under 30. Please put your hands together and help me in welcoming to the Writers Week stage, Safia El-Hilo.
Good morning. Thank you. I love it when people say it back. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Safia El-Hilo. Hours before, the night outside is black as my grandmother's hair. It's newborn moon in Sagittarius. And in the Maryland house, my mother is 23 behind a winning hand of cards as the water darkens the length of her skirt. December now, and friends still call her El-Arus, the bride. 11 months married and the shock of it not yet settled behind her eyes. Morning and the baby has not come. Milky winter sun in Sagittarius. I should mention there was a husband, 27. I can hardly imagine it, a boy that age, my father. I cannot picture him in the room, though his work for years to come will absorb him into countries that smell of blood. Maybe he is in the room now, not yet a specter. I sketch him in, but do not know where to put him. Maybe in the corner, back rigid against the white wall. I cannot imagine them ever touching. I smudge him out, correct the still wet scene. He is outside, long-limbed in a hard plastic chair. My mother called him Jack, and this is my only proof they were in love. My mother is almost my mother now, darker color of the noontime sun. In the waiting room, I should also place my grandparents, elegant in that old, over-formal way of immigrants. My grandfather's shirt never without a collar, lush neatness of the afro against his head. My grandmother could pass for a film star, hair black and feathered down her back. Any suggestion of curl or coil since burnt away and set every morning in hot rollers. Her eyebrows tattooed as they have been all my life, blue-black parentheses. Both of them older than the independent state of the Sudan. My grandmother 13 years its senior. My grandfather a January child of unknown birthday, though the colonial offices recorded as 26 years before his country is born. They are placid companions. Their courtship cooled amicably into a sort of siblinghood, and I have never seen them touch, so I cannot imagine it now. He paces the cool length of the hallway. 1 hour and 39 minutes past noon, that final diluvian push, and I am outside, full head of wet hair, pomegranate creature cawing that little animal sound, pronounced a girl and named for a dead great aunt, the birth certificate dated and signed in ink. Back home, I would have been known by my first two names, mine and my father's, Safia Yaqub, the surname rarely used, but in the new country, the paper demands a patronym. Anglicized, the L becomes a looser L. Hello, meaning sweet, strange, unserious allonym of that first great-grandfather, and crowded together on a single line, marked first name, our names, mine and his, Safia Yaqub, little echo of that forgotten epithet, that once loved man, of Jack. And though I am not named from my mother, we match, Safa, noun form of my adjective, our shared first syllable, closest I have ever seen them, him and her, almost touching. I was born in Rockville, Maryland, to Sudanese parents, which I guess would make me a first-generation Sudanese American, a child of immigrants. But then we kept going. Over the 10 years that followed, we lived in Kenya, Tanzania, Egypt, England, and Switzerland before finally settling in Washington, D.C. in the summer of 2000. 8 years later, my mother and brother moved back to Egypt, and I moved to New York. We continue to add cities to our list. I lived in Los Angeles for almost 5 years now, and I am one of only a handful of my family members still living in this country. Almost 3 years ago, war broke out in Sudan, scattering my family around the globe, separated by war and travel bans. There are different combinations of passports, meaning there is no longer any one place where we can all be together. And with every new line added to that list of places, I get further away from any answer to that question of where I'm from, of where it is that I can claim. The lyrics do not translate. Arabic is all verbs for what stays still in other languages. Tasbah, to morning, what the translation to awake cannot honor, cannot contain its rhyme with tasbah, to swim, to make the night a body of water. I am here now, and I am not buoyant. I am far away and always sick, small for my age and always translating. I cannot sleep through the night. No language has given me the rhyme between ocean and wound that I know to be true. Sometimes, when the doctors draw my blood, I feel the word at the edge of my tongue. Halim sings, aghraq, aghraq. I am drowning, I am drowning. The single word for all the water in his throat does not translate. Halim sings, teach me to kill the tear in its duct. Halim sings, I have no experience in love, nor have I a boat, and I know he cannot rest, cannot swim through the night. I am looking for a voice with a wound in it, a man who could only have died by a form of drowning. Let the song take its time. Let the ocean close back up. As a result, I've harbored a near lifelong obsession with what to call myself, reaching for the existing terms and finding in them only loose approximations. I hear children of immigrants talk about being children of immigrants, and I think, me too, almost, sort of. My parents never completely immigrated here, and instead have spent the years of my life in and out of this country. I hear immigrants talk about being immigrants, and I also think, me too, almost, sort of. I did not immigrate here because I was born here, but we left after I was born. So then I myself had the experience years later of coming to America, the shock of it. And not that I ever considered myself able to speak for whole demographics, but on the occasions that I'm asked to speak to the immigrant experience or about being a child of immigrants, I want to tell the person doing the asking that they might be asking the wrong person. What title can I claim? Almost immigrant, child of almost immigrants, almost Sudanese, and almost American. I felt myself adrift for years in languagelessness, devouring books and hoarding words in an attempt to collage myself a reflection somewhere. Here, in one book, was a character who had curly hair, like I do, but she was white. Here in another was a character who spoke Arabic at home, like I do, but she wasn't black. Here was a character who had an accent, like I sometimes do, but it was because she was fluent in a different language. I felt like I was made of all these discarded details, the ones I couldn't find written down anywhere. So in the world outside, I was always an other, always newly arrived to some country that wasn't my own. And then in the books I would turn to for shelter, for comfort, I was an other. As a young reader, I read everything I could get my hands on, read hungrily, waiting for that hot spark of recognition, and was met with hundreds of almosts, of not quites, which I'm sure is a familiar feeling for many young readers, particularly those of color, because it's not that everyone else is so well represented and I'm just so different. I couldn't find myself in books because there were not enough books. It's not that I didn't exist, it's that the book I needed to read to see myself, to see my life and my experiences and my intersections as deserving of literature did not yet exist. Enter the famous Toni Morrison quote, which I love as does everyone else. If there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written, then you must write it. So I did. I wrote hundreds of poems, then a book of poems called The January Children, then another called Girls That Never Die, and then a novel in verse called Home Is Not a Country, and then another called Bright Red Fruit. The novel in verse is a hybrid form, a genre in the hyphen between genres, and I think it really lends itself to expressing the feeling of being in between worlds. I'd like to say that that's why I chose to write those novels as a series of poems, but really, the choice to write in verse ultimately comes down to the freedom that verse affords me. I feel like I am never going to be fully fluent in English, or in any language, really. And verse has always been a space for me where I feel like the rules of language are mine to set, mine to play with and experiment with and stretch. I feel less at the mercy of external measures of fluency, and instead I feel the language soften and grow more malleable, able to mutate in order to accommodate the things that I need to say. I don't feel bound by the rules of proper English or correct grammar, because in a poem, I get to invent my English as one of infinite Englishes and set my own grammar. And I wanted to be able to tell these stories with that set of tools available to me, especially since the medium was new to me, writing fiction. I wanted to at least still have the form where I feel most at home. My grandparents and occasionally my mother speak what an old Arabic teacher of mine used to call translationese, a beautiful crooked syntax where they would first conceive of a thought in Arabic before speaking it in English. Turn on the light and turn off the light becomes open the light and close the light. I would like some tomato soup becomes I love tomato soup. These moments of misspeaking are my favorite language, are my language. This is the only language I want to write in. Fact, the Arabic word hawa means wind. The Arabic word hawa means love. Test, multiple choice. Abd al-Halim said, "You left me holding wind in my hands." Or Abd al-Halim said, "You left me holding love in my hands." Abd al-Halim was left empty, or Abd al-Halim was left full. Feyruz said, "Oh wind, take me to my country." Or Feyruz said, "Oh love, take me to my country." Feyruz is looking for vehicle, or Feyruz is looking for fuel. Kulthum said, "Where the wind stops her ships, we stop ours." Or Kulthum said, "Where love stops her ships, we stop ours." Kulthum is stuck, or Kulthum is home. One of the conditions of my in-betweenness, of my almostness, is feeling constantly in between language, never fully belonging to one or the other. The guilt of feeling like I traded in one for the other and ended up with an incomplete version of each. I have access to the two worlds that the two different languages contain, but I'm also never going to be entirely at home in either, because part of me will always belong to the other. I feel most comfortable speaking in a sort of hybrid language, where the words can be in Arabic or in English, and I don't have to make sure that what comes out of my mouth is entirely in a single language. I'm trying to exercise some of the shame that comes from this lack of fluency by accepting that there's a third language that forms in the hybrid space between the two, between Arabic and English, and that language is my language, the language I am fluent in. In situations where I'm most comfortable, that's the language I speak. My mother and I, my brother and I, my cousins and childhood best friends, we speak in this combination of Arabic and English, The word comes out in whatever language it was thought in, and I'm trying to write poems that reflect what language sounds like in my head. Growing up bilingual made language my great obsession, my great wound, and my great love. It's basically all I ever want to write about. In the divorce, I separate to two piles: books, English, love songs, Arabic, my angers, my schooling, my long repeating name, English, English, Arabic. I am someone's daughter, but I am American born. It shows in my short memory, my ahistoric glamour, my clumsy tongue when I forget the word for in Arabic. I sleep, unbroken dark hours on airplanes home, and dream I've missed my connecting flight. I dream a new and fluent mouth full of gauzy swaths of Arabic. I dream my alternate selves, each with a face borrowed from photographs of the girl who became my grandmother, brows and body rounded and cursive like Arabic, but awake to the usual borderlands. I crowd shining slivers of English to my mouth. Iris, crocus, inlet, heron. How dare I love a word without knowing it in Arabic? And what even is translation, is immigration without irony. Safia means pure. All my life it's been true, even in my clouded Arabic. Before Home is Not a Country was a novel, it was a symptom of my obsession with the life I could have led, the person I could have been if I'd been born and raised in the country of my origins. I think often about something the poet Ladan Osman said in an interview. The most difficult part of negotiating both identities was not knowing if I was my authentic self, whether I'd be a different person had I grown up back home. I've also been obsessed for a long time with Mahmoud Darwish's In the Presence of Absence, where he writes, "Longing is a misunderstanding between existence and borders. If I were there, you say, if I were there, my laugh would be louder and my speech clearer." I spend a lot of time thinking about the idea of alternate or parallel selves in the context of the diasporic experience. Who would I be if I had only grown up back home? How would I be different? That sort of thing. I wrote a poem called Yasmin about my obsession with the name I was almost given and the parallel life that might have come with that alternate name. I don't know if you can see it. It looks like this. It is a contrapuntal for those of you that read Olio. So I'm going to read it down each column and then across. Yasmin. I was born at the rupture, the root where I split from my parallel self. I split from the girl I also could have been, and her name, Easy. I know the story. All my life, my mother wanted a girl named for a flower, whose oil scents all our mothers, petals wrung for their perfume. I was planted. Land became ocean, became land anew, its shape refusing root in my fallow mouth, cleaving my life neatly, and my name, taken from a dead woman, to remember, to fill an aperture with cut jasmine in a bowl, our longing, our mother's wilting garlands hanging from our necks. And now across. I was born, I was planted, at the rupture, the root, where land became ocean, became land anew. I split from my parallel self. I split from its shape, refusing root in my fallow mouth, the girl I also could have been, cleaving my life neatly, and her name, Easy, I know the story, and my name, taken from a dead woman. All her life, my mother wanted to remember, to fill an aperture with a girl named for a flower, cut jasmine in a bowl, whose oil scents all our longing, our mothers' petals wrung, wilting for their perfume, garlands hanging from our necks. For so long, I think I functioned from the idea, lived from the idea, wrote from the idea, that where I am from and where I exist were drastically different places, irreconcilably different even. But to think that way is to first and foremost reinforce one of the central ideas of Orientalist thinking, this binary between here and over there, east and west. And I find myself these days growing increasingly disillusioned by the governance of the border as a marker of anything, the governance of geography as a measure of figurative distance. For so long, I thought of myself as gone, as far away, aching to go back. But gone from where? To where? Gone from what? Back to what? In a way, I think maybe what I'm circling so much in my thinking these days is that I don't really know what a country is anymore. and what it is anymore to be from a country. A country is so fallible, so temporary even. Borders move and mutate and sprout and grow like vines. So maybe what I'm trying to say is that the landscape itself is begging me to find new language for it. After I've tried and failed over and over to articulate it in these terms of fromness and goneness and distance and absence, I mourn some invented golden age of Sudan that probably wasn't as neat and tidy and narrativized as it gets to be in retrospect, in nostalgia, in its absence and its haunting. Some golden age of Sudan that was deeply classed, deeply grayscale, deeply with its own set of costs and complications. And still I decided I was from there, and that it was lost to me in being gone. And that because the place, or a place in time really, that I felt such attachment to, because that place was gone, I couldn't have any identity in terms of lack or absence or loss. And in doing so, I developed the bad habit of only talking and writing about Sudan in past tense, as if it were gone or lost, as if I didn't actually have a life there, one I am mourning now that the war has taken it from me. Because of the war, I am mourning all the time I spent looking backward at a time before mine, instead of relishing the present tense, the actual Sudan I did have, the book I left tented on a nightstand in February of 2023, with plans to pick it up the next time, the casual way I used to be able to say that, next time. But what is it to identify oneself using one's nationality? A nation is such a strange fiction, so arbitrary, because on the one hand, I am Sudanese, I feel incredibly Sudanese, but on the other hand, what is Sudan? Which Sudan? There are now formally 2 Sudans, and so many Sudans within those Sudans, so what is it exactly that I am gone from, that I ache to return to? My longing for a place, if pressed too hard, falls apart because I don't know that I necessarily even have a concept of place. It all turns into place and time for me. So of course I had to write a novel about time travel, because my diasporic experience has primarily been an experience of time travel, of that slipperiness between place and time. So much about immigration has felt like time travel to me, the homeland forever preserved as the version of itself we left. So to claim that place, to be from that place, requires traveling backwards through time. This eternal limbo of being caught between past and future tense, the past tense of the idealized homeland, the imagined future of someday finally feeling at home in the host land, all while forgetting about the present. The present tense is my third space, that familiar in between, is the only tense I can live in. Warsan Shire writes, "We took such care of tomorrow, but died on the way there." I want to take care of where I already am. Right now, I am here, and I want to take care of that, to really be here. Tomorrow, I'll be in New York, and I want to take care of that, to really be there. Next week, I'll be back home in Los Angeles, and I want to take care of that, to really be there, and so on. I've always wanted to belong to a city, to a place, but never have. But I've always belonged to diasporic communities everywhere I've gone. Those are my people, rebuilding a life in the aftermath of great rupture. Those are the communities that taught me that there are many Englishes, many Arabics, and that my language was my own to make, that my home was my own to make. I make poems for my communities, for the aunties and uncles that taught me Arabic on Sundays in a rented classroom at a middle school. I make poems for their children, my friend cousins, my infinite siblings, and the languages we invented together. I grew up in an invented world, among the people who built it with their own hands. So I grew up believing anything could be made and could be made real. Those handmade spaces, those hybrid approximations of one country inside another, those spaces are the closest I've come to feeling from anywhere. My mother says a lot, "I made home." And I think that really helps me combat this notion of home as a fixed, static location that I can only hope to find if I were to just learn the right vocabulary word or tradition or recipe. Instead, it presents the option of home as a portable environment, home as a decision, a project, people, a community, rather than a country. A country is fallible, is at the mercy of its governments and their wars. A country, ultimately, was once itself created by the drawing of a man-made border. So what is a country but the drawing of a line? Today I draw thick black lines around my eyes, and they are a country, and thick red lines around my lips, and they are a country. And the knife that chops the onions draws a smooth line through my finger, and that is a country. And the tightening denim presses a soft purple line into my belly. And when I smile like my mother, a line flashes between my two front teeth. And for every country I lose, I make another, and I make another. My friendships have been the space where I've healed a lot of my relationships to identity, to belonging. So many of my questions and crises around identity were wrapped up in this idea of a country, needing one to claim. I was basing my whole sense of who I was around this intangible thing. Meanwhile, the nation state doesn't care about me. So I'm trying to find out other ways to identify myself that are not so dependent on something man-made, not so dependent on someone having drawn an often violent, often bloody line on a map and deciding that that says something about me, deciding that's what I have to call myself. I'm interested now in trying to find other things to pledge allegiance to call home. My home is not a country. A country is not the only way to belong, to identify oneself. It is maybe the least interesting way to do those things. Home is about love and community and care, not about borders, which are made up, or about countries, which are also made up. My communities and my friendships are the spaces where I can heal from the failures of larger constructs of nation and citizenship and allegiance. I think I don't actually care anymore where I belong, because I know who I belong to, who I am accountable to. And I want to honor that in my work, those little interpersonal spaces that feel like home, when the larger questions about home feel so unanswerable. So I pledge allegiance to my homies, to my mother's small and cool palms, to the gap between my brother's two front teeth, and to my grandmother's good brown hands, good strong brown hands gathering my bare feet in her lap. I pledge allegiance to the group text. I pledge allegiance to laughter and to everyone I have a crush on. I pledge allegiance to my spearmint plant, to my split ends, to my grandfather's brain and gray left eye. I come from two failed countries, and I give them back. I pledge allegiance to no land, no border cut by force to draw blood. I pledge allegiance to no government, no collection of men carving up the map with their pens. I choose the table at the Waffle House with all my loved ones crowded into the booth. I choose the shining dark of our faces through a thin sheet of smoke, glowing dark of our faces slick under layers of sweat. I choose the world we make with our living, refusing to be unmade by what surrounds us. I choose us gathered at the lakeside, the light glinting off the water in our laughing teeth and along the living dark of our hair. And this is my only country. Theodore Adorno says, for a man who no longer has a homeland, writing becomes a place to live. I love poems because I love my community. Everything I have ever written has been an offering to someone I love. Sitting in a circle and reading poems aloud to each other was such a big part of my adolescence and young adulthood. Wherever we were, even once at the club, by the end of the night, we'd be in that circle, somebody reading out poems. I might be more jaded now, but I need to spend more time remembering that feeling, because that's the engine. It's not to prove how smart I am or to prove that I can write a metaphor, because honestly, who cares? I just want to make my friends laugh or shed a tear or snap their fingers and give me edits. I want the kids I went to Sudanese school with on Sundays to be like, I remember that. I want my grandfather to smile and nod and ask me to read it again. So I do have a home in my communities, in my groups of friends, in my family, and this is what I pledge allegiance to when flags continue to fail me. This is what I call home. I have always been at home in books too, even as a young reader. It just maybe felt for a long time like a home where I didn't have my own room. So now I am trying to build that room, one poem at a time, one book at a time. I'm a person who feels so deeply of the third spaces that form in between worlds, cultures, languages, and now in between genres. What is a novel in verse, if not that kind of hybrid third space, much like being a hyphenated American or a diasporic being or a teenager, which is this third space between childhood and adulthood. It felt like all these things were versions of each other. The novel in verse is a hybrid form. The diasporic experience is a hybrid form. Adolescence is a hybrid form, which is why I wanted my first novel to be a novel for young people. It started out as an offering to my younger self, the young reader I was who is the reason I am a writer today. I wanted to make a book that would have made it all feel possible for me sooner. It took me a while to really believe that the world I came from was deserving of poetry, of literature, because I wasn't seeing my particular intersections in any book. So I wanted to tell a story about a young person who contains my intersections. And I wanted to offer this story to someone who is the age now that I was then, to hopefully add a little bit to the conversation they might be having with themselves about what is possible in a book, and maybe make a home for them in that possibility, and maybe make a home for them in that book. That's enough to keep me writing. Little homes for all my loved ones, for all my people. That's my hope. I surprise myself with how hopeful I am. Thank you. Okay, as instructed, I have been keeping my eye on the clock, and we have about 10 minutes for questions, if anyone has a question. You also might need to help me out because I'm not wearing my glasses, so. Yes, hi. Yeah, thank you. The question was, when I moved to New York and to Los Angeles, was it in hopes of trying to find myself? New York, definitely. I moved to New York when I was 18 years old. And, you know, the official story is that I moved there to go to college. But in reality, I moved to New York to be an artist. And I really feel like I came of age as a writer and as a creative person in that space because everyone around me was someone who was making something or who was attempting to make something. And so I was surrounded by all of these teachers as we were all figuring out something together. I have almost the opposite experience of LA, which I love it deeply and I'm very happy to be there. And it's also the first time in my life I've moved somewhere where it wasn't for school or for a job or anything. And so I feel a lot of freedom in my life there because the container isn't dictated by something external like work, like school. And so my life in Los Angeles is mostly just walking around enjoying the sunshine and smelling the flowers, which is good for the poems too, I think. Yeah? Yeah. The question is, what does it mean to me, at least, trying to find yourself? I think for me, because my identity as an artist, as a poet, is so closely bound up in how I conceive of my personhood, finding myself and finding my voice as a writer, my place in the world as a creative person, as a member of a creative community, all felt like creative life. You know, saying that your vibe attracts your tribe? It kind of is that. We're in learning to kind of say it with my chest, this is what I am, this is what I want to be. It brought me to the people in my life who created the landscape of the life that I had envisioned for myself. So in deciding I want to be an artist, I want to be a writer, it led me to other people who also are on that same kind of hard to define, murky journey. And in building those relationships, in deciding who those people were to me, who I was to them, it helped me just develop a much stronger sense of who I am in the world, what my purpose is, who I'm accountable to, what my responsibility is to those people, if that makes sense. But I do think whenever someone says trying to find yourself, it's a bit of a free-floating signifier. It means a different thing to different people. Yeah, thank you. Yes, hi. How long did it take me to find myself? When did I know who I really am? I think it is a lifelong journey. I think I'm still very much in the thick of it. There are definitely things about myself that I feel a lot more certain about than I did 10, 15 years ago. And also, I think the thing that I have found is more than I want to have any like solid, fixed sense of identity, what is most important to me is that I feel that I have the freedom to change my mind about any of the stuff I've decided about myself at any point. And that feels like the closest I've come to articulating who I am and what I want, where my primary interest is freedom and freedom to choose, freedom to decide, freedom to change my mind, freedom to pick something up because it seems interesting, and then the freedom to put it down when it stops being interesting. But I think that process is ongoing. Yeah, I would argue that that's a sort of finding yourself as well, this kind of commitment to radical presence. I also think I don't necessarily have a sense of myself in a vacuum where if you were to like shoot me out into space and it was just me and the dark, I don't know that I have like a strong sense of I, Safia, am this, because so much of it is situational, is about my relationships, is about my contexts, is about the choices I make, the values I uphold. And I think a lot of the stuff that I think endures is maybe getting to the heart of who I am or what I'm trying to find about myself. But I think how mutable it is, how much it changes, I think is also very much a part of the human condition. And so I'm trying not to be rigid at all in my sense of self and to just give myself the freedom and the flexibility to be whoever the moment calls for as it presents itself. Hi. Yeah, thank you. I think I spent a lot of my younger life thinking that the question of my identity, my belonging existed like somewhere externally and I just had to go out and find it. And once I found it, it would be there all prepared for me. I just had to arrive. But it would be one thing, I think, maybe this romantic notion would have lasted longer if I'd moved to the US and I never went back to Sudan, for example. But before the war, I used to go to Sudan all the time. And what I started to realize, I would be in DC, for example, and every time something was difficult or uncomfortable or painful, immediately I would be like, if only I was back home, nothing would hurt and everything would be perfect. And then I would go back to Sudan, and Sudan is great, but it's just a place like any other place. There's like traffic and errands to run, and people are annoying. And I would arrive, and I would wait for this like big romantic revelation that I'm home and everything is correct, but it would just be the same, different weather, but otherwise the same. And I realized that if I was going to keep thinking that way, I was going to be disappointed for the rest of my life. And in doing that, I really was ignoring a lot of the ways in which I did have a deep sense of belonging, a deep sense of community. So here I was surrounded by all these friends and family, and I just was completely overlooking them and being like, but imagine a country. And I think when I moved away, and I was, away from the people that I'd had around to tell me who I was my entire life, I started to realize that those people were the things that made me feel at home. And so I have since committed myself to paying special attention to the tangible aspects of my life, people, relationships, community, things like that, instead of country, because, I don't know that that word actually calls anything specific to mind when I think of it, except like bad news and difficult history. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The question is about using different tenses to different effects in my poems. And I would say overwhelmingly most of my writing is in the present tense because especially in poetry, I want this sense of immediacy. I want the reader to feel that they are experiencing these thoughts and emotions with my speaker as they are occurring to my speaker. And so kind of without exception, I primarily write in present tense. Thank you all for your time and for spending your morning with me.
picture of the dome. Are we locked in?
Ready? One, two, three.
I don't wanna live tall, but I don't wanna hide, but I don't wanna feed this monstrous pride. Just wanna let this story die, and I'll be alright. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. Me and my truth, we sit in silence. Baby girl, it's just me and you. 'Cause I don't wanna argue, but I don't wanna bite my tongue. Yeah, I think I'd rather die. You got me misunderstood, but at least I look this good. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. Wait until don't like how you hate me, and I'm still here hanging. Not what you made me. Something like a daydream, but I feel so seen in the night. In the night, it's only me. Maybe that's all I need. We can't be friends, but I like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again.
Are we arcing or are we staying here? I think we'll stay. Okay. We are arcing? I'll come next time. Stay here. Okay, just stomp. Stomp, but don't
Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Hold your head, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up, moving on. Hold your head up, moving on. Keep your head up. Oh, sweet dreams are made of
right. Sixth hour. How are we doing this Wednesday of Writers Week? Feels like we're having a good time. I almost just shouted out a class that I don't even have a class this hour, so it would just be silence back to me. Before we get started with our wonderful presenter today, a few thank yous that need to go out. First of all, the boosters. If any of you have a parent, a family member, a neighbor who is a Fremd booster, please tell them thank you. Tell them how much you're enjoying Writers Week. Without their continued support, we would not be able to have 32 years of Fremd Writers Week. Thank you to the tech crew who has been working hard this entire week to make everything look and sound the way that it is supposed to sound. I know they're often working in the shadows, but doing some very, very important work. Gonna make fanboys sound way better than we actually are on Friday, hopefully. Quick shout out to Miss Gannis in the yearbook, who is doing extra work for Writers Week this year. So you might see like a yearbook photographer that's walking around. So thank you to Miss Gannis in yearbook. Thank you to, say thank you to your English teacher or your non-English teacher who brought you here, who recognized the value in the written word and in being in this space. And thank you to you. You have been, not only this week, but in previous years, just a very mindful, thoughtful, creative, respectful audience. And Fremd High School is a special place to be because of the students that populate it every single day. So thank you for being phenomenal. All right, without further ado, let me introduce our next speaker. Sudanese by way of Washington, D.C., Safia Ahilo is the author of the books The January Children, Girls That Never Die, Home Is Not a Country, which was longlisted for the National Book Award, and Bright Red Fruit, which was a finalist for the Kirkus Prize. We have several of these books for sale over here on stage left, so if you're wanting to purchase a book, get an autograph afterward, take a selfie, that can be done at the end of the period, or even if you just want your Writers Week program signed, or you want to give a note of thanks, you can come on up on stage afterward and do all the things. Safia's work appears in Poetry Magazine, Callaloo, the Academy of American Poets Poem a Day series, among others, and in anthologies including The Breakbeat Poets, New American Poetry in the Age of Hip Hop, and the Penguin Book of Migration Literature. With Fatima Asghar, she is the co-editor of the anthology Halal If You Hear Me, which was a finalist for a Lambda Literary Award. Her fellowships include a Ruth Lilly and Dorothy Sargent Rosenberg Fellowship from the Poetry Foundation, Cave Canem, and a Wallace Stegner Fellowship from Stanford University. She was listed in Forbes Africa's 2018 30 Under 30. Please help me in welcoming to the Writers Week stage, Safia Ahilo.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Damn, no one said it back. Thank you. My name is Safia Ahilo, and it's an honor to be here with you all. Hours before, the night outside is black as my grandmother's hair. It's newborn moon in Sagittarius. And in the Maryland house, my mother is 23 behind a winning hand of cards as the water darkens the length of her skirt. December now, and friends still call her al-arus, the bride. 11 months married, and the shock of it not yet settled behind her eyes. Morning, and the baby has not come. Milky winter sun in Sagittarius. I should mention there was a husband, 27. I can hardly imagine it, a boy that age, my father. I cannot picture him in the room, though his work for years to come will absorb him into countries that smell of blood. Maybe he is in the room now, not yet a specter. I sketch him in, but do not know where to put him. Maybe in the corner, back rigid against the white wall. I cannot imagine them ever touching. I smudge him out, correct the still wet scene. He is outside, long-limbed in a hard plastic chair. My mother called him Jack, and this is my only proof they were in love. My mother is almost my mother now, darker color of the noontime sun. In the waiting room, I should also place my grandparents, elegant in that old over-formal way of immigrants. My grandfather's shirt never without a collar, lush neatness of the afro against his head. My grandmother could pass for a film star, hair black and feathered down her back. Any suggestion of curl or coil since burnt away and set every morning in hot rollers. Her eyebrows tattooed as they have been all my life, blue-black parentheses. Both of them older than the independent state of the Sudan. My grandmother 13 years its senior. My grandfather a January child of unknown birthday, though the colonial offices record it as 26 years before his country is born. They are placid companions. Their courtship cooled amicably into a sort of siblinghood, and I have never seen them touch, so I cannot imagine it now. He paces the cool length of the hallway. 1 hour and 39 minutes past noon. That final diluvian push, and I am outside. Full head of wet hair. Pomegranate creature cawing that little animal sound. Pronounced a girl and named for a dead great aunt, the birth certificate dated and signed in ink. Back home, I would have been known by my first two names, mine and my father's, Safia Yaqub. The surname rarely used, but in the new country, the paper demands a patronym. Anglicized, the L becomes a looser L. Hello, meaning sweet, strange, unserious allonym of that first great-grandfather, and crowded together on a single line, marked first name, our names, mine and his, Safia Yaqub, little echo of that forgotten epithet, that once loved man, of Jack. And though I am not named from my mother, we match. Safa, noun form of my adjective, our shared first syllable. Closest I have ever seen them, him and her, almost touching. I was born in Rockville, Maryland, to Sudanese parents, which I guess would make me a first-generation Sudanese American, a child of immigrants. But then we kept going. Over the 10 years that followed, we lived in Kenya, Tanzania, England, Egypt, Switzerland, before finally settling in Washington, D.C. in the summer of 2000. 8 years later, my mother and brother moved back to Egypt, and I moved to New York. We continue to add cities to our list. I've lived in Los Angeles for almost 5 years now, and I am one of only a handful of my family members still living in this country. Almost 3 years ago, war broke out in Sudan, scattering my family around the globe, separated by war and travel bans, their different combinations of passports, meaning there is no longer any one place where we can all be together. And with every new line added to that list of places, I get further away from any answer to that question of where I'm from, of where I can claim. The lyrics do not translate. Arabic is all verbs for what stays still in other languages. Tasbah, to morning, what the translation to awake cannot honor, cannot contain its rhyme with tasbah, to swim, to make the night a body of water. I am here now, and I am not buoyant. I am far away and always sick, small for my age and always translating. I cannot sleep through the night. No language has given me the rhyme between ocean and wounds that I know to be true. Sometimes, when the doctors draw my blood, I feel the word at the edge of my tongue. Halim sings, aghraq, aghraq. I am drowning, I am drowning. The single word for all the water in his throat does not translate. Halim sings, teach me to kill the tear in its duct. Halim sings, I have no experience in love, nor have I a boat, and I know he cannot rest, cannot swim through the night. I am looking for a voice with a wound in it, a man who could only have died by a form of drowning. Let the song take its time. Let the ocean close back up. As a result, I've harbored a near lifelong obsession with what to call myself, reaching for the existing terms and finding in them only loose approximations. I hear children of immigrants talk about being children of immigrants, and I think, me too, almost, sort of. My parents never completely immigrated here, and instead have spent the years of my life in and out of this country. I hear immigrants talk about being immigrants, and I also think, me too, almost, sort of. I did not immigrate here because I was born here, but we left after I was born. So then I myself had the experience years later of coming to America, the shock of it. And not that I ever considered myself able to speak for whole demographics, but on the occasions that I'm asked to speak to the immigrant experience or about being a child of immigrants, I want to tell the person doing the asking that they might be asking the wrong person. What title can I claim? Almost immigrant, child of almost immigrants, almost Sudanese and almost American. I felt myself adrift for years in languagelessness, devouring books and hoarding words in an attempt to collage myself a reflection somewhere. Here, in one book, was a character who had curly hair like I do, but she was white. Here, in another, was a character who spoke Arabic at home, like I do, but she wasn't black. Here was a character who had an accent, like I sometimes do, but it was because she was fluent in a different language. I felt like I was made of all these discarded details, the ones I couldn't find written down anywhere. So in the world outside, I was always an other, always newly arrived to some country that was not my own. And then in the books I would turn to for shelter, for comfort, I was an other. As a young reader, I read everything I could get my hands on, read hungrily, waiting for that hot spark of recognition, and was met with hundreds of almosts, of not quites, which I'm sure is a familiar feeling for many young readers, particularly those of color, because it's not that everyone else is so well represented and I am just so different. I couldn't find myself in books because there were not enough books. It's not that I didn't exist, it's that the book I needed to read to see myself, to see my life and my experiences and my intersections as deserving of literature, did not yet exist. Enter the famous Toni Morrison quote, which I love, as does everyone else. If there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. So I did. I wrote hundreds of poems, then a book of poems called The January Children, then another called Girls That Never Die, and then a novel in verse called Home Is Not a Country, and then another called Bright Red Fruit. The novel in verse is a hybrid form, a genre in the hyphen between genres, and I think it really lends itself to expressing the feeling of being in between worlds. I'd like to say that that's why I chose to write those novels as a series of poems, but really, the choice to write in verse ultimately comes down to the freedom that verse affords me. I feel like I am never going to be entirely fluent in English, or in any language, really. And verse has always been a space for me where I feel like the rules of the language are mine to set, mine to play with and experiment with and stretch. I feel less at the mercy of external measures of fluency, and instead I feel the language soften and grow more malleable, able to mutate in order to accommodate the things I need to say. I don't feel bound by the rules of proper English or correct grammar, because in a poem, I get to invent my English as one of infinite Englishes and set my own grammar. And I wanted to be able to tell these stories with that set of tools available to me, especially since the medium was new to me, writing fiction. I wanted to at least still have the form where I feel the most at home. My grandparents, and occasionally my mother, speak what an old Arabic teacher of mine used to call translationese, a beautiful crooked syntax where they first conceive of a thought in Arabic before speaking it in English. Turn on the light and turn off the light becomes open the light and close the light. I would like some tomato soup becomes I love tomato soup. These moments of misspeaking are my favorite language, are my language. This is the only language I want to write in. Fact, the Arabic word hawa means wind. The Arabic word hawa means love. Test, multiple choice. Abd al-Halim said, "You left me holding wind in my hands." Or Abd al-Halim said, "You left me holding love in my hands." Abd al-Halim was left empty, or Abd al-Halim was left full. Feyruz said, "O wind, take me to my country." Or Feyruz said, "O love, take me to my country." Feyruz is looking for vehicle, or Feyruz is looking for fuel. Kulthum said, "Where the wind stops her ships, we stop ours." Or Kulthum said, "Where love stops her ships, we stop ours." Kulthum is stuck, or Kulthum is home. One of the conditions of my in-betweenness, of my almostness, is feeling constantly in between language, never fully belonging to one or the other. The guilt of feeling like I traded in one for the other and ended up with an incomplete version of each. I have access to the worlds that the two different languages contain, but I'm also never going to be entirely at home in either, because part of me will always belong to the other one. I feel most comfortable speaking in a sort of hybrid language, where the words can be in Arabic or in English, and I don't have to make sure that what comes out of my mouth is entirely in a single language. I am trying to exercise some of the shame that comes from this lack of fluency by accepting that there is a third language that forms in the hybrid space between the two, between Arabic and English, and that language is my language, the language I am fluent in. In situations where I'm most comfortable, that's the language I speak. My mother and I, or my brother and I, my cousins and childhood best friends, we speak in this combination of Arabic and English. The word comes out in whatever language it was thought in. And I'm trying to write poems that reflect what language sounds like in my head. Growing up bilingual made language my great obsession, my great wound, and my great love. It's basically all I ever want to write about. In the divorce, I separate to two piles: books, English, love songs, Arabic, my angers, my schooling, my long repeating name, English, English, Arabic. I am someone's daughter, but I am American born. It shows in my short memory, my ahistoric glamour, my clumsy tongue when I forget the word for in Arabic. I sleep, unbroken dark hours on airplanes home, and dream I've missed my connecting flight. I dream a new and fluent mouth, full of gauzy swaths of Arabic. I dream my alternate selves, each with a face borrowed from photographs of the girl who became my grandmother, brows and body rounded and cursive like Arabic, but awake to the usual borderlands. I crowd shining slivers of English to my mouth: iris, crocus, inlet, heron. How dare I love a word without knowing it in Arabic? And what even is translation, is immigration, without irony? Safia means pure. All my life it's been true, even in my clouded Arabic. Before Home is Not a Country was a novel, it was a symptom of my obsession with the life I could have led, the person I could have been if I'd been born and raised in the country of my origins. I think often about something the poet Ladan Osman said in an interview. The most difficult part of negotiating both identities was not knowing if I was my authentic self, whether I'd be a different person had I grown up back home. I've also been obsessed for a long time with Mahmoud Darwish's In the Presence of Absence, where he writes, "Exile is a misunderstanding between existence and borders. If I were there," you say, "if I were there, my laugh would be louder and my speech clearer." I spend a lot of time thinking about the idea of alternate or parallel selves in the context of the diasporic experience. Who would I be if I'd only grown up back home? How would I be different? That sort of thing. I wrote a poem called Yasmin about my obsession with the name I was almost given and the parallel life that might have come with that alternate one. I imagine you cannot see it, but it looks like this. It is a contrapuntal. It's in 2 columns. I'm going to read the left column, the right column, and then I'm going to read them across. Yasmin. I was born at the rupture, the root where I split from my parallel self. I split from the girl I also could have been, and her name, Easy. I know the story. All her life, my mother wanted a girl named for a flower, whose oil scents all our mothers, petals wrung for their perfume. I was planted. Land became ocean, became land anew, its shape refusing root in my fallow mouth, cleaving my life neatly, and my name, taken from a dead woman, to remember, to fill an aperture with cut jasmine in a bowl, our longing, our mother's wilting garlands hanging from our necks. I was born, I was planted, at the rupture, the root where lands became ocean, became land anew. I split from my parallel self, I split from its shape, refusing root in my fallow mouth, the girl I also could have been, cleaving my life neatly, and her name, Easy. I know the story, and my name, taken from a dead woman. All her life, my mother wanted to remember, to fill an aperture with a girl named for a flower, cut jasmine in a bowl, whose oil scents all our longing, our mothers' petals wrung, wilting for their perfume, garlands hanging from our necks. For so long, I think I functioned from the idea, lived from the idea, wrote from the idea, that where I am from and where I exist were drastically different places, irreconcilably different even. But to think that way is to first and foremost one of the central ideas of Orientalist thinking, this binary between here and over there, east and west. And I find myself growing increasingly disillusioned these days by the border as a marker of anything, the governance of geography as a measure of figurative distance. For so long, I thought of myself as gone, as far away, aching to go back. But gone from where? To where? Gone from what? Back to what? In a way, I think maybe what I am circling so much in my thinking these days is that I don't really know what a country is anymore, and what it means anymore to be from a country. A country is so fallible, so temporary even. Borders move and mutate and sprout and grow like vines and spread. So maybe what I'm trying to say is that the landscape itself is begging me to find new language for it, after trying and failing over and over to articulate it in these terms of fromness and goneness and distance and absence. I mourned some invented golden age of Sudan that probably wasn't as neat and tidy and narrativized as it gets to be in retrospect, in nostalgia, in its absence and its haunting. Some golden age of Sudan that was deeply classed, deeply grayscale, deeply with its own set of costs and consequences. And still, I decided I was from there, and that it was lost to me in being gone, and that because the place, or place in time really, that I felt such attachment to, because that place was gone, I couldn't have any identity except in terms of lack or absence or loss. And in doing so, I developed a bad habit of only talking and writing about Sudan in the past tense, as if it were gone or lost, as if I didn't actually have a life there, one I am mourning now that the war has taken it from me. Because of the war, I am mourning all the time I spent looking backward at a time before mine, instead of relishing the present tense, the actual Sudan I did have. The book I left tented on a nightstand in February of 2023, with plans to pick it up the next time, the casual way I used to be able to say that, next time. But what is it to identify oneself using one's nationality? A nation is such a strange fiction, so arbitrary. Because on the one hand, I am Sudanese, I feel incredibly Sudanese. But on the other hand, what is Sudan? Which Sudan? There are now formally 2 Sudans, and so many Sudans within those Sudans. So what is it exactly that I am gone from, that I ache to return to? My longing for a place, if pressed too hard, falls apart, because I don't know that I even necessarily have a concept of place. It all turns into place in time for me. So of course I had to write a novel about time travel, because my diasporic experience has primarily been an experience of time travel, of that slipperiness between place and time. So much about immigration has felt like time travel to me. The homeland forever preserved as the version of itself we left behind. So to claim that place, to be from that place, requires traveling backwards through time. This eternal limbo of being caught between past and future tense, the past tense of the idealized homeland, the imagined future of finally feeling at home in the host land someday, all while forgetting about the present. The present tense is my third space. That familiar in-between is the only tense I can live in. Warsan Shire writes, "We took such care of tomorrow, but died on the way there." I want to take care of where I already am. Right now I am here, and I want to take care of that, to really be here. Tomorrow I'll be in New York, and I want to take care of that, to really be there. Next week I'll be back home in Los Angeles, and I want to take care of that, to really be there, and so on. I've always wanted to belong to a city, to a place, but never have. But I've always belonged to diasporic communities, everywhere I've gone. Those are my people, rebuilding a life in the aftermath of great rupture. Those are the communities that taught me that there are many Englishes, many Arabics, and that my home was my own to make, that my language was my own to make. I grew up in an invented world, among the people who built it with their own hands. So I grew up believing anything could be made real. Those handmade spaces, those hybrid approximations of one country inside another, those spaces are the closest I've come to feeling from anywhere. My mother says a lot, "I made home." And I think that really helps me combat this notion of home as a fixed, static location that I can only hope to find if I were to just learn the right vocabulary word or tradition or recipe. Instead, it presents the option of home as a portable environment, home as a decision, a project, people, a community, rather than a country. A country is fallible, is at the mercy of its governments and their wars. A country, ultimately, was once itself created by the drawing of a man-made border. So what is a country but the drawing of a line? Today I draw thick black lines around my eyes, and they are a country. And thick red lines are on my lips, and they are a country. And the knife that chops the onions draws a smooth line through my finger, and that is a country. And the tightening denim presses a soft purple line into my belly. And when I smile like my mother, a line flashes between my two front teeth. And for every country I lose, I make another, and I make another. My friendships have been the space where I've healed a lot of my relationship to identity and to belonging. So many of my questions and crises around identity were wrapped up in this idea of a country, of needing one to claim. I was basing my whole sense of who I was around this intangible thing. Meanwhile, the nation state does not care about me. So I'm trying to find ways to identify myself that are not so dependent on something man-made, not so dependent on someone having drawn an often violent, often bloody line on a map and deciding that that says something about me, deciding that that's what I have to call myself. I'm interested now in trying to find other things to pledge allegiance to call home. My home is not a country. A country is not the only way to belong, to identify oneself. It is maybe the least interesting way to do those things. Home is about love and community and care, not about borders, which are made up, or about countries, which are also made up. My communities and my friendships are the spaces where I can heal from the failures of larger constructs of nation and citizenship and allegiance. I think I actually don't care anymore where I belong, because I know who I belong to, who I am accountable to. And I want to honor that in my work, those little interpersonal spaces that feel like home, when the larger questions about home feel so unanswerable. So I pledge allegiance to my homies, to my mother's small and cool palms, to the gap between my brother's two front teeth, and to my grandmother's good brown hands, good strong brown hands gathering my bare feet in her lap. I pledge allegiance to the group text. I pledge allegiance to laughter and to everyone I have a crush on. I pledge allegiance to my spearmint plant, to my split ends, to my grandfather's brain and gray left eye. I come from two failed countries, and I give them back. I pledge allegiance to no land, no border cut by force to draw blood. I pledge allegiance to no government, no collection of men carving up the map with their pens. I choose the table at the Waffle House with all my loved ones crowded into the booth. I choose the shining dark of our faces through a thin sheet of smoke, glowing dark of our faces slick under layers of sweat. I choose the world we make with our living, refusing to be unmade by what surrounds us. I choose us gathered at the lakeside, the light glinting off the water and our laughing teeth, and along the living dark of our hair. And this is my only country. So I do have a home in my communities, in my groups of friends, in my family, and this is what I pledge allegiance to when flags continue to fail me. This is what I call home. I've always felt at home in books too, even as a young reader. It just maybe felt for a long time like a home where I didn't have my own room. So now I am trying to build that room, one poem at a time, one book at a time. I'm a person who feels so deeply of the third space that forms in between worlds, cultures, languages, and now in between genres. What is a novel in verse if not that kind of hybrid third space? Much like being a hyphenated American or a diasporic being or a teenager, which is this third space in between childhood and adulthood. It just felt like all these things were versions of each other. The novel in verse is a hybrid form. The diasporic experience is a hybrid form. Adolescence is a hybrid form, which is why I wanted my first novel to be a novel for young people. It started out as an offering to my younger self, the young reader I was, who is the reason I am a writer today. I wanted to make a book that would have made it all feel possible for me sooner. It took me a while to really believe that the world I came from was deserving of poetry, of literature, because I wasn't seeing my particular intersection in any book. So I wanted to tell a story about a young person who contains my intersections, and I wanted to offer this story to someone who is the age now that I was then, to hopefully add a little bit to the conversation they might be having with themselves about what is possible in a book, and maybe make a home for them in that possibility, and maybe make a home for them in that book. That's enough to keep me writing. Little homes for all my loved ones, for all my people. That's my hope. I surprise myself with how hopeful I am. Thank you. Okay, I have my eye on the clock. We have a little less than 15 minutes for questions, but I will tell you, I am not wearing my glasses, so I can barely see you all. So I'm gonna need a little bit of help, but I'm happy to take your questions. Mhm. Could you repeat the question a little louder? I can't hear you. A reason I moved around so much? There was always some reason or another, you know? My earliest years, we were moving around with my dad's job, and then my parents got divorced, and my mom went to grad school, took me and my brother with her. We moved in with my grandparents for a little while in Egypt. We eventually came to the US for a job of my mother's. So there was always some adult with a really valid reason why we had to pick up and move countries. To be honest, it's the only thing in my life I've ever been good at. But the real fact of the matter is I had a million hobbies as a young person, and I would get really into something for a few months and then drop it and move on to something else. And I think the reason the poetry stuck is I was maybe 15 or 16 years old, and a friend took me to an open mic in DC where I was living at the time. And I got up and I read a poem, and it's not that there was this like magic bolt of lightning, it was fine. But I saw all these poets hanging out with each other afterwards, and it was just this most amazing group of weirdos. Everyone had like a piercing or a facial tattoo or a weird outfit or something like that. And I so badly wanted to be one of those weirdos that the decision seemed easy in the moment, where if all I had to do to be invited back into that space was to write a poem, then I was going to show up the following week with 15 poems, you know? And I almost feel like I wanted to be a poet before I even had written very many poems. And it was sort of reverse engineered in that way. It also felt like the first community of people I'd seen that had chosen each other on purpose. It wasn't a group of people that were like grouped together by some external thing. Like I was part of a pretty robust Sudanese community in DC when I was growing up, but it didn't mean that we all necessarily liked each other. We just like had to come from the same place to the same place. And so what I loved about this group of poets is that they had chosen each other based on something that they had agency over, and that felt really powerful to me. And I hung out with them enough that I started to learn about poetry, and my poems got a little better over the years. But it was really happened backwards, sort of, where I decided on the identity before I actually did any of the work.
All the way back in the middle.
Yeah. Right now, I am messing with a manuscript of poems that currently the document is called Manuscript ? I also, for about 3 years now, have been trying to teach myself to write a novel that is not in verse, which is really humbling because I have never written a full sentence in my life. And so I am kind of in real time learning where a comma goes. And so it's, part of the reason it's going so slowly is, at least with the novels in verse, the act of writing fiction and writing narrative was new, but because I was still writing poems, I felt like I had my first language to work in, so to speak. And with this, I'm kind of learning the language while I'm writing the novel, which just means that it's taking forever and is a real endurance sport because I started writing poetry when I was a teenager. And so I have not been a beginner in a very long time. And it feels, I don't know, like character building in some way to spend this much time doing something that I'm like definitively bad at and continuing to do it. But it's embarrassing and uncomfortable and very humbling, but it's also really freeing to be like so at the ground floor of something, but it's taking forever. Oh, yeah.
What is your typical way of planning out a poem?
I usually will start if there's an image in my mind or a word that I'm thinking a lot about that I want to challenge myself to write a line or a sentence using that word. But usually I know very little about the poem before I start writing it. Usually all I know is that I want to write a poem. I try not to think anymore in terms of about. Like it used to be that when I would sit down to write, I would be like, today I'm going to write a poem about my mother, about whatever. But I'm trying to unlearn some ideas about what is and is not deserving of poetry, because I think a lot of the ways that we were taught to write poetry when I was younger made it seem like the most interesting things about you are the things that hurt you the most. And so there was kind of this cognitive dissonance where I would sit down to write poetry, which allegedly is the thing I love most in the world, but because I was only ever writing about things that made me miserable, I would feel miserable while I was doing this thing that I claim to love so much. And so I've had to really break that association in recent years, where if I'm actively miserable, then I'm not allowed to write a poem. I have to go for a walk or something. And so it means that if I'm like going through some big trauma, it's not like the first 25 things I think to do to write a poem about it, which means that now I get to enter the poem from a more like curious experimental space where, you know, here's a single word that I want to use in a line. Where does that take me? Here's a single image that's in the back of my mind. What can I build around that image? And it has made the act of writing poetry feel a lot more fun and sustainable and like not painful at all, except for the way that like a bad first draft is painful. But you know, the stakes are a lot lower, where I'm not like actively mining my trauma for poetry. And it's, you know, it's not like my subject matter has gotten any more joyful necessarily, but I feel better when I'm making the poems. So I'm self-aware enough to know that none of my poems sound like I was having fun when I was writing them, but I promise you I was having a lot of fun. But a lot of it is showing up to write something and opening myself up to the possibility that whatever shows up will show up. It also means that I spend a lot of time interrogating the idea of writer's block. Because it's, you know, the truth of the matter is every day I wake up and I want to write a poem, and most days I don't write a poem. And it's not because I'm so busy, you know? I just rewatched the entirety of Mad Men. I have time. But I think a lot of the time I am so afraid of writing a bad poem that I would rather not write anything at all. And I think that is the thing that we refer to as writer's block. It's just fear of doing a bad job. And so now, sometimes the way I will get myself to the page is to be like, I'm gonna sit down and write a bad first draft, and that's very freeing. I also do a lot of group writing. A lot of the poetry I've written in the past recent years is when a friend and I will get together and do a 30-30, which is when you try and write a poem a day for 30 days. And it is effective because the main engine in my life is that I don't want to disappoint anyone. And so when there's a guaranteed other person on the other end for me to disappoint, then I will show up and I will, you know, stop watching TV and I will sit down and write a poem. It also means that I'm getting a poem in my inbox every day from my friends. It means that I'm writing poetry. And after the first week or so, where I've kind of cleared my backlog of things I've observed and planned to someday write a poem about, then the poems get really weird, because day 13, there's kind of no choice but to just write about what I did that day. And so here's a poem set in the grocery store. Here's a poem set at a doctor's appointment. Here's a poem set at the DMV. And I think that feels like a more sustainable way to work, where I get to just be a poet in every aspect of my life instead of just when like something really bad is happening. I know that was you really took the scenic route to that answer, but I hope that answered the question. Yeah?
Do you ever plan on like writing a full poem just in Arabic? Like I know you do English and Arabic, but will you ever write just Arabic?
Yeah, the question is, will I ever write a full poem just in Arabic? Man, I really hope so. But the reason I haven't yet is I think part of the reason I feel the freedom I need to make a poem, I feel that freedom in English because I don't particularly care about English. Like, being good or bad at English doesn't like press on some core way that I identify myself. I worry that if I were to try to write a poem entirely in Arabic and it was bad, that would be devastating to me. That would feel like a failure, like at a core personal level. And I think also because I have such a like casual, not sacred relationship to English, it means I can break the language up and use it to do like interesting lyrical things that work for me in a poem. Where, I can mess with my syntax, I can misspeak, I can do something strange, I can mess up the grammar in English. And I don't care if someone reads that and is like, oh, Safia's not that good at English. But I feel like I don't trust, and this might just be my like little diaspora wound, but I worry that if I were to try to exercise some of that freedom in Arabic and I were to intentionally misspeak, I wouldn't have the benefit of the doubt from a reader being like, oh, she said that wrong on purpose, and instead it'll be like, oh, this American doesn't speak Arabic. But that's my own baggage that I need to work out. What I have been doing recently is my grandfather, may he rest in peace, was a poet who wrote in Arabic, and he had one collection published a little bit before he passed away, and I've been, just for myself, not to publish or anything, I've been translating some of those poems, which I think is a good way to keep that part of my brain awake. But again, is very much an endurance sport because my grandfather was one of the great speakers of Arabic, and I am not. And so there's a lot of looking up words and calling my mom to ask for an explanation of something, but it feels like a good kind of foot in the door to just spend that much time with Arabic language poetry to maybe, because also the two poetry traditions are very different. So I'm like very much an American poet, so I think it's also very helpful to kind of get under the hood of some of those poems and understand how they're made and how that is different from the way that I, in my like American poetry tradition, was taught that poems are made. So someday, fingers crossed, but not today yet. Yeah? Could you repeat that a little louder? Sorry. One more time, or if someone nearby can also. What inspired me to?
create your poetry, because you said that you're an American poet.
I think I refer to myself as an American poet, almost like half joking, but I think because that is the poetic tradition that I was educated in, So as a young poet, kind of trying to understand what made a poem, I was reading a lot of, writers from the Black Arts Movement, from the Harlem Renaissance, from the New York School, and a lot of there's like a quality that American poetry has that feels different, where it's a lot more colloquial, it's a lot more plain spoken. I love Frank O'Hara, who just writes these kind of chatty poems. Someone once referred to Frank O'Hara's poems as I do this and I do that poems. And so that feels like a kind of, like American poetry feels like it's like the font that my poetry is written in almost. Even though I am, a Sudanese person or whatever, the fact of the matter is just in the literary tradition I work in, I'm an American poet. Because all of my teachers, for the most part, also were American poets. Yeah, I think that is our time. Thank you all so much for spending your time with me.
a lot of things. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams. Yes, we are. Yeah, these two are good. Yes, thank you, Miss Collins.
Now this star-crossed Voyager beats in time with yours. With yours. And can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. It's enough for this wide-eyed wonder that we got this far. And can you feel the love tonight? How it's laid too late to rest. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very best. It's enough to make kings and vagabonds believe the very
All right. Yeah, Mr. Heritage. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it. You're doing great. What? Oh, we got it. There we go. 7th hour. What's up? Make some noise. Wow. What a day it has been today. We've had a Pulitzer Prize winner. We've had poetry. We've had a little bit of everything. But today we've got the most special, which is your peers speaking today, sharing their voices. Before we hear the great writers that we have here, we have to give a lot of thank yous. First off, thank you to Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Inc., the driving force all these years behind Writers Week. Clap it up. Tech crew, clap it up for them. They work and work and work and make things happen here. Couldn't hear me without them. Thank your teachers that bring you here. Say hello, Mr. and Mrs. Ozo. How you doing? Yay. Thank you. And also, they do a lot of behind-the-scenes work as well. And then finally, thank the boosters, maybe your parents, because they help fund this whole thing. So thank you, everyone. Clap it up one last time for everyone we just talked about. So now, we've got some amazing writers, some of the voices from your peers, sharing their thoughts, their feelings, their emotions. Be supportive for them. Clap it up. We have Kate. Come on down, Kate.
Okay. First off, shout out to Mrs. Maneo's AP Lit class. Oh, thanks, guys. Also, shout out to Mr. Felberg. I see you. Yeah, I'm just going to be reading one of my college essays today, so hope you enjoy. I was wondering whose shoes those were, an aunt exclaimed as I stepped into my strappy heels. My 5-year-old self beamed proudly. There are things that are innate to humans, like breathing or blinking. For me, it was walking in heels. I never rolled an ankle, my heels always clicked perfectly, and you bet at the ripe age of 5 that I taught myself to catwalk. There was an odd confidence I had with my heels on, one where I couldn't help but belt Ozzy Osbourne songs and say exactly how I felt. As I strutted myself into 1st grade, I became surrounded by a phenomenon all too common among grade schoolers, the tomboy epidemic. In order to avoid ridicule from the society that was crayon-wielding 1st graders, any spot of femininity was rejected. Glittery pink was now social self-sabotage. Since the cool girls didn't like heels anymore, that meant I didn't like them either. Let's just hope no one knew of my heeled boots that I strictly wore in secret. By 6th grade, scuffed up Converse were my go-tos. My authentic self put up on the shelf next to the heels I outgrew. I wasn't overdressed and overconfident. I was normal. The closer to normal I was, the better. but normal had rules. Being a band kid wasn't considered cool because that automatically labeled you as an annoying kid who couldn't stop quoting overused brain rot. So when I had to lug my large suitcase of percussion gear to school, I made sure to come early to hide it in the band room. Whatever confidence I had to speak my mind was double knotted and cast away with fear of judgment. I couldn't get a word out without calculating whether or not it would be clever enough so that I was not deemed obnoxious. I shuffled into high school with my scuffed up Converse. Comfortable, quiet, blending in, but nothing else. The week school started, I went shopping for new shoes. Really, I'd been looking for the exact pair of sneakers I had since my usual shoe supplier, Costco, wasn't doing it for me. Instead, I found myself drawn to a pair of brown suede heels. While my mom called me over to try on another pair of sneakers, I couldn't help but notice the heels had memory foam in them, were a beautiful color, and were on clearance. There was something about them, and it wasn't just that discount. That day, my kindergarten hands reached out. I left the store with only those heels. The day I catwalked into high school with those new heels on, though I was only 2 inches taller and had simply changed my footwear, I never felt more like myself than I did then. I still hesitated that first day, bracing myself for silent judgment and sideways glances. But they never really came, or maybe I just didn't care as much to notice. Now, attributing my successes to a pair of heels may be excessive, but though I didn't notice it then, I started to carry myself differently. The fear of judgment didn't completely leave. It just stopped shaping how I expressed myself and the footprints I chose to leave. Freshman year, I joined the marching band, unapologetically drumming to the crowd because, yes, I am a band kid. I stopped waiting for the perfect, clever phrase to come to me. I stepped onto stage with speech team where I could express myself freely, purposefully, and honestly. I thrive in these communities because I followed the will of my authenticity, trusting the clicks beneath my feet. When I live with authenticity, passion and the right communities follow. I'm not comfortable because I'm blending in. I'm comfortable because I am myself, all the way down to my strappy heels. Thank you. And next up, we have Divya Johnson. Yay.
Hello, I'd like to give a shout out to my mom, who's here today, and also, this is a poem from when I was really into Percy Jackson, so it's about who my godly parent would be. If I was a child of a god, it'd have to be Apollo, though I've gotten many others. Aphrodite and Hypnos, Nyx, and Athena, with the brains to prove it. But I've never felt that pretty, though I have been that angry. And all in all, I've never slept that well. And though I love the moon, and that seemed enough to quell, there's not much else, like to scare those around. And I guess I've got the brains, though I'm not that fond of owls. That's why if I was a child of a god, it'd have to be Apollo. I pick up dance quite well, not quite with instruments, but music flows through me like it's taking its rightful place. Though I've never taken archery, I have taken poem. I've always gotten praise, not always deserved. And I'm far too fond of lying, and I always see ahead in movies and music and things that I've read. And although I'm always sick, I always have a cure. Band-Aids, Tylenol, Claritin, galore. And touching back on poetry, as I seem to jump around, I build it into art. I build it into sound. And I guess that while I've never favored the sun, I tan quite well. So I guess it's all right. All of this is why Apollo's more fit, not Athena or Aphrodite or even Nyx. Not any of the 1,000 whose image I could fit. I fit into one, and his is it. Thank you. Next up is Aaron Schneider.
Hi, I'm Erin. A little bit of context about this poem that I wrote. If you were at the Poetry Slam, this may sound a little familiar. Quick poll, who here has an older brother? Raise a hand. Love to see it, love to see it. So the other day, I was in the car with my brother, and he was asking me about Writers Week, and he was asking me what my piece was about, and I was like, I'm not gonna tell you that. And he was like, is it about me? I said no, I lied. So this is dedicated to my older brother up in the tech booth. So enjoy it. He's my older brother. He loves me, but he doesn't say it. It's the way he comes to my cold softball games. I can tell he loves me. It's the way he asks me if I want lunch from off campus that I can tell he loves me. It's the way he puts his arm over me when he breaks a little too hard. I can tell that he loves me. It's the way we can talk about music without our mom understanding a single word that I can tell that he loves me. It's the way he brings me homemade ranch when he goes out for lunch that I can tell he loves me. It's the way that he voluntarily fixes my technology. I can tell that he loves me. So, for anyone with an older brother, you know, he may not say it, but I can tell he loves me. Thank you. Next up, we have Remy. That poem's gonna make me cry. I don't even have an older brother. All right, let me get this turned on. All right. So hi, my name is Remy. This is my third and my last year doing Writers Week because I'm a senior. I have 4 poems from my collection of over 100 pages, and these are all centered around love, hope, and the indomitable human spirit. I want to shout out Miss Kelly's 7th period Fundamentals of Speech, as well as any previous teachers, English teachers that I've had that are in the room right now. I know that's Miss Mineo. And I also want to shout out my parents in the front row because they came to see me. And it's not just my dad this time. It's awesome. My mom's here too. All right. These 4 are all based on certain things in my life, but they're not like true stories, if that makes sense. So this one's called Lucky 13. In every lifetime, I will find you. On a random Tuesday, on August 9th, at a random diner in Kansas, in the apocalypse, in a cathedral, at a funeral, or while awake. In the molecular atoms of the Big Bang, when I look in the shared dorm mirror. In my credit card pin and the photo roll in my wallet. In an Amy Winehouse song. In a zombie movie or a comedy, a happy ending or a not. In the photo book downstairs and the wind blowing through my ears. In every life, in every moment, in every song, in every word, every breath that fills my lungs. On my birthday and my death day, this universe or the next, the world cannot hold me back from you. I will find you in the distance that separates us from the moon and brings us back home. I will find you in the stardust left trailing from the last ship leaving planet Earth. I will find you as my phone dies out and my cell service dwindles, in the trees we used to climb and the sunsets we watched together. In every lifetime, I am your soulmate. I've prayed and wished for you. In every universe, parallel and backwards, I love you as much as one soul could love another, with all the pigment of a planetary collision. Thank you. This one has, I'm told to give you a small content warning because it has some slightly disturbing imagery. Nothing terrible though. It's called As I Am. I miss you, and I always will, like a gun to my head, like a knife to my chest, beating, 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 and I remain. I stagger into a stranger's arms, a disfigured mass, and I remember you, and I remain. Though I long to greet you again, a silhouette in the distance, I endure with hope and grief, and I remain. I have no words, but I can sing, and I remain. When I can't sing, I breathe and beat, and I remain. This third one is called Mantra. This has to matter. In an hour, in a day, in a year, in 9, it will matter because I say it does. If nothing else, I will matter. I will matter because I say so. You cannot take this from me. Pry it from my cold, dead heart. You can't. If nothing else, this will be, and it will be longer than you are. It will matter because it is nothing else to do. It will matter, and it has to, and I will as well. Thanks. All right, this last one is actually from my notes app. I'll give you a little context. It's a list of headlines I saw on TikTok. That's the title. But it's a bit rearranged. So yeah. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for the younger version of you who dreamed bigger, loved harder, and believed anything was possible. I've been so worried about getting my life together, I almost forgot I've achieved some of my childhood dreams. You're so sensitive, they say. Well, it's called being human. You should try it sometime. A kind and cheerful character who gets along with everyone, except for one particular person who they seem to despise for some unknown reason. A character being resurrected / resuscitated / rescued even though they don't want to be alive. For once, in death, they would have found peace, only for it to be taken away again. A character's face being severely disfigured in battle, and while everyone else is startled at their appearance, their significant other sees them as the most beautiful, breathtaking creature in the world. What was once dystopian has become distinctly real. Hey Diva, you're actually living proof that genuine people with beautiful souls do exist. I hope you get the future you always talked about having. We only live once. False. We only die once. We live every day. Thank you. Next up is Arya.
Hi guys, I'm Arya. Shout out to 7th period Mineo, which is over there. And this is kind of crazy to read because Erin just read a poem dedicated to her older brother, and my writing is dedicated to my younger brother, who's sitting in Marsh's 7th period all the way back up there. I'm embarrassing you today, Sonny. So this goes out to anybody that has a younger sibling or anybody that's leaving for college, that's leaving somebody behind, or anybody that doesn't have like their sibling living at home. Their sibling has already gone off to wherever they're going in the future. Dear Sonny, I don't remember learning how to walk or to read or to tie my shoes, but I do remember the day they brought you home from the hospital. You were small and ugly and 100% mine. I was so excited to have a Robin to my Batman, a trusty sidekick to do my dirty work. Being your sister was the first thing I ever knew how to be. I don't remember a life in which you weren't there, but this year, things are going to be different. This year, I'm going to college, miles away from home. I've been pretending that I'm going to be totally normal about it, but I think we both know I'm lying. Going to college means that I'm never going to call our house home again. Sure, I'll still have a room, but it won't be down the hall from you. I'll wake up at school, but it'll be at 11 instead of 7, and I'll be walking on a quad instead of speeding down Quinton. And I'm definitely lying when I say that I won't miss you. I'm going to miss you stealing my clothes and my things and my entire personality. I'll miss you copying my music taste and then acting like you discovered it first. I'll miss kicking you under the table and watching you get yelled at for it instead of me. What I definitely won't miss is driving you around everywhere. For the love of God, please get your permit already. Being an older sibling means I never want you to make the same mistakes I did or go through the hurt that I've gone through. It means that I know you can be better than me. So before I go, I want to leave you with a few things. First, always be yourself. I know that everyone has their own expectations of you. I was the first draft and you're supposed to be the final. But it doesn't mean you should be something that you aren't. Trust that you know yourself better than anyone. When the time comes, you'll know where to go, what to do, and how you're going to change the world. But remember, it's always going to be on your time, not on anybody else's. Second, don't be afraid of the unknown. What you don't know is where you're going to learn the most about the world around you. There is so much to see and do and so little time to soak it in. Take that dance class. Go on that trip. Say yes to the things that scare you because once you do that, I know you can do anything. Third, stand up for what you believe in and what you think is right. In a world that feels loud and messy, Know what you believe in. Your values reflect your character, and your character is who you are. And remember, whatever you do, whatever happens, remember that you are never alone. I know that sometimes it can feel like you're the only person who is lost and afraid, and trust me, it is so easy to get trapped in that darkness. It feels like you don't know your way out. You don't know where the light switch is. So even in your worst week, when the girl you like doesn't like you back, or you fail a test, or you don't get into your dream college, you are not alone. Your parents are just down the hall. Your friends are a text message from driving over. And I am always going to pick up the phone for you. If I can't find a way to turn the light on, I'll hold your hand and we'll find a way to climb out together. I am so proud of the young man you are becoming. So don't forget that no matter what you do or who you choose to become, you will always have a place next to me. If you ask nicely, I'll even pack you in my suitcase and take you with. So yes, I'll buy you food, I'll take you thrifting, I'll let you have shotgun. I'll let you steal my music and claim it as your own. I'll even let you eat the last muffin. Just don't be a stranger. Love, Arya. Thank you.
Hello. Before I start, I just want to give a quick shout out to Dawson's 7th period rhetoric of cinema. So it's kind of different, but I made an animation. It's my interpretation of unrequited love. It's a portrayal with my two main characters, which I don't have a name for yet, so if you guys can think of a name that starts with an M or a B, just let me know. Throughout this animation, I experimented with the symbolic meaning of daisies. Daisies represent a new beginning and innocence. I chose the song I Thought I Saw Your Face Today by She and Him, and I hope you enjoy. If I connect.
I thought I saw your face today, but I just turned my
All right, amazing performances from everybody. Give them another round of applause. Clap it up again. So here's a nice little plug for Writers Week. If you've never stepped on the stage before, whether you're scared or anything, it's a very liberating feeling to come up here and share your voice in your writing. And I'll bet you once you come up and do it one time, you'll want to do it again. And all of these writers up here, when they present their writing, they're guaranteed like, okay, I'm going to put this piece forward. I want to read this one piece. But a lot of times, once we go through their pieces, it's like round 2, and we get more pieces. So we're going to get to that in a second, round 2. But a couple quick questions here. First question is going to be for Shui. Can you kind of describe your process and how that was amazing? So kind of talk about how you put that together.
So overall, that was about 2,000 drawings that I did. First, I'm not a storyboard artist, so I just went with the flow on what I was feeling. Just like I said, I wanted to kind of do like the metaphoric of daisies being new beginnings. It's like kind of like Coraline, where every scene has a reason. That's kind of just how I did. I went with the flow.
In terms of, I'm going to turn into like the interviewer here. In terms of time, how long did that take you?
Insane. Last year I did a 4,000 one, which took me 2 months. This one was fully colored, so it took me 3 months. It took me way longer.
Speaking about time and effort, with all writers that are doing something up here, something caught my ear. Remy, you talked about how you had well over 100 pages worth of poetry. How long have you been accumulating that mass of poetry?
So I started the actual document when we had Sierra DeMulder here in 2023, I think, and she inspired me to write a poem. And it just stayed in that Google Doc for a while, and then I was like, wait, I could write more, because I had more and more ideas. So a lot of them are dated. Like, I know that one's from 2023, because I went back and I found the date it was from, and I just kept adding to that. Sometimes I'll take it from my Google Keep like notes app, and I put it in the Google Doc. Sometimes I edit it there. Sometimes like I went back in my my old like files from middle school, and I have every poem there, even if I really, really hate them, like from middle school, and it just shows like how much progress I've made. So yeah, probably, I mean, if some of them are from middle school, then 5 or 6 years, yeah.
Have you ever done like a word count just for fun to see how many words it actually accumulated?
I have not, but I would assume if it's 100 pages, and some of them have like multiple poems on them, I would probably assume like 5,000 maybe? Something like that.
Very cool. All right, I'm going to go to the audience for a couple of questions, and then I'm going to go to round 2. Do I have any questions from the audience before we go to round 2? Any questions? Where at? Or up here. Who's got something? No? Did I see a hand up here? No? Okay. All right, we're going to go to round 2, so welcome back, Remy.
I gotta pull it up again. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, it's gonna take just a second. I was not expecting this. This is, I'll give you some context while you wait. This is, oh, here it is. This is a poem. It's not as like hopeful as my other ones that I shared, but this is a poem that I did for the Poetry Slam, and Mr. Harridges is asking me to do it again because he didn't record it the first time. And it is based on a true story. I interviewed my dad's dad for this. So it's called The Draft. I was driving when it happened, and I heard my birthday called, 312. It's so funny to think that something you can't control, the day you were brought into the world, could control when you went out of it. So I pulled over and bought a newspaper to see if it was true. I didn't want to be lied to. I turned down a 4-year college scholarship, married at 17, because I was so sure that I was going to go and I was going to die. I don't think war is necessary. If you can't talk it out like a normal person, you don't deserve to run a country. It used to be that everyone went, but then they changed it, and I felt so guilty. He brought us to the memorial, and he just looked at the names on the stones and then took us home. Because some of them were my friends. They were boys like me. Thank you.
Now, you said that was about your grandfather, right? How did you read it for him?
I think I did, but I did tell him when I was interviewing him. I was like, hey, I had an idea for a poem, and I know that you've experienced this, so I want to get your thoughts on this. And we had like a 30-minute call about the draft and things like that.
Awesome. Well, you heard Shui talking about how there was another movie, so we are going to cue that up. So, tech crew, if you could get the projector back on, we're going to get another movie, which is super cool. Thank you. Really fast. That's excellent. So we're going to get that in just a second. That is so impressive. I gotta ask, Shui, do you want to do something with animation, film in the future?
Surprisingly, it's kind of funny, but no. I'm actually going into game design instead, yeah. So I'll be using sprites instead, so it's kind of animation.
So in terms of games, like what would be like your dream game type to illustrate?
Low-key, like fighter games, or I would go for story mode games too, like Life is Strange, or just Call of Duty in general.
Very cool. So here's the plan. I'm gonna call Remy back up for a poem, and then possibly capping off with Shui with an essay. Oh, I like it. All right, so welcome back, Remy.
Okay. This is the last you'll hear of me, I promise. This is one that I was going to originally do for this Writers Week, and it was going to take up too much time, but now we have plenty of it, so yeah. This one's called Childhood Dog, and it's actually like a true experience, or sort of. The dog your dad buys for your parents' first Christmas together, in its little box with little holes poked in it, and a little pretty pink bow on the top, is your best friend. She used to be scared of the vacuum and anyone new who came into the house, but when you were born, it all changed. She hid under the bed, shaking at the thunderstorm, but you came home, and suddenly she fought like a warrior on a mission, standing between you and the window, paws still violently quivering, but her teeth are bared and her eyes are narrow. As you grow, you find she doesn't like to play, but that doesn't mean she won't let you reach for her pink spotted snout with her soft, chubby hands. And she doesn't bite or move, because some things are more important than fear. You can grow more, but at some point she stays the same. And then there's a day where you notice the grays swirling under her eyes, the way she walks like you did as a toddler, her cloudy eyes, and the amount of times it takes to call her name before she comes to you. And then one day she's throwing up. She doesn't come when you pour her food, and she flinches when you touch her snout. And it hurts to get up and stand between you and the scary thing, or to stand up at all. It was inevitable, but it hurts. You will think maybe she's just sick, just taking a little nap. And your whole world changes when you let her taste her first Hershey's Kiss, because no dog should go to heaven not knowing what chocolate tastes like. And your parents will leave you in the car for a minute, and when they come back, the dog doesn't follow. But maybe someday, a young girl will find your dog's headstone and throw a stick for her one more time. Thank you. And my last thought is, you should come see the musical in April. It will be really fun.
And one last time, Shui.
So I know, surprise, surprise, it isn't another animation. This is actually my personal essay for college. Loki, shout out to Mrs. Kelly, because I performed it in her class last semester. But, okay, let's start. It's practically any immigrant's fate to be shoved into the dreadful route of computer science, especially if you're an Indian immigrant. Either you're already in computer science, you're taking computer science, or you're in medcare. If you check none of those boxes, congratulations, you're a disappointment. So, as prophecy foretold, I was voluntold into computer science my freshman year. My dad passed the torch and uncharacteristically was so enthusiastic about the glories of STEM and how much he loved his IT job. That was the first time I've ever heard him use love and IT in the same sentence. Growing up, I watched him get into a 1v2 with his computer and the endless Zoom calls. He lost every time. That kind of glory just didn't resonate with me. The coffin was sealed. First day, I walked in, dread and despair. Plan was simple. Survive, flee. My first assignment was a lifeless sheet of code, just copy it word for word. I opened up Visual Studio, and with the energy of an iPhone 5 battery life, I smugly finished it faster than everyone else. I was a good typer, right? But I didn't realize when I was celebrating that I was done fast, everyone else was actually learning. That should have been my first clue that I dug myself into the hole. The first semester felt the same way. Despite I had good friends in that class, I was still bored. I was uninterested. I was just planning my escape every period. I got good grades, but I wasn't learning. I was just copying, pasting code. I didn't really understand the code. I didn't care to. I couldn't even recall the basic HTML format. And that's the foundation of all my assignments. Meanwhile, my peers were building masterpiece CSS sheets and drop-down menus and animations. I was impressed, but I just told myself that wasn't for me. Then, second semester arrived, everything shifted. Video games were introduced. The first game was Crossy Road style, and for once I looked up and I went, hey, low-key, Teresa's class is kind of cool right now. But most of the code was just provided. So I just did the bare minimum. But I slowly started experimenting. I played with timers, moving objects, messing with colors, finding the right palette, changing the images, and wondering what else can I create. It felt like a scavenger hunt. And the hunt kind of sparked my dormant curiosity. The next assignment was bread and cheese. And if you're in Intro to Comp Sci, you know that that's everyone's favorite. But it was my personal nightmare because I didn't know how to code. I was just copying stuff front to front. But this one, I actually had to understand what I was learning the first and second semester. The real project that was a life changer for me was our final project, build your own game from scratch. I dove into this project like a starving man. I was researching how to animate, I was designing my own graphics, and even the unspeakable, guys, I was asking for help. I spent months unbothered in that class. Suddenly, I was broken out of my comfort zone. I even talked to my friends about this game. I talked to the intern, who I was ignoring the whole semester. And was it perfect? Absolutely not. It was a train wreck. But it was mine. That project made me realize the difference between surviving and actually engaging in a course. Computer science stopped being a dreadful prophecy that I was forced into to becoming something I want to explore. And even now, it still frustrates me when a program crashes. Recently, I had 2 million errors, but we don't talk about that. But instead of walking away, I stay. And maybe I should thank my dad for pushing me down this road. And yes, I started off dreading it, but now I see the endless possibilities. And now my freshman year self would be surprised to figure out that I use love and coding in the same sentence, which I don't. It was only for this essay. And now if you see me in a 1v2 against my computer and the Zoom calls like my dad, you didn't see that. Shush. Thank you.
Such an amazing period. We're going to end in a couple minutes. However, one last message to leave you with from our writers. I want them all to offer one last reason why they think you should do Writers Week next year.
Why would you put me on the spot like this? I don't know, it's just really fun to, you don't even have to write something for it. You can just use one of your old pieces of writing. It is really fun to put yourself out there.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason people don't is because they're scared, but A, the worst that can happen isn't that bad, and B, just do it scared. That's how you grow.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty good thing for seniors to do because it's kind of like your last hurrah. At least you get to participate in the last one if you haven't done it for like the last 3 years. So it's pretty fun for seniors.
I think you'll never get an opportunity like this again unless you find yourself in another auditorium with people willing to watch you read your writing like this. But I feel like to get this big crowd and have them actually listen to you to some extent is cool, yeah.
My question back is like, why not? Why not just do Writers Week? Why not just share your work? I mean, you're only going to be here for what, 4 years? Might as well share it.
I think because it shows so many people's like hidden talents. Like I've seen so many different things. I've seen people do like music and like rap battles, and I've seen like animations and all this stuff. Like it just really shows what people are capable of, and also like it's like 5 minutes of your life that you're going to genuinely remember for the rest of your life. Like why would you not do that?
Thank you so much, students. Amazing writing. Audience, thank you. You've been excellent.
you're 15 doesn't mean you're 16. You look 15. Okay, let's go, guys. Lock in, guys. Lock in. We're doing the same thing as every time. We're doing We Can't Be Friends.
Grace, Grace, you know where Sophie is? Can you text her?
Where'd she go?
No, she's here. Can you text her?
Guys, come on.
She went to some thing. Can you text her? Thank you.
Don't wanna tiptoe, but I don't wanna hide, but I don't wanna leave this monstrous fire. Don't wanna let this story die, and I'll be alright. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. Wait for your love. Me and my truth, we sit in silence. Baby girl, it's just me and you. But I don't wanna argue, but I don't wanna bite my tongue. Yeah, I think I'd rather die. You got me misunderstood, but at least I look this good. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. Now that you made me, I don't like how you paid me, and I'm still here hanging. Not what you made. Something like a daydream, but I feel so seen in the night. For now, it's only me, and maybe that's all I need. We can't be friends, but I'd like to just pretend. You cling to your papers and pens. Wait until you like me again. For your love, your love, for your love, your love, wait for your love.
Okay. Are we doing sweet dreams or can we feel? Sweet dreams. Okay. Wait.
Hello. Hello, 8th hour. Welcome to Wednesday, 8th period Writers Week. I can't believe it. We're over halfway through already. Woo! Let's give a big round of applause to you for being such a wonderful audience. Yes, yes. We have quite a few thank yous. Thank you to Mr. Anderson and Mrs. Ank for tirelessly coordinating this each and every year. Writers Week would not be possible without them. Please, please go home and thank your parents. Thank you to Viking Boosters. Definitely Writers Week would not be possible without their support each and every year. Let's give them a round of applause, please, please. And please turn to your teacher who brought you here today, and thank them for bringing you today and supporting you for Writers Week. Yay! Shout out to my 8th period AP Lang up there. Woo! Okay, all right. Well, you are in for a treat, 8th period. We have all kinds of presenters. We have students, we have teachers, we have professional authors and professional singers-songwriters. Kevin Andrew Perkle has been to Writers Week quite a few times, maybe 5 or 6 times. Yes, so you may have seen him over the course of the past couple of years. And he is a local published writer, a local published singer-songwriter. He's Chicago-based, known for his introspective folk, Americana, and indie pop music, featuring themes of nature, family life, and modern unease. He has 5 full-length albums already recorded, and he just told me that he completed his 6th, yet-to-be-recorded album. And I understand that his latest one, New World Rhythm, which was just released last year, he collaborated also with his wife, Ellie, sometimes. He does that in his music, which is really interesting. So as his latest album marks a creative departure from other albums, he celebrates those who are rising up in small and big ways to actively fight for a better world. So the result is his most inspired album to date, musically imaginative and lyrically mature achievement that breaks new artistic ground while remaining true to his folk rock sound. So please welcome Mr. Kevin Andrew Perkle. Thank you.
Fremd Writers Week, thank you so much for having me back. It always feels like coming home. This is probably I think my 5th time being here, and it's just such a joy every time. Thank you. I was struck by your description of my music, how you said modern unease. That sounds about right in describing my music. That should just be my genre of music, modern unease. Yeah, as she mentioned, I'm a local boy. Look out for me at your local grocery store. But yeah, I've been writing since I've been in like 7th grade is when I got my first guitar. When I got that first guitar, I was basically spent the next 3 years making a whole bunch of noise in my bedroom, driving my parents nuts. And over time, that noise turned into something that resembled coherence. Started a band with some friends who also wanted to make some noise, and then we started that noise started to turn into songs that we started playing live and that people actually wanted to hear. I played with that band until, I don't know, a year or 2 after high school. Then things got really busy for everyone, you know, with their studies and family life and stuff like that. And I pretty much had nothing going on. So I decided to make my first solo record. And yeah, I just released my 5th solo record just this past summer. It's called New World Rhythm. I'm very, very proud of it. New World Rhythm was written at the same time as my 4th album called Unknowing. I was writing them at the same time with the intention of them having 2 totally different sounds. So Unknowing is rooted more in my like folk rock background. In New World Rhythm, I knew I wanted to be a bit more experimental in sound, a bit more rhythmic, and I don't know, just like more layers than you would typically find in the types of songs that I make. So I'm going to play you some songs from those records tonight. You could find all these songs that I play on streaming services, Unknowing and New World Rhythm. This is the first one. This is the first track from Unknowing. It's called Carrying On. In my heart I am a stranger to the mysteries of you. Yeah, the years have tied and tangled every image of the truth. But I know those eyes believe me. I can feel them burning through. They saved me time and time again. If only I could save them too. I'm carrying on. It's in my blood. Carrying on. Not giving up. When I look out, I feel the thunder of a generation storm. Who we are when we're together ain't who we were before. It's the faintest light, I know it, but it's one I can't ignore. Through the madness and the cleverness, yet shining through my door, I'm carrying on. It's in my blood, carrying on, not giving up. It's like I'm sinking in my body, nothing left of me but lungs. Yeah, I glide right through the wreckage, bow my head and call it love. We're either sinking or we're raging. Nobody here is seeing clear. Just leave us to our misery till we crack or disappear. Carrying on, it's in my blood. Carrying on, not giving up. 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 Carrying on, not giving Thank you, thank you, thank you. This next song is on my newest release, New World Rhythm. It's a song called Dreamland. I'm going to play it in the way that it was written on this acoustic guitar, but when you listen to it on streaming, it's filled with all types of synth and fun sounds. Yeah, the headspace that I was in when I wrote this song, I was just thinking about all the different types of dreamlands that we escape to, you know, to get away from reality, and how in today's world, how those lines between dreamlands and reality can blur, and just how unsettling that can feel. It's called Dreamland.
See them walking in the garden, eyes like starlight, hearts like diamonds. Damn love handcuffed me to this feeling. Looking down now, everything's looking up from in when we're caught in this dreamland, watching the world on fire. Dreamland, I'll take you higher and higher. Come on, oh, oh, oh. Blood spills, no thrill, turn the channel. Stream and feeling, light a candle. Damn, I can't lie, I don't know why I'm kneeling. Tune into now, everything looks the same from here. When we're caught in this dreamland, watching the world on fire. Dreamland, I'll take you higher and higher. Come on, oh, 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 oh. Tommy and me were like family. Years past, time lapse. Tommy found peace. Damn, why do I live in all these illusions? A lifetime goes by when we all look away from here. When we're caught in this dreamland, watching the world on fire. Dreamland, I'll take you higher and higher. Come on, oh, 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 oh.
This next one, man, I don't play that often solo like this. Like I said, it was written on the acoustic guitar, but the way that it came to life is just so, I don't know, it's built out. There's so many crazy sounds happening on the song, so I'll try and do it justice, but if you want to hear an alternate version of this song, then you can stream it. But yeah, the song's called New World Rhythm. It's the title track from my record. I think I wrote it when I was feeling really inspired by younger generations stepping up to speak truth to power. When I was coming up, that just wasn't a thing. Like, people were more conservative in the way that they stood up for causes that they believed in, and it's been really inspiring to witness. And I was thinking about that when I was thinking about this new world and getting in rhythm with that. I was also thinking about my own life on a personal level. You know, I have 2 small children, and just like what a new world that's been like for me, and finding my rhythm in that as well. But yeah, the song's called New World Rhythm. I'll do my best to do it justice.
People are hurting, buildings are burning to the ground, cities are sinking, time is ticking louder now. But I feel it, yes I feel it, like lightning running through my veins. Gotta see it to believe it, how they rise up like a tidal wave. Ooh, yeah, I got that new world rhythm. I want that new world rhythm. I feel that new world rhythm coming on again. So come along and dance with me. La da 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 da, la da da da, la da da da. We're living a static, hallucinogenic horror show. The flood and the panic, the few looking down from their window. But I feel it, yes I feel it, like a lightning running through my veins. Gotta see it to believe it, how they rise up like a tidal wave. Ooh, yeah, I got that new world rhythm. I want that new world rhythm. I feel that new world rhythm coming on again. So come along and dance with me. I got that new world rhythm. I want that new world rhythm. I feel that new world rhythm coming on again. So come along and dance with me. La da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da, la da da da, la da da da, la da da da.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's see here. I'll play another track from New World Rhythm. Again, that one, I play that often. When I wrote this song, I was just like sitting one afternoon just in awe of the pure joy in which my daughters experienced life. They were very little at the time. And I think this song is just meant to be a wish for them and to anyone listening, that you don't lose that, you know. I'm already seeing it change a little bit in my oldest. Her relationship to the things she loves is now, you know, starting to be influenced by the opinions of others on the playground and comments maybe that she'll hear at school. But I don't know, this song is just, I guess it's a prayer that I'm throwing out there for them. Yeah, the song's called Don't Blush.
Little roller coaster, little light beam, turning nothing into gardens inside me. Where you headed, baby? I got nothing but time. Tell me, honey, sugar, Where does time go? You got me looking through your eyes like a window. I hear it ticking, but it's a little less defined. Singing, ooh, yeah, the world is spinning out of control. Crying, ooh, light it up and make it beautiful. If you feel it, baby, feel it. Don't blush. Da da da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da da da. Cartoon hats and one-hit wonders, the smell and taste of oranges in December. Dive into whatever makes you feel alive. Mountaineering and inappropriate jokes, laughing like a lemur at a funeral. Some days you get it wrong and some days you get it right. Singing, ooh, yeah, the world is spinning out of control. Crying, ooh, light it up and make it beautiful. If you feel, baby, feel, don't blush. Da da da, da da da, da da da, da da da, da da da. Love will drive you crazy, that's for damn sure. But when you find it, let it in like a downpour. Singing, ooh, yeah, the world is spinning out of control. Crying, ooh, light it up and make it beautiful. If you feel it, baby, feel it. Don't blush. Da da da, da 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 da, da 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 da, da da da, da da da, da da da. I always laugh when I was playing that song. I wrote the word laughing like a lemur at a funeral. I don't know if a lemur laughs or what it sounds like, but it sounded right as I was writing it, so I just went with it. Is anyone here familiar with lemurs? No. I'll have to go to the zoo and figure it out. This is a song. This is the first song that I wrote as a solo artist. I was going through it, man. I was going through like a really brutal breakup. And I don't know, when this song just came pouring out, it was like, okay, maybe I should be doing this kind of on my own. Yeah, it's called The Settling Cliches. I would do anything to see you again, my friend. I would do even more to forget I saw you at all. To forget I saw you at all. See, I can say anything to tell myself I'm okay, but I still sleep next to her, pretending she's you, pretending she's you. So while you're looking out the back door, you hear me knocking on the front, but you don't move, and I don't care, 'cause in a year I'd just be knocking again. I used to cry, okay, I still do, but now I've compromised. It's better to have lost you than to never have had you at all, than to never have had you at all. So while you're looking out the back door, you hear me knocking on the front, but you don't move, and I don't care, 'cause in a year I'd just be knocking. These are the things, settling cliches that put me right to sleep, 'cause in the end I'm still dreaming. It keeps me wide awake. Yeah, it keeps me wide awake.
Thank you very much. This will be my last song that I perform, and then we can open it up for some questions in the audience if anyone has any, okay? Yeah, this is the first song that I wrote on my record, Unknowing. The pandemic had just hit. And at the time, my daughter, she was just like 1.5, 2 years old. And I found myself really conflicted because on one hand, outside my door, the world was falling apart, but on the inside, I was experiencing some of the most profound joy that I've ever experienced in my life, getting to be at home with her and my wife every single day. And it remained that way for 2 years straight. So I was trying to, I don't know, come to terms with the duality of those two feelings. Yeah, it's a love song to them. It's called The Whole World is Burning.
Looking up, looking round at all the ashes coming down. What a sight, what a view, and now there's nothing we can do. So won't you dance with me, baby? I know it seems crazy with all of this fire and doom. It should be concerning. The whole world is burning, but all I can think is I love you. A moment comes, a moment goes away with all the moments so. For a high, for a kick, and now I'm reeling with the feeling of it. So won't you dance with me, baby? I know it seems crazy with all of this fire and doom. It should be concerning. The whole world is burning, but all I can think is I love you. And now there's no way of slowing my mind. Glowing just knowing you're mine. Looking up, looking round at all the ashes coming down. So won't you dance with me, baby? I know it seems crazy with all of this fire and doom. Should be concerning. The whole world is burning, but all I can think is I love you. Yes, all I can think is I love you.
Thank you all for being such great listeners. Those are just some of the songs that I've shared. If you guys want to follow along, like I said, I have a new record out and one that I'm going to be recording soon. Find me on streaming or on Instagram at Kevin Perkle. But if anyone has any questions just about the songs or writing in general, please fire away. Over here, yeah. The question was, what encourages me to start writing? Do you mean like on a new song, or what encouraged me to start, like at a young age? I don't know. I've always been like really driven to the arts. I was a huge skater growing up, and like that was just a community that fostered creativity and self-expression. You know, I looked ridiculous in like junior high, bleach blonde hair. I think I had like blue streaks in my hair at one point. Really into the punk rock scene and going to garage shows and stuff like that. And I don't know, when you're in that, you just like, creativity and self-expression is just a part of it, and that's always just been a part of me because of it.
Way up in the back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's your process for writing music, and how do you get over the fear of putting it out there for the world to see?
My process of writing music, and how do I get over the fear of putting out there for others to see? I put out so much now that I just I don't care anymore if I'm making a fool of myself or not. Like I said, I've put out 5 records, and I don't know. You just get used to it, But how I get started with writing a song, I keep I got the voice memo app on my phone. I just have thousands of melody ideas, and sometimes, they come at the worst times, like when I'm out to eat with friends and I gotta pretend go to the bathroom so I can record a melody so I don't forget it. And then I just had song titles and lyric ideas in a notes app, and then at some point, those melodies and those song titles and lyrics kind of come together. But yeah, I'm always working on a new record or a new song in my head or on paper with the guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you match lyrics and melodies?
The question was, how do you match lyrics and melodies? It threw a lot of gibberish, man. When I'm recording a melody into my phone, it's just I'm saying nothing, but I'm just kind of formulating a rhythmic structure and sounds, and sometimes when I'm writing lyrics, it kind of just falls into place. And a lot of times when I'm writing something, it comes out, and I'm not really thinking about what it means until after the fact. A lot of times when I'll be singing a song now that I wrote 4 years ago, I'll be singing it, and I'll be like, wow, that's what I meant. It becomes clear to me years later what kind of headspace I was in when I'm kind of more removed from it. Anyone over here? Yeah. How do I decide what chords to play? It's funny. I don't do a lot of writing with an instrument. I do a lot of writing in my head. I form melodies in my head and lyric ideas. And so when I already have a melody in mind that I want to turn into a song, I just have to kind of find the chords that match that melody. Yeah, that's just kind of a process that I found has worked for me. Is anyone here interested in songwriting? Cool, I'm seeing some people over there. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, over here. Inspiration from music artists. I'm all over the map. I'm insane. I love pop music. I love classical music. I love hip hop. I love punk. I know a lot of people say that, but legitimately, I'm constantly exploring and listening to and appreciating all different kinds of music. Yeah. What do we got? Any more questions? Just about writing in general, songwriting? Cool. Well, thank you all. Oh. Yeah. My favorite part about being a singer? I don't know. It's just, I'm really thankful to have an artistic and creative outlet. Life just gets really intense, and it's nice to have, a place to go to kind of sort it all out, So whether it's music or not, or writing in any form, would encourage everyone to find that. Cool. Thank you all so much for being here. Take care.